Everywhere was close to the sea in Rio. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them reached the seaside. A lot of places were lit up and many people were chatting on the beach. Luke went into a shop and bought a range of things before he carried Rebecca to a deserted spot on the beach. Spreading out the blanket he had just bought and putting her on it, Luke asked with a smile, "Would you like some juice?" Rebecca shifted and sat on the blanket. "Juice? Give me a bottle of wine." Luke nodded with a smile. "Okay. Guarana or Jaboticaba? If you don't like those, there are guava and Barbados cherry flavors too." Glaring at the smiling young man, Rebecca finally nodded in resignation. "Whatever. Also, thank you." Luke gave her a can of Jaboticaba and sat down too. "That's all right. It's no big deal." Both of them were silent for a long time. Holding a flashlight in his mouth, Luke began to examine the medical supplies he just bought. Next to him Rebecca gave a few faint sobs. He didn't disturb her, but simply draped a big towel he had bought over her shoulders to block out the chilly sea wind and for her to wipe her tears and nose on. After everything that happened to Rebecca, the most he could feel for her was sympathy. As a detective from the LA Major Crimes Division, he had seen too many tragedies. While what happened to Rebecca wasn't common, it certainly wasn't in the top 10 most tragic stories he had heard. Besides, Rebecca didn't need consoling. She had killed her enemy with her own hands. Everything was gone with the wind. From now on, she herself would decide how she wanted to live her life. No one else could help her make that decision. Luke pulled her right leg to him and quickly cleaned her wound before wrapping it in a bandage. "Okay. You're lucky that the bullet only brushed past you. The wound isn't bad. You'll be fine in a few days." After a brief silence, Rebecca suddenly said, "Your makeup skills are atrocious, Detective Luke Coulson." Unsurprised, Luke said with a smile, "You still remember me. What an honor." Rebecca scoffed. "A youngster who can take X down easily. You're the only one I can think of who fits the bill." In one sense, Rebecca and Luke worked in similar ways. When they acquired a target, they would go all out with their superior capabilities. They didn't need to use a lot of extra tricks like a disguise or facial recognition. It had been months since she last saw Luke, and Luke had partly disguised his face, so Rebecca hadn't recognized Luke at the bar. Besides, she had barely thought about matters in America after she avenged her sister, much less expected to run into a LA officer in Brazil. When Luke suddenly grabbed her and helped her dodge Mr. X's 2 attacks, she had only had a faint suspicion. Then, when she spoke with Mr. X about her final mission, she suddenly remembered Luke. In the end, when she opened her eyes and waited to be killed, she saw Luke standing silently behind Mr. X. That was when she got it. While she didn't know why Luke helped her, she knew that he couldn't be there to help Mr. "Why did you save me?" It was an offhand question. Pondering for a moment, Luke replied, "Because you're beautiful and I want to buy you a drink." Rebecca laughed and said, "Detective Luke, you're as much a sweet talker as ever, but I don't believe it." Luke shrugged. "The truth is that I know you spared my partner back at the apartment building, and it was unfair of me to shoot you after that. So, I was returning the favor this time." Rebecca sighed. "No, I killed a lot of people. Many of them might have been innocent. But you thought they were bad people, right?" Luke said with a light smile. He didn't think that she had killed too many innocent people, or she would have been suspicious of the fraternity much earlier on. After all, she had been unwilling to act even when Luke shot her. She would have definitely grown suspicious if she had been asked to kill other innocent people. The gunfight in the apartment building demonstrated that Rebecca was a killer with boundaries. She had even been unwilling to hurt Donald and Selena in order to escape, not until the situation turned urgent. Of course, it was a good thing for her that it had been Donald and not Selena who had gotten hurt back then. Otherwise, Luke would have still rescued her tonight, but he would have let her suffer first and only rescued her at the last moment. Luke had always been protective of the people he was close to. Rebecca didn't know what he was thinking, or she probably would have taken her gun out and shot him. She simply smiled bitterly. But I killed them. That's a fact. Luke thought for a moment before he said, then don't bother with it until someone comes looking for you for revenge. Don't get hung up on the past, living is the most important. Rebecca was at a loss. But what can I do even if I'm alive? Her birth parents died because of her, and so did her sister. Her foster parents, who might have been arranged by the fraternity, didn't love her and were quite nasty to her. That cold family environment had made it impossible for her to refuse Mr. X as a kid when he came to recruit her. Remembering Mr. X and what he said in the end, she was overwhelmed by deep sorrow. She would be lying if she said that she had no feelings for Mr. X. Mr. X was aloof and handsome, and tidied up very well. He took her from her foster family where there was no warmth, and gave her strength and money. But in the end, she discovered that he had been lying with ill intent since the beginning. Rage surged in her heart when she remembered that. She wasn't comforted even though she had roasted Mr. X's balls when he was still alive. She suddenly turned around and jumped on Luke. Didn't you offer to buy me a drink? Luke found that odd. Didn't I just get you a drink? You don't like the taste of jaboticaba? Then switch to guava. I heard it's sweeter. Despite her gloomy mood, Rebecca chortled at his words. I'm talking about what you said to me when you hit on me at the bar. Luke scratched his head. But you told me to save my allowance and buy soda for little schoolgirls. Rebecca was dumbfounded. What the heck? What sort of thinking was that? Could this type of person get a girlfriend? Rendered speechless for a moment, she then said unhappily, can you get rid of your lousy makeup? It's disturbing. Luke was amused. Checking the time, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to play around at Wild Jungle tonight, so he cleaned his face. Less than 2 minutes later, his face was back to normal, except that his skin was still dark. Rebecca said, shine the light on your face, I want to see it. Luke said with a smile, don't tell me you want to remember it to get revenge later. But he didn't hesitate to aim the flashlight, below his chin. Thanks to that, a twisted, devilish expression suddenly appeared in front of her. Blank for a moment, Rebecca then burst out laughing. You think that can stop me from recognizing you next time? Luke also said with a smile, yes, safety first. He knew very well how a woman could hold a grudge. Mr. X, whose balls had been roasted for 10 minutes before his head was blown up, could attest to that. Unable to stop laughing, Rebecca grabbed Luke's flashlight. She didn't point it at his face, and only aimed around his neck. For a moment, she observed his face in the shadow of the light. Then, she turned the flashlight off and sighed. You're a lot more handsome than you were at the apartment building, huh? Luke chuckled. My looks have always been my strong point, I can't cover it up, it's a real problem. Rebecca couldn't help but laugh again. In this guy's company, she suddenly didn't feel as sad. Or rather, there was no time to be sad. Tossing the flashlight aside, she put her hands on his shoulders and pushed hard. However, Luke didn't move at all. Luke's expression was strange. What are you doing? Rebecca couldn't help but laugh again. What do you think? If a man buys a woman a drink at a bar and she doesn't refuse, what does it mean? Luke, that we can have a pleasant chat. Shut up, you annoying fellow. She lowered her head angrily. Are you referring to that? He asked curiously, and the words turned heavy with cryptic meaning. Not far away, the waves surged again and again as they crashed loudly on the beach for a long time. The sky was dark, the wind blew, and the noisy beach quieted down. On the beach, Rebecca got up and silently put on her clothes on the blanket. Looking at Luke next to her, she sighed and found her shoes before she put them on. Are you going for a morning jog? A voice suddenly rang out. Rebecca jerked with shock, it was rare for her to be caught unaware. She then looked at the man on the blanket. You're awake. Luke shrugged. Yes. I woke up before you did. Rebecca. Then why did you keep your eyes closed? Luke, what if you wanted to sleep longer? It would have been awkward if I opened my eyes. Rebecca, and you think this isn't awkward? Luke chuckled and said, there's nothing awkward about saying goodbye, right? We're acquaintances now, aren't we? Speechless for a moment, Rebecca nodded. Okay, then. Goodbye. She turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Luke called out. Rebecca rolled her eyes. What now? Luke got up and took a card out of his knapsack. This is my contact. You can look me up if you're ever in any trouble that you can't take care of. Rebecca accepted the card offhandedly and put it in her pocket without looking at it. Anything else? Luke shook his head. Nope. Rebecca jumped on him resentfully and wrapped her legs around his waist. Are you doing this on purpose? Luke chuckled and supported her weight, before giving her a deep kiss. They didn't separate until a long while later. Luke then said, go out and see the world, you don't have to come back until you can calmly face what happened. Looking at him, Rebecca nodded and hummed in agreement. She jumped off of him and turned around to leave. Her steps were a little unsteady in the dark and the injury on her right foot still hurt, but her heart was a lot more at peace. Maybe it was time to let bygones be bygones. Thinking that, she slowly disappeared down a street next to the sea. Luke watched her leave. Then, he lay down again and opened a can of Barbados cherry juice. After a mouthful of the drink, he murmured, I hope you get through this. He hadn't taken pains to comfort Rebecca since no amount of comfort would help her get over her painful past. If it were him, he would only be able to silently endure the painful days on his own until the day he was able to let it go. Thankfully, nothing similar had happened to him yet, and he would do his best to make sure it never did. Lying on the beach before daybreak, Luke pondered a lot of things as he drank the juice. After sunrise, Luke returned to Wild Jungle and checked in at a nearby hotel. High up in the hotel which faced Wild Jungle, Luke carefully observed the surroundings. He didn't leave the hotel for a whole day. He even had lunch in his room. At night, he set out once again. This time, he didn't enter the club, but simply sat on the side of the road some distance away from the back door of the club and looked at passers-by, like a tourist who was tired from walking. Everything about this place was great, except for the fact that there were too many people. They were everywhere, and it was impossible for Luke to deploy the drones anywhere. Standing up and walking into an alley, he nimbly climbed a wall up to a rooftop. In one corner, he took out a drone from his inventory and swiftly sent it up as he controlled it on his fake phone. It was already late, and the black drone was quiet and inconspicuous. The noisy crowd didn't notice it at all. Setting the drone on autopilot and activating the warning system, Luke leisurely took out a can of juice. There was nobody to disrupt things tonight. He had plenty of time and patience to wait for that Mr. Pedro. At 8 o'clock, Pedro finally returned. Luke began to pack up, ready to break in and tangle with this small boss. The more chaotic and seedy a place was, the less scruples he had, since the police wouldn't bother. But just as he was about to head down, he saw the image transmitted by the drone and stopped. A vehicle which had clearly been modified drove up to the back door. Luke didn't need to examine it carefully to know that it was an armored van designed to transport cash or drugs. The back of the van was open to reveal that it was empty, but it backed up toward the back door of the club. Was something going to be loaded into the van from the club? Luke scratched his chin and wondered. A moment later, he clearly saw stuff being moved into the van. Less than a minute later, it was all done, and the van started up. Small boss Pedro came out as well. 2 SUVs guarded the armored van between them as they drove off. Luke didn't move for the time being and continued observing. 10 seconds later, after confirming the direction the 3 vehicles were headed in, he simply ran over the rooftops. There were no surveillance cameras in the slums of Rio, and the eyes of regular people couldn't keep up with him in the dark night. By leaping and taking shortcuts over the rooftops, he tailed the 3 vehicles at a measured distance. The 3 vehicles didn't head for the central district. Instead, they circled around the slums before they stopped in front of what appeared to be a factory. The back of the armored truck opened, and holding the things they had brought over, Pedro and his 2 men knocked on the metal door of the building. Luke was already certain that Pedro was here to deliver cash. The strong smell of the paper bills was very clear. He quietly got closer as the drone hovered above. The smell of bills was even stronger inside the building. Whose hoard was this? Luke wondered. Suddenly, his tablet vibrated, and his expression turned strange after he looked at it. On screen, 3 cars sped over and stopped behind Pedro's cars before the door of the building opened. Then, almost 10 masked men got out with rifles in their hands. They also threw grenades at the windshield of the armored van right away. Pedro's men were all forced to get out. They lay obediently on the ground and didn't put up a struggle at all. 2 of the masked men knocked out the bodyguards who were holding the money bags. Pedro had no choice but to raise his hands and shut up when the masked men gestured at him to zip his mouth. They waited for the door of the building to open. Luke clicked his tongue in wonder. Rio really was a wonderful place. His first day here, he witnessed a parkour pursuit through the slums, and on the second day, he was watching criminals rob other criminals. The masked men had good teamwork, but Luke could tell that they didn't have formal training. After they entered, noise burst out from the first floor and there were screams, but no gunshots. The masked men were quite restrained. They only used the grips of their guns to knock out a few guards who tried to resist. Luke moved closer and climbed up to a window to observe what was going on inside. It was dim inside the building. On 2 long rows of tables were all kinds of money bills. A dozen women who were only wearing scanty clothing were driven away from the long tables by the masked men who had just broken in. With one glance, Luke could see that this was some processing or packing site for drug dealers. They preferred to use women to organize and pack things like drugs and cash. Women were generally timid, meticulous and quick, which made them perfect for this sort of labor, and they didn't need to be paid much. In case any of the workers got greedy and tried to steal something, the women were made to work in nothing but their underwear. The masked men worked quickly. In just a few minutes, they rounded up a dozen men and women from the various rooms. The women were allowed to stand, but the men all knelt in a row. One of the men had a bloody nose and mouth. He had been beaten up when he tried to resist. He shouted angrily, "You're all dead. There's nowhere you can hide." One of the masked men stepped forward and took off his mask. "Who says we're going to hide?" The guard's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? You're crazy." He couldn't help but shout, "Do you know whose money this is? Do you know the consequences if you steal it?" Another robber took off his mask too. "Of course we do." Luke raised an eyebrow, not expecting to see these 2. He had actually seen these 2 men before. In Rocinha yesterday afternoon, it was these 2 men, along with a woman, who had been pursued frantically by a bunch of people. The first man who took off his mask was the big baldy who had left a deep impression on Luke. The second person was a rather handsome white young man. But Luke wasn't that surprised by these 2. What really intrigued him was another masked person who was standing guard in one corner. The person was hiding in the dark and watched silently without taking off their mask. The window Luke was at was closer to this person, and his sharp nose picked up a familiar scent. Stunned, Luke carefully sized up the person's figure for a moment, then curled his lip. This could also be considered an old acquaintance. The baldy grabbed a half-full oil can and poured out the remaining oil onto a small trolley next to him. On the trolley was a huge pile of cash that had just been collected from all the rooms. Even Luke couldn't help smacking his lips at the amount. The money was mostly USD, and part of it was made up of euros and pounds. By conservative estimates, it was worth millions of USD. Looking at the Baldy's attitude, was he going to burn it up? Sure enough, the Baldy took out a lighter and flicked it on. Not only were the guards and the women alarmed, but even quite a few of the masked men couldn't help jerking forward. Luke felt they definitely wanted to shout something like, "Stop! This is money!" But without any hesitation, the Baldy tossed the lighter onto the cash that was covered in oil. Boom! Flames erupted. Luke could almost hear everybody gasp. Damn it! You really burnt it? Even Luke, who didn't lack money, subconsciously wanted to break in and put out the fire. But he immediately suppressed the primitive urge and murmured to himself that it wasn't a bad thing to use drug money to build up a tolerance to it. After all, he would never practice tolerance with his own money. The Baldy walked up to the guard. "See, we're not stealing anything." The guard had frozen and looked like he was on the verge of collapsing. The Baldy continued, "Tell your boss we were the ones who did this, and we're not done with him yet." Luke secretly chuckled when he heard that. So, it was personal. This would be fun. The masked men evacuated as they covered each other. They quickly got in their cars and left. Luke thought for a moment but didn't follow them in the end. The Baldy was fighting these drug dealers and could be a good person, but he could also be a bad person. However, Luke was more inclined to believe that the Baldy and his men were in the gray area, just like that old acquaintance of his. So, he wasn't very interested in the personal grudge between the Baldy and the boss of these drug dealers. His main objective for now was still Lisa Fong. Pedro, this minor boss, had been smart enough not to show any signs of resisting. He had been shoved several times, but not hurt. After the masked men left, he cursed and said to the captain of the guards, "I brought over the money for this month. The fact it got burned up is your responsibility and has nothing to do with me." The captain looked at him and said coldly, "Pedro, that's Boss Hernan's money. They followed you here, captured us, and burnt at least several $1,000,000, and you say it has nothing to do with you?" Pedro's expression was unsightly. "I was held down too." The captain said, "I don't call the shots. If you don't want me to make things up, come with me to see Boss Hernan. You know how the boss deals with traitors." Pedro's face turned pale and his lips trembled as he said furiously, "You're good." He really didn't dare let the captain speak to Hernan alone. If Hernan considered him a traitor, he would die a miserable death even though he wasn't Hernan's direct subordinate. Listening to their conversation with great interest, Luke then planted a tracker on Pedro's car. Pedro got into the car with the captain and left. Luke followed them unhurriedly. They soon arrived at a villa in a rich neighborhood and met a middle-aged man in the study. Luke, who had followed them here, looked at the man in the image sent from the drone and murmured, "Another person with slicked back hair. Do all bad guys have this hairstyle now?" In the image, the man with slicked back hair had a red face, a big nose, and small eyes. He was pretty ugly. However, the people in the room in front of him couldn't be any more terrified. After the captain and Pedro told him of the assault on his money den, the middle-aged man smiled. "They didn't steal my money, but only burnt it. Ha!" As he spoke, he walked over to his table and tapped the ornaments on them one by one. "You just watched my $5 million burn up without doing anything." Nobody said anything. The middle-aged man suddenly grabbed a metal sculpture and swung it. Dumb! With a dull noise, the captain of guards fell to the floor. Blood flowed out of his forehead, dyeing the yellow carpet red. Pedro shuddered, but beyond that, he didn't dare move. From the moment he came in, 2 bodyguards had been staring at him with their hands on the guns at their waists. The middle-aged man casually put down the blood-stained sculpture. "Pedro, you work for Christoph. I won't do anything to you." Pedro let out a long breath of relief. However, the middle-aged man continued, "But you did lead those people to my stash, didn't you?" Pedro really wanted to say no. He could tell that those masked men had targeted Hernan's money den purely because of a personal grudge, but he didn't dare say a word right now. 5 million. I don't care what you do, but if you want to continue enjoying yourself in Rio, you'll find some way to make up that amount, said the middle-aged man. Pedro's face darkened as he inwardly cursed Hernan's greed. There couldn't have been more than $4 million in the stash, but the man was asking for 5 million. He stammered, "Sir, that." The middle-aged man raised his hand. "If you have a problem with that, you can die right now." Sweating, Pedro hesitated for a long moment, before he gritted his teeth. "Oh, okay, Mr. Hernan. I'll get you the money." The middle-aged man nodded and turned to his bodyguards. "Find Dominic and Brian. I want them dead." Pedro left the room in silence and let out a long breath of relief before he walked away with a bitter face. Listening to the information sent back by the drone, Luke turned around after a moment and left as well. The middle-aged man was Hernan Reyes, a famous big shot in Rio who was involved in all kinds of underground businesses, including but not limited to illegal drugs, weapons, prostitution, and smuggling. He had been on Luke's blacklist for a long time, but it wasn't the time to deal with him yet. Luke recalled the drone and left quietly. One thing at a time. He had to take care of Christoph first. Following the tracker, he returned to Wild Jungle. He was wondering if he should sneak in and simply interrogate Pedro, when the man came out again. Carrying a big bag, Pedro got in a car with 2 bodyguards and left Wild Jungle. Luke wondered, were they going to go gather money? 20 minutes later, Luke looked at a small villa not far away. The 2 bodyguards were guarding the entrance to the villa. Pedro had already entered the villa. Suddenly, Luke's expression changed. He saw Pedro walk through the backyard, push open a small, hidden door in one corner, and enter the neighboring yard. Then, the man went to the entrance to the neighbor's basement. He looked around, before he opened the door and entered the basement. Luke smiled and disappeared from the rooftop. In the basement, Pedro used an iron rod to block the basement entrance. Bypassing the odds and ends, he went to a corner, undid a latch, then pushed a cabinet aside to reveal a safe that was as tall as his waist. He typed the password with trembling hands and opened the safe. He stared at the bags of money that were inside for a long time before finally taking them out. He mumbled, "It's my money. I earned it with my blood and sweat." Then, his expression froze and he stopped moving. A cold knife was pressed to his throat, and the sweet voice of a female anchor spoke behind him. "No, it's my money now." Then, muffled screams rang out in the basement. After obtaining the information he wanted, Luke put everything in the basement back to normal, as if nobody had even been there. He then snuck back into the house next door, picked up the big bag of money in Pedro's bedroom, and dragged the bodyguards into the villa. Is it that easy to make money in Rio? Luke sighed as he strolled down the mountain road half an hour later. Pedro had secretly bought the bungalow next to his villa and let it become run down, while he used its basement as his secret vault. Inside the safe, apart from the cash that Pedro had been about to hand over to Hernan, there were also a small amount of gold and gems. The cash alone was $2 million, and the gold and gems could be worth several million as well. The bag from Pedro's bedroom contained around $800,000, which was revenue from Wild Jungle that belonged to Christoph. Pedro clearly hadn't had time to think too much when he was being threatened by Hernan. Maybe he had other ways to fool Christoph for now before he made up the deficit later. The fact that Pedro didn't use the gold and gems in his safe proved that he had more money. After the interrogation, Luke learned that the man had about $2 million in a personal bank deposit box. Pedro really could scrape together enough money for Hernan, which was probably why Hernan let him go. The captain of the guards clearly didn't have much money, so Hernan took him down without hesitation. Money was what mattered most to Hernan. But of course, all that money was in Luke's inventory now. He didn't plan to touch the money that was in the private bank safe, he would leave it as a plan B. Sensing the items in his inventory, he couldn't help but sigh. It's too small. Even though he had moved most of the illegal money, gold and other stuff in his inventory to some secret locations in Los Angeles before this trip, the cash that he had just obtained still took up a lot of space in his inventory. If he had more money coming in later, Luke would have to learn from Pedro and put the money in a big bag before stashing it in a private safe. Being rich was really worrisome. Sighing, Luke flagged down a taxi. "Take me to where the best cars come together." The taxi driver laughed. "Wow, American. No problem, I'll take you to a nice place. It has the best cars." 20 minutes later, the taxi driver hit the brakes. "What about it?" "This is where the best cars in Rio are gathered. There are also a lot of beautiful girls." Luke smiled and tossed a few bills to him. "The extra money is a tip." The driver examined the cash in delight. Confirming that it wasn't fake, he stuck his head out and shouted after Luke, "Buddy, if you're as generous with the girls as you are with me, they'll be very happy to spend a nice night with you." Luke waved his hand without turning back to show that he had heard the driver, before he walked into the crowd. The driver smacked his lips. What a rich kid. He then started up his car and drove off. Luke didn't regret giving the driver $100. He was already stressing over what to do with the loot he would get later. If he didn't hurry and waste some of it now, he would feel uncomfortable. After taking a few steps, his expression suddenly changed. He walked up to a car on the side and greeted the person who was taking things out of the trunk. "Hi, gorgeous. It's been a while." The woman paused and slowly turned her head. The moment she saw Luke, she frowned. "Who are you?" Luke chuckled. "Miss Vanessa, you don't remember me? We had a great time back in New York. I even bought you dinner." The woman finally turned around all the way. After staring at him for a moment, her expression changed and she gnashed her teeth. "You're that two-bit officer from New York?" Luke chuckled and said, "I'm just a tourist here." The woman glared at him angrily. That expression looked like it was full of blame as well as taunting, and even carried a trace of provocation. Luke had only ever met one such beauty with electrifying eyes, that long-legged robber in the bank robbery case in New York, Vanessa. "What do you want?" she asked as she leaned against the car and folded her arms over her chest. Luke shrugged. "I'm here to say hi, but also, I wonder if you can help me out." Vanessa asked, "How?" Luke said, "I need a car. It can't be too slow. It would be even better if it's a little sturdier and can drive cross-country." Vanessa sneered. "It sounds like you want a pickup. How can you get that here?" Luke said with a smile, "But there will be people with that sort of vehicle, right?" Vanessa said, "Why would I help you?" Tilting his head, Luke thought for a moment. "For money." Vanessa's heart dripped blood when she remembered the carload of cash. "Need I remind you how much money you took from me?" Luke chuckled. "That's all in the past. Do you not want to make some money now?" Vanessa snorted. "You are just a minor officer. How much can you possibly cough up? You can't even afford my car." Luke fished out something from his knapsack and then casually tossed her something black. "Get me a car in 30 minutes, this is your commission." Vanessa subconsciously caught the plastic bag, and with one squeeze, she knew it was cash inside. Quickly hiding the bag between her and the car, she examined its content before she threw the bag into the trunk and closed it. 10 minutes, but it won't be cheap, she said simply. Luke made an okay gesture. Several minutes later, she waved at him from a distance. Luke walked over. A short man was standing next to Vanessa. Seeing Luke, he said bluntly, "You want a car? Something very sturdy and strong?" Luke felt that this description met his requirements, and he nodded decisively. The short man said, 200,000. No bargaining. If you want it, I'll take you to the car. Luke said, okay, but you might as well drive the car here. I'm in a hurry. In any case, if there was something wrong with the car, he would demand his $200,000 back from the guy. He liked guys who followed the rules, he liked those who broke them even more. The short man didn't say anything else, and quickly drove off. Vanessa listened to their conversation in silence. It wasn't until the short man left that she finally said, "I didn't expect you to be corrupted too." Luke was amused. Can one only become rich through corruption? I rely on my capabilities to make money, and I pay my taxes to the IRS. Why can't I use it? Vanessa scoffed. Then why are you working as a cop? Wait, are you no longer a cop? She suddenly recalled that with his capabilities, this man really could make a lot of money if he wanted to. For example, there had been more than $10 million in cash in her car back then. During their bank robbery in New York, if this small-time officer wanted to, he could have snapped up 100 years' worth of his salary and retired immediately after. Luke shook his head with a smile. No. I like being a cop. Work makes me happy. Vanessa snorted. You're not afraid I'll expose you? Luke spread his hands. What's there to expose? That I'm an American officer. I don't work for the FBI. I'm just a tourist in Rio. Are Brazilians so unfriendly to tourists nowadays? Vanessa was rendered speechless. His logic was flawless. There was no way LA police would come here to arrest people, they were worlds apart. The short man returned as they were chatting, towing a big black behemoth behind his convertible. Luke's jaw almost hit the ground when he saw it. In his convertible, the short man looked at Luke and said, "Don't tell me that you're not going to pay up." Smacking his lips, Luke said, "Let me ask you first, you didn't steal this car, did you? I don't want to be hunted down by Brazilian police the moment I drive it out." The short man burst out laughing. "Bro, you're overthinking it. This is just a Hummer that we personally modified. The real vehicles that carry out missions in the slums are all military armored trucks. This is common goods in comparison." Luke observed the car more carefully and did find traces that it had been modified. It also didn't have the police logo on it, even if it did look like some Brazilian armored police vehicle. This modified Hummer wouldn't be able to withstand an RPG attack. When it entered those small alleyways, it would blow up in a fireball. In Brazil, it was usually the army who deployed armored vehicles. As if going to war, they would drive the real military armored vehicles into the city and fight the drug dealers. Unfortunately, once the dust settled, the drug dealers were still alive and kicking. Luke rummaged around in his knapsack again and took out another black bag. He threw it to the short man in the convertible and said, "Don't tell anyone you sold me a car, or you know what'll happen." The short man scoffed. "You don't need to tell me that." Chuckling, Luke got into the driver's seat of the Hummer, closed the door, and waved at Vanessa. "Thanks. Next time I need a car, I'll ask you for a recommendation again." The short man couldn't help but interject, "Hey, can't you come straight to me? I have a lot more cars." Vanessa looked at him in disdain but didn't say anything. This shorty was a tycoon in the black market car trade. He definitely wasn't bragging. Luke, however, shook his head regretfully. "Sorry, I'm not into men, so I don't want you to earn the commission." He then hit the gas pedal and drove the Hummer away with a deafening noise. Stunned for a moment, the short man then raised both his middle fingers at the Hummer. "I'm not into men, either." After he was done cursing, he turned around and looked at Vanessa, before he heaved a sigh. "Fine. If I were him, I would prefer to make a deal with you, too." "Give me my share and get lost," said Vanessa coldly. The short man snorted and quickly examined the cash inside the black plastic bag. He wrapped up 2 wads of cash in a newspaper and tossed it to her. "Okay. Recommend me to this spendthrift the next time he needs a car. Look, I'm very trustworthy. I said I would give you 10%. Vanessa took the cash and left without another word. Speechless for a moment, the short man then grumbled angrily, "So what if you have money? You think being rich is everything?" Fine, being rich really is everything." Luke drove along the road. He filled up the gas tank at a gas station on the way. He also bought some water, food and juice at a nearby supermarket. 10 minutes later, he resumed his journey and drove over the sea bridge to Niteroi. As he drove, he recalled the intelligence he had obtained from Pedro. He had to admit that Pedro, this small boss, was pretty cunning. The sites he had told Luke about weren't where Kristoff would be, but Hernan Reyes's major nests. If Luke broke into those locations recklessly, he would probably face a barrage of hundreds of guns. Unfortunately for Pedro, Luke interrogated his 2 bodyguards separately. They followed Pedro every day, and thus knew a lot of things. After cross-checking all 3 confessions, Pedro's plan to get Luke killed by Hernan went up in smoke. Of course, dead Pedro didn't know that Luke would have gone after Hernan sooner or later anyway. In Luke's eyes, this big shot was a big gift bag of experience points floating around on the map of Rio. Kristoff, on the other hand, had gone abroad a few days earlier, and the bodyguards didn't know for sure if he was in America or any of the other South American countries. But Luke now had the whereabouts of Lisa Fong, his main objective. It was precisely Pedro and those 2 bodyguards who had caught Lisa Fong. They had escorted the female DEA agent to the Itauca Mountains to the northeast of Niteroi. The bodyguards couldn't tell him the exact location. They didn't go to that mountain stronghold often. They didn't even remember how far they drove to get there. Since it was located in the mountains, there were no buildings or streets that could be used as landmarks. Luke wasn't too worried. After he entered the mountains, he could send out a drone to check for locations where people were gathered. It wouldn't be hard for him to locate this secret stronghold. The only thing that he wasn't sure of was how long it would take for him to find the place. He hoped it wouldn't be too long. He still needed to go claim the experience gift bag that was Hernan Reyes back in Rio. Under the cover of night, Luke drove over the sea bridge and followed the highway along the sea northeast. At 2 in the morning, he pulled over and slept for 2 hours. The advantage of this modified Hummer was that the iron plates on it could withstand regular rifle bullets. Lying inside the car, Luke didn't have to worry about someone shooting him. At 4 in the morning, Luke got up after a good rest. He stretched comfortably and freshened up. After eating breakfast on the grass outside, he patted his belly in satisfaction before he set off again. He sent the drone out again. It moved ahead of the car at a fixed distance. Luke had searched the entire way as he drove last night, but didn't find the mountain stronghold. He had been busy the whole of yesterday, and had needed some rest to recharge. Now, he was full of vigor and his stomach was full. He couldn't wait to get to work. The drone spotted something twice, but they turned out to be the mountain villas of some tycoons. After 2 false alarms, it sent a 3rd notification an hour later. The moment he saw it, Luke felt that this was the place. It was a wooden building next to a river and which was surrounded by barbed wire. There were also sentry towers and armed guards, just like the bodyguard's description. This place looked more like a prison than a holiday home of the rich. Luke hid the Hummer among the trees off the road. He then began to use the tablet to operate the drone for reconnaissance. He had a visual on 5 guards in the mountain stronghold. These were just the guards who were on night duty. Logically speaking, there couldn't be fewer than 15 guards here in order to arrange a patrol shift. Brazil was never short of people who would risk their lives for money, so there were probably more guards, anywhere from between 20 to 25. As the drone hovered in the air, it suddenly sent back another image. Luke looked at it, only to discover that the image was of a camp 2 kilometers away. Compared with the stronghold here, this looked more like a military camp, with more people on patrol and buildings that looked like barracks. There were more than 100 people in this camp. Also, a road directly connected the camp to the stronghold. Luke rubbed his chin. Why did it look like a personal military camp of Kristoff's? Suddenly, the drone sent out an alarm. Blank for a moment, Luke then quickly had the drone descend, and adjusted the camera so that it faced the sky. A moment later, a small drone that looked like a model plane flew across the sky. Luke scratched his head. So, he wasn't the only person doing reconnaissance here. He thought for a moment, then sent out another drone from his inventory. Instead of approaching the stronghold, this drone hovered high above his car to examine the stronghold's surroundings. It wasn't long before Luke picked up an abnormality. A team of 6 was lurking in the dim forest 100 meters away from the stronghold. The distinctive combat equipment on them was clearly in an American style, and their night vision goggles were just as fancy. What American style? To summarize in one word, expensive. Looking at how they were lying in wait in strategic locations throughout the forest, this was probably a standard military troop. Thoughts flew through Luke's head. Were these guys, who looked like typical American soldiers, here to mount a rescue or to deal with the military camp on the other side? Suddenly, he heard a muffled scream through his earpiece. It sounded like a woman. He frowned. That scream had come from the wooden building and had been captured by the drone which he had hurriedly landed on the roof earlier. Looking at the small squad who seemed a little restless, Luke immediately decided to take action. Whatever the squad was here for, once they started moving, they would hinder his rescue operation. If they charged into this small stronghold, and rescued Lisa Fong in passing, Luke wouldn't be able to help Dustin return the favor. Also, if the thugs in the neighboring military camp were alerted, an intense battle might break out, and it would be troublesome if Lisa Fong got hurt. Thus, Luke decided to take action. He put on a mask, the special bulletproof helmet he made, and the double-layered bulletproof vest too. With this equipment on, he could ensure his own safety even if that squad was hostile. After he was done with preparations, he quickly got out of the car and headed stealthily for the stronghold. Not far away, 2 of the soldiers were communicating in extremely low voices. "Captain, should we take action?" The other person was silent for a moment before he said. "Understood. Prepare to move. Whip is on the way and will arrive in 15 minutes. Big Crow is also in the air. Sergeant, maintain contact with the stronghold." Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed in a low voice, "Captain, unidentified intruder spotted." As the sniper, he was observing the guards in the stronghold, when he noticed something unusual. Both soldiers were stunned for a moment. Then, they followed the direction pointed out by the sniper, and saw a person sneaking into the stronghold. "He's not with us," the captain immediately confirmed. "His equipment isn't right. Also, he's unarmed." Looking at the person through his night vision gear, the sergeant frowned. "That's right. Judging from his equipment, he's not one of Kristoff's men. Captain, he's already infiltrated the target camp and is approaching the building." "What do I do?" asked the sniper. The captain said without hesitation, "Get ready to step in at any moment." The sergeant sighed. "This guy's really good. He actually entered the building without sounding the alarm. Where's he from? Is he one of ours?" The captain was also observing the situation with night vision. He said, "Maybe not. His operation style isn't quite the same, but he definitely had training." The sniper reported, "He's out. He's carrying a woman. It's likely she's wounded." The captain hesitated for a moment, before he said in a low voice, "Prepare to engage. If he's discovered, open fire and help him intercept his pursuers." At that moment, with the woman he just rescued on his back, Luke sighed with relief. He had found the right place. After entering the building, he tracked the scent of blood and found a bearded fatty who was torturing a woman with a drill. Without any hesitation, he had stepped forward and grabbed the fatty by the neck, and took a look at the woman's face in passing. Though her face was half swollen, Luke was able to confirm her identity with that one glance. Her scent was exactly as he had confirmed in Los Angeles. He had detected it in Rocinha as well. Confirming her identity, Luke grabbed the electric drill that was in the fatty's hand, shoved it into the man's mouth, and turned it on. Stepping on the dead fatty, he explained to Lisa Fong that he had been sent by the DEA as he quickly freed her impaled hands from the table. Christoph was a classic drug dealer who interrogated his enemies brutally. Lisa Feng's hands were basically ruined. She could barely hold a fork anymore. But it was better to get out of here alive than to be tortured to death. Sighing for her, he simply wrapped her hands in bandages and tied her to his back with a belt. Then, picking up a pistol from the dead fatty on the floor, he snuck out of the building and glanced in the direction of the squad of soldiers who were looking at him. Luke didn't stop as he headed straight for the back gate. "Excuse me, but you're not going to steal the credit for this," Luke murmured to himself as he passed the building. "He's going to make it," said the sniper in a low voice. Everyone else held their breaths as well. Luke had already reached the edge of the building and was no more than 10 meters from the back gate. In no rush at all, he walked softly through the fallen branches and leaves. Suddenly, a door opened on one side behind him, and a man stood there, yawning. "Enemy at the back gate," said the sniper quickly. "Shoot him." The captain gave a simple instruction. He had been observing Luke's surroundings too. This thug suddenly appeared behind Luke and would soon notice Luke, who was moving forward. The sniper almost instantaneously pulled the trigger. After a very soft gunshot, the thug gave a loud scream. "Damn it!" the captain cursed. "Unlucky." Luke secretly sighed to himself. If the American soldiers had been slower, he would have pretended to inadvertently turn around, then knock out the thug, who had come out to take a piss, with his gun. But that was Murphy's Law. Almost the moment the sniper pulled the trigger, the thug had yawned hugely, and naturally tilted his head back. As a result, the bullet aimed at his head just brushed past it, leaving a line of blood on the thug's forehead. The thug immediately yelled at the pain. Without looking back, Luke shot the screaming thug. It was pointless to hide any longer, but he wasn't actually scared of the thugs in this stronghold. He reached the back gate in a few steps, just as a thug came running over with a gun. Before he could do more than move his lips the moment he saw Luke, his head blew up. Luke was lost for words. "You're stealing my experience and credit points." That was the sniper's doing. But the sniper was clearly helping him, so what could he say? Speeding up, Luke quickly slipped out of the stronghold. He kept his speed within normal range in case the soldiers noticed anything abnormal, and soon vanished into the forest. The thugs were already shouting in the stronghold behind him, and some had already come running out. Gunfire suddenly rang out as the squad of soldiers engaged the thugs. Luke muttered to himself, "Aren't you running?" The captain, however, swiftly gave an order. "Buy that guy a few minutes. Don't let them surround him." By the time Luke put Lisa Fong in his Hummer, the gunfight in the stronghold behind him had become very fierce. He scratched his head. "What are you doing? There's a big camp of 100 people on the other side." Heaving a sigh, he retrieved an AK as well as 2 clips that he had gotten off Pedro. "These should be enough." He then got into the car and stepped on the pedal, and the Hummer roared toward the stronghold. After driving 100 meters, he honked and attracted the attention of the soldiers who were fighting and retreating. "It's that unknown. Why is he still here?" asked the sergeant. The captain frowned. He fired his rifle at the thugs as he said, "He's here to pick us up. *T. The sergeant cursed, feeling that this stranger was here to hold them back. With their squad's combat ability, there was no way that the thugs could catch up with them once they retreated. As he thought this, a series of headlights appeared in the near distance as cars came over on small roads from multiple directions to surround them. The sergeant said, F***CK. The guys from the camp are here. Get in the car, the captain ordered curtly. Everybody remained silent, but moved more quickly. Currently, their target had already been rescued by the person in the Hummer, and if they didn't want their mission to fail, the best they could do was get this guy away. The 6 people covered each other as they retreated to the Hummer next to the road. When they approached the Hummer, Luke waved at them. "Get in. I'll take you out of here." The captain simply opened the car and got in. "Quick, retreat." He didn't think it was necessary to waste more time here, not when there were already several cars coming over to surround them. All the 6 soldiers quickly got in. They were all relieved to see Lisa Fong lying in the back seat with her hands already tended to. The target was still alive, so the driver of this car had been here to save her too. It was unlikely that he was an enemy. Luke said casually, "Sit wherever you want. Someone can shoot from the sunroof, but I suggest you stay inside the car, since it can withstand bullets." As he spoke, the Hummer swiftly swung around. In the passenger seat, the captain, who had been aiming at the thugs chasing them, felt his head spin as the enemy vanished from his view. He couldn't help but yell, "I'm F***king aiming." Bang! 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 He was interrupted by gunshots. After turning the car around, the side of the Hummer was facing their pursuers. The moment the Hummer swung around, the first car was within Luke's line of fire, and he stuck the AK out his car window and let loose ferociously. The windshields of the 2 pickups that had just emerged on the trail were instantly riddled with bullet holes, and blood splattered everywhere inside the cars as they crashed into the trees. Luke put the AK back and sped up, before he turned around and looked at the captain. "What did you just say?" "That was a real cheat." The car was silent for a moment as everyone looked at the man in the helmet, but the captain suddenly said, "Don't take the main road. They have a stronghold at the mountain pass, and the people here will have told them to block the main road." Luke didn't consider it a big deal. "Then we'll just get off at the mountain pass. We'll be able to cross once we kill everyone blocking the road, right?" He secretly added in his heart. After a moment of silence, the captain said, "Take a left turn to the river. We have a plan B." Luke raised an eyebrow and turned the wheel so that the Hummer got onto a small road on the side. It instantly became a bumpy ride. As the captain continued to guide Luke, he grew increasingly amazed. He had already thought it was nuts when Luke instantly killed 2 cars of people with an AK in one hand. But sitting in the Hummer, he realized that this person was as good at driving as he was at shooting. On this rugged, complicated trail, one could accidentally fall into a pit or hit a tree or rock in the slightest moment of carelessness. But the Hummer was able to narrowly escape all these dangers. The sniper, who was scouting out their surroundings from the sunroof, suddenly said, "They're closing in." The captain knew it was inevitable. Since it was impossible to take the main road, they could only take the escape route which they had arranged beforehand, the river. But to get to the river, they had to get past the enemy chasing them. "Get ready," he shouted. All the soldiers stuck their guns out the sunroof and the windows. In the next moment, 2 pickups appeared not far away on the road. Bang! 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 The soldiers were much better trained than the thugs. They attacked the moment they encountered the enemy. Luke only fired his AK twice before he stopped. Blood exploded from the drivers of the 2 pickups as Luke shot them dead. The other thugs on the 2 pickups panicked as the vehicles swerved off the road, and the Hummer swept past them like the wind. Bang! 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 The soldiers fired relentlessly, and blood sprayed on the pickups once again. The captain had just sighed in relief, when another pickup suddenly appeared in front of them. The thug standing on the back of the pickup had something propped up on his shoulder, and the captain's expression changed as he bellowed "RPG," and subconsciously crouched down in his seat. All the soldiers in the car more or less did the same. Face to face with an RPG on such a narrow road, they could only pray that this modified Hummer was sturdy enough. It was impossible for them to send the enemy flying. The 2 cars faced each other at a distance of just 10 to 20 meters and would meet head-on in 2 seconds. Luke curled his lip and stuck the AK in his left hand out the window. Thanks to how fast the car was moving on the bumpy road, he couldn't control his shooting, so he just emptied his clip in one go. Bang! 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 The thug who was holding the RPG was shot in the thigh. He instantly bent forward in pain, but in his agony, he pulled the trigger. Swoosh! Just like that, the RPG warhead hit the back of the unfortunate driver through the window and blew up his head, before it smashed into the pickup's dashboard. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the pickup stopped as its rear end flipped up. Luke had already turned the car onto the trail on the side, and he drove past the pickup. He threw the AK to the passenger seat along with a clip. If you're free, reload the gun for me. Stunned for a moment, the captain then grabbed both items and reloaded. Turning his head and looking at the remains of the pickup outside the window, he said, "This." Luke said, "He's a crap shooter. He shot the RPG into his own car. Are you F***king kidding me? Such sh**t technique and you still dare play with an RPG? Fine." It wasn't like the captain hadn't seen someone kill themselves before like this. Most RPG users in the world were actually far, far worse than a regular person could imagine. Some turned their partners behind them into roast chicken, and some even held the RPG the wrong way round when they launched it. To run into someone getting himself killed here wasn't odd at all. After getting rid of these two hurdles, the soldiers let out huge breaths of relief. Now that they had broken through the enemy's line of defense, they only had to be wary of attacks from the sides and behind them. The captain said into the walkie-talkie, "Whip, how much longer do you need? We have a lot of hostiles on our tail." Someone replied through the walkie-talkie, "We'll reach the rendezvous in 5 minutes. Get ready." The captain, "Copy that." Which meant that they had to hold on for 5 minutes. A moment later, Luke stopped the car near the river. "This is the place." The captain said, "You should move your car to the side so that it doesn't block the line of fire." Luke drove the car 20 meters to the side behind a large tree before he jumped out. "This isn't a bad spot. If your boat doesn't come, forget it, pretend I didn't say anything." Quickly arranging a defensive perimeter, the captain turned around and asked Luke, "Who are you?" Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. "An American. I was entrusted by the DEA to look for their missing agent, Lisa Fong." The captain frowned. "That's all?" Luke shrugged. "That's all. Don't forget to take her with you when you retreat later." The captain nodded. Then he grew suspicious. "What about you?" Luke pointed at the Hummer not far away. "I paid $200,000 for this new car. Would you just leave it here if you were me?" Lost for words for a moment, the captain said, "It would be hard, but I would throw it away. As long as I'm still alive, I can make another 200,000. Luke chuckled. "I'm choosing to keep it and my life. If I hadn't run into you, I would be off the mountain by now." The captain was speechless. "Are you saying you'll be carried off the mountain after your body's turned into Swiss cheese?" As they spoke, they were surrounded by thugs again. Holding his AK, Luke started shooting before the soldiers did. After a burst of gunfire, the cars in front all instantly slowed down. The drivers of the 3 cars had been killed. A lot more thugs in the cars were dead as well, and the enemy instantly lost their momentum. Discarding the empty clip and reloading with the last one, Luke pulled the bolt handle and smiled. "See? It won't be hard if I want to get out." The captain was rendered speechless. Clearly, there was no need for a person who could fire an AK consecutively with such precision to be scared of some small fry. After Luke's barrage, the thugs fell quiet for a moment before they switched tactics. They stopped their cars and scattered before they slowly pressed forward. With his keen hearing, Luke realized that the thugs had reinforcements coming. It was close to 100 men. The sniper fired and killed a thug every now and then, so they didn't dare move too fast. These thugs clearly didn't have much guts. The fastest and bravest of them were basically all lying on the ground, their bodies still warm. The thugs could only surround Luke and the soldiers with their overwhelming advantage in numbers. My new car. Luke suddenly cursed and shot twice at a thug. That idiot had been about to launch an RPG at Luke's new Hummer. He certainly couldn't allow that. He turned to the side and asked again, "Where's your evac?" "They're practically right in front of us now." The captain fired a string of shots before he abruptly crouched down in a hollow. The incoming bullets instantly kicked up the soil around the edges of the hollow, covering the captain in dust. He shouted, "Whip! Hurry up! We can't hold on for much longer." As he yelled, Luke's ears pricked up. Amidst the gunfire and screams, he heard the sound of motorboats. Several seconds later, two SOCRs swung around a bend in the river and charged forward. Luke couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The moment the boats rushed forward, it was as if he could hear the whirring of the Gatling guns at the front of the boats. In the next moment, the Gatling's barrels turned at high speed and their muzzles sparked as a dense spray of bullets instantly covered the trees on the riverbank. 2 seconds later, the heavy sound of M240 machine guns joined the battle. On the 2 special combat boats, the 2 Gatlings and 3 twin M240 machine guns unleashed dazzling firepower. The thugs who had been like hungry wolves just a moment ago immediately plunged into a hell of blood and fire. The gunfire was deafening as countless bullets were shot at them ferociously, and mixed into it was tracer ammunition that created numerous lines of fire amidst the trees like a storm. In the forest, tree branches and bark were sent flying. So were the bodies of the thugs. Those whose reactions were a little slower, or who didn't have suitable cover nearby, were directly shredded to pieces by the storm of metal. Once they started firing, the 2 special combat boats showed no signs of stopping. One of the boats slowly approached the bank which Luke and the others were on. The gunfire from the stern stopped for a moment so that they could get on the boat. The other boat circled round and didn't stop firing at all, not giving the thugs any chance to catch their breaths. Where Luke and the others had been on the riverbank earlier was a spot which protruded slightly out onto the river. That was why he had said that it wasn't a bad spot. If the special combat boats didn't show up, he and the soldiers would have been easily surrounded by the thugs. But now that the thugs had swarmed the area, they died even quicker. Firepower plowed through the trees again and again, as if the shooters on the 2 special combat boats were doing a clean sweep. In less than 20 seconds, not a single thug was left standing in the forest. They had either been killed or were sticking low to the ground to avoid death. Watching the captain and his team settle Lisa Fong on the boat, Luke said to them, "I'm leaving. Good luck to you." The captain turned around and shouted, "You're really going to head down the mountain on your own?" Luke got in the Hummer with a smile. He closed the door and started the car, before he gave the captain a thumbs up. Then, the Hummer quickly turned around and drove down along the riverbank. 2 thugs had just crawled out of the trees. They barely caught their breaths, when they saw a car fly past them. Bang! Bang! Luke pulled back his left hand and put his pistol back into the holster. On the other side, looking at the still bodies of the thugs on the ground, and the Hummer vanishing quickly into the forest, the captain rubbed his mouth and didn't know what to say. This person didn't feel right. He had very professional skills, but he was very laid back. It's just killing people, do you really have to show off? The captain mumbled to himself, before he patted his teammate in front of him. Alright, let's go back. The special combat boats which had picked up the squad turned around unhurriedly and headed off in the direction that they had come. Even then, the machine guns on the 2 special combat motorboats were still unleashing firepower like crazy. Boom! A truck which the thugs had driven here finally blew up as it was suddenly sent flying in a small mushroom cloud. Just like that, the 2 motorboats swept through this uninhabited area and took their teammates away, leaving behind a forest filled with bullets, bodies, burning cars, and trembling thugs. Looking at this scene in the rearview mirror, Luke couldn't help but nod. Very good. It was very American and Hollywood. Oppressing the enemy with overwhelming firepower before the soldiers showed up to clean up the mess was the battle approach most commonly adopted by the American Army. Luke took a detour in the Hummer and recalled the drone that had landed on the roof of the building earlier, before he drove straight off the mountain. He didn't think anybody would be in the mood to block the road after this. Half of the 100 men in Kristoff's base were dead. Furthermore, the soldiers had left by boat, so it was unlikely that the thugs would continue blocking the road. When Luke was thinking this, a pickup suddenly appeared up ahead. The handful of men on the pickup were all holding rifles. After the two vehicles passed each other, the pickup suddenly turned around to chase Luke. The rifles on the pickup opened fire. Luke could hear the bullets clink against his car. He rolled his eyes. Lunatics. He drew out his gun from the holster on his thigh, stuck it out the window, and turned his wrist. Bang! 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 After a few screams, the shooters on the pickup all fell, and 2 holes appeared in the windshield in front of the driver. Bam! Boom! There was a muffled crash behind Luke's car, and he put his gun back and heaved a sigh. Isn't it good to just live honestly? System, rescue Lisa Morales, DEA agent. Completed. Total experience, 100. Total credit, 100. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 70. Credit plus 70. System, eliminate the secret camp of Kristoff's gang. Completed. Total experience, 3,000. Total credit, 3,000. Contribution rate, 30%. EXP plus 900. Credit plus 900. The reward wasn't bad. Most of the reward must have gone to the 2 special combat motorboats for destroying the secret camp. After all, there had been almost 10 machine guns on the 2 boats, and they had fired hundreds more bullets than Luke had. It was fair to say that they were the greater contributors. But who knew if this could be considered returning the favor on Dustin's behalf? Thinking that, Luke called Dustin. Boss, I took care of it. But I ran into some SEALs when I rescued her, so I handed her over to them. They'll take her back. Dustin was stunned. Already? It had only been 2 days. Luke chuckled. That's right. But the SEALs did help. Can this count as returning the favor? Dustin asked, how exactly did you save her? Luke thought for a moment. I broke in and rescued her on my own. As I was retreating, the criminals were alerted, and the SEALs happened to be there, and covered me. Pondering for a moment, Dustin said, then that's not a big problem. So be it. Luke asked, wait, boss, my vacation isn't over yet, right? Dustin choked and was unable to come up with a reply until a long time later. You can come back in 2 weeks as long as Selena is okay with it. What could he say? Luke couldn't even be reimbursed for his travel expenses for this Brazil trip. Plus, he also had to pay out of his pocket while he was there. He was definitely free to spend a few more days in Brazil. Hanging up with a smile, Luke murmured, Selena is definitely okay with me. But after thinking for a moment, he called her. Hello, dear, it's 7 in the morning in New York. Time to get up and pee. Get lost. Selena's furious voice burst out over the line. Reminding Selena that she should develop healthy living habits and informing her that he would be in Rio for 2 weeks, Luke whistled as he crossed the sea bridge again. Looking at the beautiful city on the other side of the bridge, he chuckled. I will never forget Rio. He hit the gas pedal and sped toward the city. Rio was just as charming in the morning. It was another sunny day, and May was one of the coolest months of the year in Rio, which was in the southern hemisphere, a minimum temperature of no more than 20 degrees Celsius once in a while counted as cool. Driving past the beach, Luke looked at the bikini-clad girls who had come out early in the morning and chuckled. He found a place to park his car and went to the beach as well. He had completed his most important mission of returning the favor, and had the rest of the time to himself. There was no need for him to rush. After all, the experience bundle wasn't going anywhere. Thinking that, he went to a seaside restaurant and ordered a delicious breakfast. Leisurely finishing breakfast, he checked his watch and looked at the growing crowd of girls on the beach, before he turned around and left. He roamed around the city in the Hummer and checked out the outside of a certain small and unremarkable building, an office building, and a villa in a rich neighborhood. These were the locations of Christoph's hideouts which Luke had forced out of Pedro. Christoph was more of a broker. He was mostly in the business of transactions and wasn't obsessed with expanding his territory. He did business in Rio because of the special environment here. There was a limit to the disorder here and it wasn't entirely lawless. It was a very suitable place for someone as dirty as him to operate freely and groom subordinates. But this city was the turf of other big shots, like Hernan Reyes, who was one of the biggest bosses in Rio. Thus, all these locations were basically under Hernan Reyes's control. Luke spent the next 2 days very leisurely. Every time he went out for food or to shop, he would send out his drones to gather intelligence. From the movements of those people from the stronghold, he found even more of their associates. It was like pulling out sweet potatoes from the soil, pulling one out got him a string of bonuses. Luke couldn't be any happier during those 2 days. While he typed out all sorts of backup information on his laptop, he subconsciously murmured, 20, 20, 50, 20, 100, 200, 50. Generally speaking, the system would give 20 experience and credit points for a goon, 30 to 50 for a minor leader, and 1 to 300 for the more vicious ones or the mid to top-level gang leaders. It was a pattern that Luke had figured out after a long time. Of course his estimates weren't accurate, but he had fun doing it. The numbers he mumbled were actually the minimum he could get. As he mumbled to himself and took notes, Luke was full of enthusiasm for his next few days in Rio. Just like that, it was day 5 since he arrived in Rio. Last night and the night before, he had destroyed 2 warehouses of illegal drugs. He didn't kill a lot of people, but had disposed of quite a huge load of goods. The reward of over 2,000 experience and credit points put him in a very good mood as he burned up the drugs. Suddenly, his face changed as he looked at the surveillance image sent through by the drone. On screen, a race car was being tailed by 3 other cars in a high-speed chase. A car chase wasn't strange. The important thing was that the car being chased belonged to Vanessa. Luke had keyed her car into his database after meeting Vanessa the other night. Watching the 3 cars chase Vanessa on the screen, Luke chuckled. Interesting. He then turned the wheel and drove in her direction. Vanessa was feeling quite vexed. Her luck hadn't been great in the last few months. After leaving New York, she had traveled through several other American cities, hoping to find more opportunities to make money. But as time went on, her partners had to leave one by one for various reasons, so they could only disband. She tried to operate on her own, but always failed at the last moment. Helpless, she found an opportunity to go to Mexico from America, before she returned to Rio. Now, she could only make some money by participating in underground car races. Though her life was better than most in Brazil, it was nowhere close to her life before. A few days earlier, an old acquaintance she met when she snuck across the border from Mexico sent her a job offer. Since life hadn't been great for her lately, she hadn't thought twice about accepting the offer. It wasn't until later that she learned that it was a big job worth $100 million. The price was that she would be going toe-to-toe with the biggest big shot in the city, Hernan Reyes. However, money was infinitely powerful. She couldn't quit after hearing that the reward was $100 million, so she joined the team in the end. Since Vanessa was a local and hung around the underground car market, she was entrusted with the task of reconnaissance. There was no telling what went wrong, but she got the attention of a bunch of FBI agents right after she left home. Cursing inwardly, Vanessa quickly turned around a street corner. She couldn't help but yell when she saw what was up ahead. "Are you serious? Damn it!" In front of her was a street that was completely jammed due to a car accident. She couldn't get through at all. As for the road behind her, the 3 FBI cars were right next to each other, leaving no space for her to pass through. Gritting her teeth, she got out and ran into a nearby alley. The truth was that she was much a better driver than she was a runner. She was even still wearing high heels at that moment, which affected her speed even more. She heard the faint sound of the cars screeching to a stop behind her. The FBI agents had arrived, but she had only run 10 meters into the alley. At that moment, she realized that the alley was a dead end. Had her luck just gotten worse? She was seized with desperation. "Hi, Miss Vanessa. We meet again. Are you out for a morning jog?" A voice rang out from high above on the side. Stunned, Vanessa turned around and looked. She saw a person sticking his head out over the top of the wall and smiling at her. It was none other than Luke. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Luke, however, glanced behind her. "It seems someone is looking for you. Are you sure you don't want to hide?" Vanessa turned around. She didn't see anyone, but she could hear many footsteps quickly drawing closer. She glared at Luke. "Where can I hide?" Luke asked, "Do you need my help?" Vanessa gnashed her teeth. Yes. She had been tricked by Luke before back in New York. She knew that the officer was cunning, but he did cut her loose once. Also, the char siu had been quite tasty. Luke chuckled. "As you wish, beautiful lady." He then stretched out his hand, and Vanessa grabbed it. Then, she felt like she was flying. Several seconds later, 3 FBI agents in tactical vests charged in. The brawny Baldy in the lead was surprised. "Where is she?" His 2 colleagues split up and checked the location before they both shook their heads. "This is a dead end." The brawny Baldy scratched his head. "What the heck? Can this woman fly?" As he asked that question, Vanessa didn't feel like she was flying at all. The only thought in her mind was that she had to take a shower once she got home. Clinging tightly to Luke with all 4 limbs, she felt them brush through narrow gaps between buildings, and in less than 10 seconds, they were out on the roadside. Luke stopped and asked, "All right, Miss Vanessa, do you want to go get your racing car?" Vanessa got off from his back and patted her hair to ensure that there weren't any spider webs in it. She then said, "There's no point, they'll definitely track it down." Luke smiled. "Do you need a ride?" Vanessa paused and stared at him for a few seconds before she nodded. "Okay." A moment later, Vanessa asked casually from the passenger seat, "What happened to this car? Did you rob someone?" Luke shrugged. "I rescued someone." Vanessa was stunned, not expecting him to reply so frankly. "Your friend?" Luke said, "A personal assignment." Speechless for a moment, Vanessa shook her head in amusement. "I should have seen that coming. You aren't a regular cop." Luke wasn't too bothered. "If I were a regular cop, you would have already been thrown in jail, wouldn't you?" Vanessa was lost for words. "Were you following me?" she suddenly asked. Luke chuckled. "No, I wasn't." Vanessa wasn't convinced at all. It was too big a coincidence for them to accidentally run into each other twice in a row in a metropolis with millions of residents. Noticing her suspicion, Luke shrugged. "I was following Hernan Reyes." Vanessa was surprised. "What?" Luke said, "To put it simply, he and I are connected because of a certain incident, so I'm investigating him in passing." "And?" Vanessa subconsciously asked. Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. Vanessa immediately got it. Whether or not there was an "and" was a secret, just like how it was also a secret why she and her new partners were going after Hernan. Dropping the subject, Luke asked something else. How have you been in the last few months? Are you happy? Vanessa's face turned dark. Why would this guy bring up such a depressing topic? Looking at her face, Luke nodded, deep in thought. It seems that it hasn't been easy. Vanessa snorted and glared at him with her charming electric eyes once again. Luke pulled over with a smile. We're here. Vanessa was about to open the door, when Luke said, wait a moment. Why don't we play some cards? She looked at the poker cards in Luke's hand in astonishment. Excuse me? Did you really just say that? Luke took off his sunglasses and smiled brilliantly at her. I'm a fortune teller. Let's play 2 blackjack games, and I'll know if you'll be lucky later. Looking at Luke's cold blue eyes, Vanessa seemed to go into a trance, and somehow forgot her initial plan to refuse him. 5 minutes later, a confused Vanessa got out of the car. She watched Luke wave at her and drive off, and for some reason felt like laughing. Why did he play a card game with her before leaving? He even claimed that the game could change her life. That would be more convincing if he had used tarot cards. He also said that he could tell what her luck was going to be like based on the number of times she won or lost. That was even more unbelievable. Yet when she was faced with all this utter nonsense, she actually listened to him with keen interest, as if she was bewitched. She must be crazy. But maybe this game really did help, as Vanessa's mood was a lot better as she walked into an alley, whistling a tune. Luke, who had just lost 2 consecutive rounds, watched Vanessa leave before he shook his head with a smile. Your luck only went back to normal after you ran into me. He looked at Vanessa's abilities that were now dim in the list, but didn't feel any regret. Vanessa's abilities had been there long enough for him to learn them. Right now, elementary driving was on the list of his own abilities and wasn't tagged, which meant that the ability belonged to him. The whole point of super learning mode was to learn, after all, not to simply copy abilities. He had also let Vanessa go for a simple reason. First of all, the system didn't deem her as someone who had to be killed. Secondly, she had provided Luke with an elementary ability. Lastly, and most importantly, she had a pretty face. Any ordinary man would be partial to a pretty face. Luke also had elementary driving which he acquired from Belle, the cab queen in New York, and he watched Vanessa take a circuitous route in the drone image before she entered an abandoned factory. After days of investigation, he learned that Hernan Reyes was very powerful and his influence stretched into all aspects of Rio. On the surface, Hernan was a big businessman who did a lot of charity work. He built drinking water systems for the slums, donated money to schools, and established many hospitals. But in private, this big boss was involved in all the underground businesses. He wasn't interested in anything else. If Luke could take him down, Daddy's system would have to give him 1,000 experience and credit points, right? Mulling over this thought, Luke drew a cross next to Hernan's name. But what were Vanessa and her team up to? It couldn't be money. Led by the baldy and the handsome young man, the rest of the team had watched millions in cash burn to ash in front of their eyes the night before. That was right, Vanessa was one of the robbers in black masks who had attacked Hernan's storehouse last night. Maybe it was because she was too distinctive, so she never took off her mask. She had even been wearing men's clothes. Maybe a personal grudge was the only thing that couldn't be resolved with money. Then, did they all have history with Hernan? Driving the car into an alley, Luke quickly approached the factory. The factory was old and spacious, and had been specially cleaned up. There was a couch and a bed in one corner, and cars and car parts in another corner, which was where the cars were modified. There was a stove in yet another corner, where 2 black people were making food. With just one whiff of the food, Luke's evaluation of their culinary skills was, hell. Vanessa was talking to several people on the couch. This bunch was made up of different genders and races. The brawny baldy and the handsome young man who had burnt Hernan's stash were also here. With his sharp nose, Luke determined that everybody here had been involved in the cash-burning operation the previous night. After eavesdropping for a moment, he realized that this bunch was actually gunning for all of Hernan's cash. They had burnt the millions in cash because they wanted Hernan to gather the rest of his money together in one spot so that they could take it in one swoop. After all, carrying out one robbery was much easier than carrying out 10. With the Baldy's provocation, if Hernan didn't gather his money together, what if several million more burned again? If they did it once, they could do it again. Hernan had lots of men, but he couldn't watch all his hordes. The chances were high that the Baldy would attack them one by one. So, it was a ploy. Furthermore, it seemed that the brawny Baldy and the handsome young man really did have a personal grudge against Hernan, which made their actions all the more misleading. They were betting that Hernan wouldn't sit around and do nothing. Their plan in fact had gotten off to a great start. Of the locations that Luke had checked in the last 2 days, 2 had sent out huge amounts of cash. He hadn't made a move because it wasn't necessary. As long as he caught Hernan, wouldn't this big shot confess everything? But as he listened to this bunch talk about robbing a place, Luke clicked his tongue. How bold, you even dare rob a police station. After secretly taking photos of these people, Luke withdrew. It wasn't bad that these people were going after Hernan. Hernan was more likely to make a mistake while he was busy protecting his money. Taking advantage of the chaos was the ultimate strategy. Luke returned to the beach in the afternoon. Sitting in front of a stall with his laptop, he mulled over this operation plan. Vanessa and her team were going to act in a day or 2. It would be best for him to take advantage of this timing. The best would be if he could capture Hernan alive. He was very interested in the intelligence that this big shot might have. Suddenly, he saw 2 long legs out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw Vanessa and an Asian guy walk by in the distance, then stop in the shade to chat leisurely with each other. Luke was amused. What were they up to this time? It didn't take long for him to understand. Hernan Reyes had appeared in a coffeehouse in a nearby hotel. Luke activated the sound collector on his fake phone and listened to Vanessa and her partner's conversation. There's nothing we can do. That guy has 6 bodyguards with him, and the glass around him is probably bulletproof, the Asian guy said softly as he munched on some chips. 8. There's only 1 man each at the table on his left and behind him. Do you think they look like people who are there for coffee? Vanessa said in a low voice as she glanced at Hernan. How long have you been inactive since the last time? Asked the Asian guy. Vanessa's face turned dark. Can't I take a break? The Asian guy looked at her face. Your bad luck isn't gone yet. Vanessa turned her head away and refused to answer the depressing question. The Asian guy shrugged and dropped the chit-chat. He turned in Hernan's direction. How can we get his palm print? Dominic must be kidding. We'll be stopped by his bodyguards as soon as we approach him. Vanessa snorted. That's why certain things can only be done by women. The only reason why the Braun Baldy didn't do it was that they didn't have enough combat ability. It was impossible for them to be quick about capturing Hernan when he was protected by 8 bodyguards. If they didn't catch Hernan in the very first instant, the police officers and Hernan's subordinates would swarm them, and it would be impossible to escape then. The black man who had spoken hesitated when he saw everybody's expressions. Guys, do we want to invite this man to join the team? Our plan will be more likely to succeed with his help. No. Everybody turned their heads, because it was Vanessa who had shouted from the couch. Why not? Asked the black man curiously. The man was a capable fighter, and he had slapped Hernan in public, which meant that he wasn't on Hernan's side. Why couldn't they invite him? Vanessa was silent for a moment, before she said, I'm not that familiar with him. This matter is too important. I can't let everybody take this risk. The black man was about to say something, but the brawny Baldy interrupted him. Okay, Vanessa, who is he? After a brief hesitation, Vanessa said, Dominic, He's just an acquaintance whom I met in New York a couple of months ago. Dominic, the brawny baldy, frowned. We really can't invite him to join us. Vanessa quickly shook her head. It's best if we don't. The man wasn't some sort of righteous cop, but he did cause her to lose more than $10 million last time. If he did that again, how was she going to explain it to her partners? Actually, she didn't really understand why she could be so calm about a police detective who had robbed her of more than $10 million. If her confidants from the last robbery knew this, they would probably mock her for trying to suck up to him. Dominic stared at her for a moment before he turned his head. Okay, let's drop it and focus on our own plan. Placing your hopes on someone else is the most useless thing to do. They continued their discussion. With Hernan's palm prints, there was a lot they could do. On the side, Vanessa's feelings were in a mess, she didn't know what to do. Luke had shown up repeatedly and done something unexpected every time. Also, since he was on to Hernan too, she had no doubt that they would meet again. Then, what attitude should she face him with? On the other hand, Luke was relaxed and not nearly as bothered as Vanessa. For him, Vanessa wasn't an experience bundle. The reward for killing her wasn't as much as for killing two random armed criminals. Besides, now that he was fully aware of Hernan's and Dominic's movements and plans, it was time for him to do something big. Money? No, Luke wasn't interested in the $100 million that Dominic's team was after. That was because, he didn't have enough space in his inventory to store all that money, and it would be very hard to launder it. What he was most concerned about was experience and credit points. On his trip to Mexico last time, he got more than 10,000 experience and credit points from one job. This time, he had only gained 4,000 so far, which was only 30% of his goal. He had to work harder. Cheering for himself in his heart, Luke then went to the beach. He had just beaten up Hernan in the afternoon, so he probably shouldn't work anymore today. He might as well watch the bikini-clad girls play volleyball. He had become an avid fan of the sport recently. He had barely sat down in the restaurant, when the Brazilian girl who had given him a note before came over again. What do you want today? The usual? Luke nodded with a smile. Yes, and I would like 2 specials. He gave her money for the meals as well as a tip. The girl accepted the money but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she gave Luke a coy look. Hey, you have time to look at them but don't have time to ask me out. Stunned, Luke shook his head with a smile. No, I'm just watching them in passing while I eat. Actually, I'm very busy. The girl reached out to lift his chin and she said, fine, but as long as you call that number, we'll be officially dating, and dating is free, understand? With that, she turned around and left. Looking at her curves, which were far more charming than that of her American peers, Luke sighed. But I have to work tomorrow. The truth was that not only did he have to work the next day, he had to start preparing right now. The surveillance he set up at the abandoned factory delivered intelligence to him unceasingly. Hernan's money was gathered in the police department. According to Dominic's intelligence, Hernan put his money in the vault in the police department. Clearly, this police department had long come under Hernan's control. Dominic had chosen the perfect time to attack, which was when Hernan went to the police department. However brazen Hernan's men were, they didn't have the courage to barge into the police department and help the police capture criminals. It was one thing for Hernan to conspire with the police in private, but it was a whole other thing to be public about it. Thus, the only thing Dominic's team had to handle were the police officers during the robbery. Luke listened with interest and jotted down several key points of their operation. If he showed up at the right time, he would be able to intercept Hernan and take him away. The next morning, Luke got the message that Dominic was going to take action. He got in his car and set off as well. But just 10 minutes later, he received a notification of an unusual development. Hooking up to his wiretap, Luke was dumbfounded. Dominic, the handsome young man, and 2 other guys had been stopped by the FBI in the factory. These FBI agents weren't simple. They had taken advantage of the team's negligence and tracked them down to the abandoned factory. Then, they launched an unexpected ambush when half of Dominic's team was out, capturing the rest of the members in the factory. Luke clicked his tongue and didn't know what to say. Dominic and the handsome young man were in charge of this robbery and central figures in the operation. Without them, it was impossible to carry out the robbery at all. After the chaos, the FBI agents caught the 4 people and herded them into their vehicles. Even more unfortunately, the 4 people captured were all wanted in America. Dominic Toretto, the handsome young man Brian O'Connor, Dominic's sister Mia Toretto, and Vincent, who was an important assistant, had done quite a number of illegal things in Los Angeles. In the end, they even hijacked a prisoner van, rescued Dominic, and fled to Brazil. Luke searched his memories but couldn't find any other intelligence on them. It seemed the cases were too trivial for him to remember. Muttering this in his heart, he continued to listen in. On the other end, the 4 unlucky people were escorted to an armored Hummer. It was the bald and muscular FBI agent, named Hobbs, who had caught them. On the phone, he said that he would take them to the airport immediately to be escorted back to America. Luke eased up on the gas pedal and tapped the wheel, deep in thought. Did Luke need to save Dominic and his partners? He didn't think so. Whether the robbery happened or not, Luke would clean up the important players in Hernan's criminal group. His operation wouldn't be impacted much whether they were around or not. Thinking that, he slowed down and turned into a street. He then saw 3 speeding cars in front of him. Luke was quite familiar with the 3 cars, especially the armored Hummer in the middle, since he had seen them many times in the last few days. The Hummer belonged to Hobbs, the bald FBI agent, and Dominic and his unlucky partners were in it. Luke shrugged and continued driving, not feeling obligated to do anything. Soon, the cars passed each other. But dozens of meters after he passed the Hummer, Luke heard a boom. He instantly looked in the rearview mirror, only to see that the FBI's car in the lead had exploded in flames. On a roof not far away, a man was holding a RPG launcher as the dust around him was kicked up from the attack. "You've got to be kidding me," Luke murmured, before he quickly put on a mask, his double-layered bulletproof vest, and the bulletproof helmet. He placed an AK next to him and equipped himself with 2 clips. There were altogether 3 cars and 6 men in Hobbs's squad. They used to be regular soldiers, and could take down 20 criminals easily. So, there were few criminals who would dare attack them. As he expected, Luke saw a bunch of criminals open fire from both sides of the street through the rearview mirror as he put on his gear. The criminals shot at the remaining 2 FBI vehicles from the corners, the windows, the roofs, and behind other cars. Watching as the second vehicle, the armored Hummer and the sturdiest of the lot, stopped, Luke cursed. Damn it! The smartest decision would be for the Hummer to charge forward. As long as it wasn't hit directly by the RPG, it could totally resist gunfire. But it stopped, and so did the car behind it, as they surrounded the first car that had been hit by the RPG. They wanted to rescue their teammates. It was a praiseworthy but dangerous decision. Damn it! Luke cursed again as his hands moved swiftly. My new car. Saying that, he turned the wheel and sped up. At that moment, the RPG fired again and hit the second SUV. The FBI agents who were doing their best to counterattack were instantly sent flying by the shockwave. Seeing that, Luke could only pray that the FBI agents weren't too unlucky. The FBI team were subconsciously using the armored Hummer as cover from the explosion. They would be lucky to get out of this alive. Less than 10 seconds later, the criminals who had the upper hand thanks to their ambush and overwhelming firepower saw a black armored Hummer drive over. It zigzagged around at an astonishing speed on the street, and the AK sticking out of the window fired wildly. Some of the criminal shooters on the street were forced to retreat. The guy who was holding the RPG was killed first. Bang! 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 On the left side, several criminals who were shooting from the roofs screamed and fell. The black armored Hummer charged toward the end of the road before it swiftly swung around and the AK switched targets. Bang! 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 The last remaining bullets in the AK blew up the head of a man who was brave enough to stand up with the RPG again. My new car. I'll kill whoever dares to blow it up. Luke declared fiercely in his heart. At that moment, the black Hummer did a full turn. Luke hit the gas pedal and rumbled forward again. Now that the driver's seat was facing the opposite side, the AK opened fire like crazy again and used up half of the last clip. Several criminals on the right screamed and fell, some on the roof and some from the buildings. It was chaos. Lots of people were shouting, but nobody knew what everybody was saying. Hobbs, the bald FBI agent, was one of the people yelling. Damn it, Wilkes, say something if you're alive. Boss, cough cough, I'm still alive, but at least 2 of my ribs are broken. A young Asian struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood as he leaned against the back of another car. Hobbs was slightly relieved. The injury was bad, but it wouldn't kill him right away. Mike, what about you? He shouted again. A brawny Latino man raised his head from the ground. I'm fine. I'll live. Hobbs gnashed his teeth. Get up. Kill the guys around us while that Hummer hasn't blown up yet. In this narrow street surrounded by buildings, there was nowhere for a car to escape an RPG, which was what happened to them. But Luke had already rushed back over to them. He opened the door and got out. Instead of getting out in a hurry, he reloaded his AK before he opened the door. The criminals stuck their heads out again. This time, they weren't as lucky. Luke's precision when he was on solid ground and holding the gun with both hands was completely different from when he was firing single-handedly from a speeding car. For Luke, the criminals sticking their heads out on the roofs were all moving in slow-mo. He even had the time to plan the most simple and efficient shooting route, and started blowing up the heads of the criminals along this route. Bang! 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 5 bullets took down 5 criminals one after another, as if they were being executed in a row. Luke then turned to face his car. Bang! 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 The 3 criminals at a street corner not far away were shot in the head before they could make a sound. Bang! 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 4 criminals on the second floor of a building behind the car fell. So far, Luke had only met 2 adversaries who were on par with him in terms of shooting within a range of 30 meters. Keeping his gun raised, Luke moved to Hobbs's armored Hummer and patted the door. Hey, get out and rescue them. A moment later, the door opened, and a female agent aimed her pistol at Luke warily. Luke didn't even bother to look at her. Hurry up and move the injured FBI agents into the car. The 4 people in the car swiftly got out. They had all been uncuffed. Luke glanced at the female agent but didn't say anything. Narrowing his eyes, Dominic asked, "Who are you?" Luke waved his hand. "Let's save them first. You don't want to be responsible for their deaths, do you? They're FBI agents." Stumped, they hurried to carry the 5 wounded FBI agents over and put them into the yellow Hummer. While they were moving the wounded agents, Luke fired several times with his AK and blew up the heads of some of the last few criminals. For a moment, except for the burning cars and the groans of the criminals, the street fell quiet. Everybody couldn't help moving faster as they quickly took care of everything. Looking at Hobbs, who was holding his gun and on high alert next to the car, Luke asked, "How's your injury? Do you want me to drive you to the airport?" Hobbs gritted his teeth. "I'm fine." Luke nodded. "Then you take your car. I'll lead the way for you. Which airport is your plane at?" Hobbs stared at him. "How did you know that a plane is picking us up?" Luke sneered. "You're FBI agents. Would you escort your prisoners back to America by boat? Hobbs also thought that his question had been a little dumb. Soon, Hobbs's men got into their Hummer, and Dominic and his partners got into Luke's car. The two Hummers started up and drove toward the airport. After escorting Hobbs to the airport, Luke pulled over not far away and waved at the yellow Hummer. The yellow Hummer slowed down a little before it picked up speed again and left. Luke wasn't surprised at all. Hobbs was more concerned about his men's lives than the prisoners in Luke's car. Of the 5 men in his squad, 3 were severely wounded, and 2 had mild injuries. One of the 2 who had mild injuries had broken ribs, and the other had a broken leg. The injuries weren't severe, but they couldn't fight anymore. The 3 gravely wounded men had to be sent back to America for treatment. They might not survive if they were sent to a Brazilian hospital. It was the reason why Hobbs didn't stop. Between his men's lives and the captured suspects, he chose his men's lives. Watching Hobbs get his men onto the plane, Luke turned around and left. The car drove to an abandoned garage. It was silent in the car. Looking in the rearview mirror, Luke said, "Okay, ask whatever you want." Dominic exchanged looks with everybody else before he asked, "Who are you?" Luke chuckled. "An American." Everybody was lost for words. "Do you think anyone would mistake you for a foreigner?" Dominic asked, "Why did you rescue us?" Luke laughed and said, "I was rescuing the FBI agents, but I'm not with the FBI." There was something strange about this logic. But they weren't stupid, and quickly understood the implication. This stranger was an ally of the FBI, which was why he saved Hobbs and his men. But he didn't work for the FBI, so it was unnecessary for him to help capture Dominic and his group. Okay, that made some sense. Also, everybody saw that the stranger was still wearing his helmet, and didn't bother to reveal his identity at all. Dominic and Brian were proud people, and didn't say anything. But when the car stopped, everybody looked at the driver again. Luke said, "All right, get out. I'm Vanessa's friend, okay?" Everybody exchanged strange looks and got out. "Bye-bye. Have a great day." Luke bid them farewell like from an ad, then turned the car around and quickly drove off. Everybody was speechless. Were there really still good Samaritans like this in the world? Luke didn't go too far. He found another abandoned factory and hid his black Hummer inside. After today, this black Hummer would definitely be hunted down by Hernan's men as soon as it appeared on the streets. $200,000. My new car. He heaved a sigh and cleaned up all traces in the car, before he left quietly. In the abandoned factory, Dominic and his teammates gathered together once more. Without the leaders, the group hadn't gone through with the planned robbery today. Fortunately, the leaders were fine. After hearing them relate what happened, everybody looked at Vanessa, who was in a corner. She kept her head down. There was no telling what was on her mind. "Vanessa, are you sure you can't invite your friend to join us?" The tall black man made the suggestion again. "With him around, I think we'll be able to break out easily even if Hernan discovers us." This time, even Dominic didn't stop him. Though they hadn't clearly seen what happened outside when they were in the car, the image of the dozens of dead criminals which the black Hummer had left in its wake after doing one round on the street was fresh in their minds. There was nothing wrong at all with what the tall black man said. Vanessa opened her mouth several times. Eventually, she sighed. "I'll give him a call, all right." Naturally, Luke had given her his contact. It was a local number. The call went through, and after exchanging a few words with Luke, she hung up. Looking at everybody, she was too embarrassed to speak for a moment. Brian observed her keenly. He didn't accept it. Vanessa's expression was conflicted, but she could only nod. He said he's not interested in money. What the hell? Everybody cursed at the same time. How could anyone in the world not love money? If they didn't, that only meant it wasn't enough money to tempt them. For them, at least, that was the only reasonable explanation. Do we need to relocate? Vincent, that minor assistant, asked. Everybody looked at Vanessa again. He won't rat us out, but Hobbs knows this place too. Vanessa fell silent after saying that. Dominic shook his head. Hobbs won't tell anybody about our hideout. He isn't an idiot. He definitely knows who attacked him just now. I'm actually surprised he didn't stick around to pay them back. Alright, enough of that. We'll proceed as planned. Everybody's eyes bulged. We're going ahead. Dominic said, we did so much, and we were almost killed today. Are you really willing to give up? Nobody said a word in the warehouse. Everybody had worked hard for days and spent so much time and money on this plan. It had finally come together, and was just waiting to be carried out. If they gave up at this moment, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. First of all, we need 2 cars as hard as that black armored Hummer. That way, we'll be able to charge straight in. Dominic began to lay things out. On the other side, with his knapsack on his back, Luke read the system notification. System, rescue the FBI squad under attack and Officer Elena. Completed. Total experience, 300. Total credit, 300. Contribution rate, 7%. EXP plus 210. Credit plus 210. That was it. Luke chuckled. He knew that Daddy's system didn't consider Dominic and his partner civilians. He was already lucky that he didn't lose any credit points for saving them. He was quite happy now that he had figured out more of the system's rules. As for Vanessa's proposal, he wasn't interested in it at all. If he joined their team, what could Dominic and the rest of them do? Cheer him on. That would be a waste of their talents. They had to stir up as much trouble as possible, so that they could distract everyone and take the blame for Luke. Luke's favorite thing was to fish in troubled waters. Even if the FBI found out that he was the one who had taken action earlier, they had to owe him a favor. He had saved 6 FBI agents, after all, purely out of civic duty. However, if he worked directly with Dominic's group to rob Hernan Reyes's vault, it would be a stain on his record in the future. But flirting a little with Vanessa was fine. He wasn't married anyway. Every man wanted to be nice to beautiful women. Making plans in his heart, Luke returned to the beach. He hesitated a moment outside the restaurant he was familiar with. Then, he drove for another 100 meters to a different restaurant and ordered the special there. He might have switched venues, but outside the restaurant was still his favorite beach volleyball. As a loyal fan of the game, he nodded at the bikini-clad girls who displayed marvelous skills while he ate. An hour later, he paid the bill and left. Having lost his car, it would be best for him to get a new one today. What place had the best cars? Luke didn't bother to ask a cab driver this time. He simply took a bus to his destination. Under the night sky, next to a seaside road on a wide, open area, there were lights, drinks, music, rows of excellent cars, and a crowd of hot girls. Most of the girls had fascinating wheat-colored or tan skin that was as smooth as silk. Most of them wore revealing clothes like crop tops and very short bottoms as they flaunted their young and energetic bodies. Luke smiled as he passed through the crowd, and quite a few girls made eyes at him. The most passionate and outspoken of the lot even gave him a slip of paper. "You're adorable. Give me a call tonight. I have quite a few friends." Luke thanked her with a smile. He put the paper in his pocket and continued moving. Behind him, the hot girl returned to her friends, and all of them talked and laughed while they looked at Luke's ass. Sensing the hot gazes behind him, Luke was amused. He wasn't here for girls, but for Guadano, the shorty Vanessa had introduced him to the last time and who was one of the big bosses in the underground car market in Rio. More importantly, the underground car market and Hernan didn't see eye to eye. The only reason why they hadn't fought yet was that their businesses hardly came into conflict. When Hernan had tried to extend his reach into the underground car market, he had gotten into quite a few battles with the car smugglers, and there had been dozens of casualties on both sides. Later, Hernan felt that the losses would outweigh the gains if this continued, so decided to call a truce. Since then, the conflict basically came to a stop, but with the blood feud between them, none of their underlings wanted to look weak in front of the other side. Thus, the car smugglers remained hostile toward Hernan even if they no longer fought. A moment later, Luke smiled and suddenly turned around. Surprise! We meet again. The person who had been about to pat him on the back was so shocked that she almost slapped him. Fortunately, she caught herself in time, before she said in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Luke signaled to her and they walked behind a row of cars. He then said with a smile, "I want to buy another car. I can't drive the one I bought any longer." "You know why?" Those distinctive electric eyes looked at him. "It was you in the morning, right?" Luke smiled and didn't say anything, and that electric gaze sparked again. He said with a smile, "Vanessa, what's past is past. We have to move forward." Vanessa raked her fingers through her hair. "What's there to see when you move forward? Why did you turn down my offer?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "I'm a police officer, I won't do anything illegal like robbery. Back in New York, I recovered the cash and turned a blind eye to you lot. That was already my bottom line. The most important reason is that I can't spend the money even if I steal it. It's easier to make money than to earn credit points." Luke grumbled inwardly. Vanessa was silent. She had vaguely guessed that Luke would say that. It was also the reason for her complicated feelings. On one hand, she felt that Luke treated her a little special. But on the other hand, she felt that Luke was a little bit bothered by what she had before. She believed that was the reason why this strange young officer kept his distance from her. Her biggest impression of Luke was that he was mysterious and formidable. Unlike most men she knew, the young officer was utterly unpredictable. He had let her go in New York, rescued her yesterday morning, and after touching her but yesterday afternoon, beat Hernan up. She felt that these were things that shouldn't have happened. But they did. Vanessa was by nature a thrill-seeker. Otherwise, given her knowledge and smarts, as well as her driving and car modification skills, she could easily live a middle-class life in America. If she was willing to sell herself to some rich old man, it was possible for her to become the wife of a billionaire. But she had always rejected that type of boring life. She loved the thrill, the feel of her blood boiling, and the sense of adventure. That was why she robbed banks. Otherwise, she could have swindled a few silly magnates out of their money with her smarts and her moves. That would be so much easier to do. But that was too boring for her. She loved playing hide-and-seek with the police. The crime itself wasn't her goal, and was only a way for her to look for thrills. Now, a man who gave her a sense of novelty and excitement had appeared. Except for the fact that he was a little young, she found everything else about him outstanding, including the fact that he had gotten the best of her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pique her interest. Thinking that, she strode forward and placed one hand on his shoulder as she looked down at him from her lofty viewpoint. "So, when you saved Dominic and others in the afternoon, it wasn't because of me?" Luke was helpless. This woman's long legs were too domineering. In her high heels, she was an astonishing 1.9 meters, which made her a heck of a lot taller than Luke. He spread his hands. "I was saving the FBI agents. They're my colleagues, after all, MMPH." His mouth was blocked. Panting after a moment, Vanessa mumbled a curse. "You, damn, rascal, can't you say something nice?" Accepting her sudden passion, Luke murmured, "Then I did it for our friendship." Vanessa glared at him even when her mouth was busy. "You." "Vanessa, you ran into an old acquaintance?" someone asked casually. Luke and Vanessa finally broke apart and turned around. The moment Luke's face was revealed, a certain Asian guy smacked the back of the person who had asked the question. The tall black man who had just spoken yelled, "Holy sh**t. What are you doing?" Han, however, smiled from behind him and waved. "Hello, Skywalker." The tall black man forgot to close his mouth when he turned around and looked at Luke next to Vanessa. Skywalker. Luke had never mentioned his name to Dominic's gang. Vanessa had never revealed it either. So, they all referred to him the way he had introduced himself, as Skywalker. Luke chuckled and nodded. "Hello, Han." Dominic stared at him for a moment, before he came over and stretched out his hand. Luke stretched out his hand as well, and the brawny baldy grabbed it and gave him a half-bear hug as he patted Luke's back with his other hand. "Thank you." His gratitude was clear. Luke said with a smile, "You're welcome." Dominic looked at him again for a moment before he waved his hand. "Let's go look for cars. Vanessa, you can take off your own." With that, the brawny baldy left with his crew. Among them, Han was the only person who could control himself. He had already seen Luke yesterday afternoon, and could just about contain his curiosity. But everybody turned their heads to look this Skywalker up and down as they walked away. After all, this man was probably the only person in the entire city who was capable of grabbing Ernan and slapping him in the face. But after observing Luke, their biggest impression was that he was young and very gentle-looking, and nowhere near as muscular and ferocious as they had imagined. What they didn't know was that Luke was wearing makeup, and he looked 30% different from his actual appearance. When he had rescued Vanessa yesterday, she wouldn't have recognized him if he hadn't mentioned it. That was because Luke's youthful face had left a deep impression on her. Luke didn't pay any mind to their looks. It was unlikely he would see them again when things here were over. After seeing the nuisances off, he looked at Vanessa with a smile. "I still need to buy a car." Vanessa took out her phone and said, "Tell me the model, or what you need." Luke replied, "Low-key, sturdy, powerful, and preferably bulletproof." Vanessa raised an eyebrow and glanced at him with her electric eyes again, as if to say, "You're still pretending." His requirements, just like when he had asked for the Hummer previously, were obviously for something big. After sending a text message, she stuck out her lip. "Go hide there. Guadano isn't a friend to Hernan, but he might sell you out for money." Luke shrugged and took out a black plastic bag from his knapsack for her. He then hid to one side. Soon, the same shorty drove over in a car. Looking at the specs which Vanessa sent to him after she examined the car, Luke gave an affirmative reply. Vanessa took out several wads of cash from the black plastic bag and pocketed them. She then waved her hand at the shorty in dismissal. The shorty was used to her treatment. He simply shrugged and left. Vanessa drove the car over to Luke and opened the door on the passenger side. Luke got into the car. With a roar of the engine, the newly acquired car quickly sped up and rushed forward on the seaside road. Feeling the wind that whistled by, Luke couldn't help but raise his voice. "Where are we going?" Vanessa glanced at him with a vague smile before swiftly looking away. "Where do you want to go?" Her voice wasn't loud, and Luke had to strain to hear her. Looking at the speedometer which read more than 120 kilometers per hour, Luke preferred not to take any risks. He ventured, "The beach." As he expected, she rolled her electric eyes at him again. After speeding along for 10 minutes, the two of them finally stopped next to a beach. The view here wasn't great, and there was no sand here either. Thus, there were few streetlights or passers-by. After pulling over and turning off the engine, Vanessa undid her safety belt and got out. She leaned against the engine hood. Luke followed her out and stood next to her. "Well, this place looks nice." Vanessa burst out laughing. This place has held the title of Rio's worst scenic spot for years. There aren't even any lights here. What's there to see? Luke shrugged. All that matters when you're sightseeing is whom you travel with. If I went to Ipanema Beach with Dominic, I dare say the scenery there would be awful. Vanessa heaved a sigh and grabbed his hand. After walking for 10 meters, she opened a door to a house. After the lights were turned on, Luke looked around and asked curiously, "This is a dorm?" Vanessa hummed in response and led him to a room. She pointed at the couch and said, "Have a seat." She then went to the side and opened the fridge. "There's only water here. Do you want any?" Luke hesitated a moment before he said, "There's juice in my backpack. Would you like some?" With a swoosh, a bottle of cold water was thrown at him. "Why are you so talkative?" Luke picked up the water and said with a smile, "Because I have manners." Holding a bottle of water in her hand, Vanessa had a few mouthfuls and went over to him. She looked down at him and said, "If you have manners, you should be more proactive instead of making me do everything. Do you understand?" Luke, huh? You. Outside the window, the waves undulated soundlessly. When it was almost dawn, Luke woke Vanessa. "Time to get up." Vanessa grunted. "Stop. Let me sleep a little longer." Luke chuckled. "Early to bed, early to rise. You can take another shower before I drive you back." Vanessa had already stretched out her hands to pinch his back hard. "You. It's only 6 o'clock. When do you expect to drive me back?" Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. "An hour should be enough." Her hands on his back clenched even harder. "You beast." Luke actually hadn't gone all out. Because of Dominic's big operation today, they had slept early last night, and Vanessa had slept for almost 8 hours. In the morning, they fooled around for only half an hour before they used the rest of the time to shower and get dressed. After Luke came out of the shower, he looked at Vanessa, who was tidying up. Thinking for a moment, he warned her, "I need to tell you something." Vanessa turned to look at him with her captivating eyes. "What is it?" Luke said, "Be careful about Hernan's trump card." Vanessa was curious. "What trump card?" Luke said, "My source tells me that Hernan already sent the notice last night for something called Hedgehog to come back. It could be a person, a secret army troop, or a weapon." Vanessa frowned. "How did you?" "Never mind. I'll warn Dominic and the others." They left the house, and Luke drove her to the abandoned factory before leaving right away. Looking at the car driving off in the distance, Vanessa sighed, but then suddenly smiled. "Forget it. This guy is pretty considerate. He's much better than those clingy men." Luke eavesdropped on the abandoned factory for several minutes before he sighed and called it a day. Dominic's team had adjusted their plan again. Today, they would modify their new cars and make final preparations. It was a peaceful day, except for the fact that many police officers and criminals were turning the city upside down for a young white man with sunglasses and fat cheeks. Hernan left the house at 9 in the morning the next day. Looking at the image sent back by his drones, Luke was deep in thought. Who are these two new guys? Different from before, the two men who took the back seat of the limo together with Hernan were in gray attire and all covered up. Just like when Luke went out on a personal assignment, they were wearing masks and sunglasses. They were only around 1.75 meters tall, but looked very strong. Even their thighs were thicker than Vanessa's waist. Were they fighters who focused on physical strength? Luke thought for a moment, but shook his head. A regular fighter who was focused on physical strength didn't have a lot of advantages in front of guns and cars. They had to be agile as well. However, those two didn't seem to be carrying any guns. At most, they would only be able to carry a pistol. Mulling over this, Luke tailed Hernan's car from a distance. At 9:30, Hernan's car entered the police station. This boss didn't completely trust the police officers under his command. He came and checked his money every day. At the same time, his subordinates and the police officers were all frantically searching for Dominic, as well as for the man who had slapped Hernan so hard. At that moment, Ernan walked into the police station with a face mask on. Noticing the surprise in the eyes of the police station's director, he snapped angrily, "I caught a cold, okay?" The director immediately showed that he sincerely believed his boss's excuse. He simply said, "Boss, the police station has twice the number of guards as usual. We also have elite officers around the vault itself. There's no need to worry." Ernan nodded his head, but mumbled to himself, "Idiot, I'm worried that you're the one who'll steal my money." He quickly checked the money in the vault before he returned to the director's office, sitting down while the director stood on the side obediently like a small lackey. Ernan waved his hand impatiently. "Go back to your business, don't stand around here." The director nodded and went away. After the door closed, Ernan finally took off his big mask to reveal his swollen cheeks. Fortunately, only the two brothers whom he trusted the most were with him, and they wouldn't mock him. "Boss, when we catch the man who slapped you, give him to me. I'll break every bone in his body," one of the gray men said in a hoarse voice. Ernan nodded helplessly. "Fine, you can have him." Those two brothers were loyal but not tactful, they had to touch a sore spot. Couldn't they drop it? Ernan had never been humiliated like this before. Remembering what happened in the afternoon the day before yesterday, he felt choked with rage. If he had been shot that day, he might have been angry, but not as aggrieved. Actually, there was nothing wrong with him physically, his swollen face, which was 50% larger than usual, barely counted as a minor injury. But he would rather that he had been shot the day before yesterday, that, at least, would have been more befitting for a bigwig like him. A bigwig who hadn't been shot wasn't qualified to be one. Instead, he had been slapped hard, and he couldn't find the man who did it. That was embarrassing. Even at that moment, Ernan still felt puzzled. What psycho would grab him just to slap him in the face? Besides, what the man said that day infuriated him as well. He had touched too many women's butts. How would he know which woman the stranger was referring to? If he killed the boyfriend of every woman whose butt he had touched, hundreds of men in Rio would be dead. After the incident, he even obtained the surveillance footage from the hotel. However, his subordinates regretfully informed him that the footage didn't contain any leads on the stranger. When they gave Ernan the news, they had all been sweating and feeling lucky that the surveillance cameras hadn't captured Ernan being beaten up. As a big shot in Rio, Ernan naturally forbade the hotel from recording him. In fact, there was no footage of the assailant on the cameras before and after he attacked Ernan. On top of that, the assailant had worn sunglasses, a hat, and a beard, and had something in his mouth that changed the shape of his face. Thus, while many people had witnessed the assault, none of them remembered what the assailant looked like. Actually, Hernan's subordinates didn't think that anybody would have the courage to claim that they remembered the attacker. As long as they weren't idiots, the locals would never say that they remembered what happened. The crux was that Ernan had been pressed down and slapped silly. If they remembered the assailant, that would mean that they had seen Ernan getting beaten up. But an investigation of the tourists showed that there really was nobody who had seen the assailant's face clearly or where he went. It became a new unsolved mystery in Rio as to who had slapped Hernan's face. While Ernan was sulking, Dominic and his team arrived at the police department's underground car park. Two police cars escorted a somewhat shabby domestic armored truck in the front and back to the entrance of the car park. Looking at the back of the shabby armored truck, which had been strangely modified, the police officer on guard duty asked, "What's with this truck?" The officer in the driver's seat looked in the rearview mirror as he listened to his partner count down in the passenger seat. 3, 2, 1. Now. The driver suddenly raised his hand and aimed his taser at the officer who had come over for a look. Two nails on metal wires flew out and hit the officer on duty. He instantly twitched and fell. At the same time, someone in the passenger seat of the police car in the rear also activated a taser and shot down another officer. The three cars then sped up, broke through the guardrail, and charged into the parking lot. "We only have 30 seconds, the driver in the armored truck said into the walkie-talkie. Everybody began to count down. 30, 29. The police car in the lead got out of the way. 27, 26. The armored truck sped up, its steel bumper was crude but very sturdy. 25, 24, 23. Boom! The armored truck exploded through a wall. 22, 21. The armored truck backed out and swung around. A metal plank shot out from the back of the truck and one end landed on the ground. 20, 19, 16, 15, 11, 10. Army 4 men got out of the police car. 2 of them pulled tow hooks out of the truck and attached them to the metal latches on the vault that were as thick as a person's arm. At the same time, 2 other men quickly stuck multiple plastic explosives on the wall around the vault, before they shouted, "Done." All 4 of them ran out together. 6, 5. 2 of the 4 men got into the police car, and one of the 2 remaining men shouted, "Ready, explode." 3, 2, 1. Boom! 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 A series of mild explosions rang out in a circle on the wall around the vault. Almost at the same time, the 2 police cars revved fiercely. With ear-splitting rumbles as tires screeched over the ground, the steel cables attached to the tow hooks at the back of the cars were pulled taut. With a loud crash, an enormous safe was dragged out. The 2 men who had been hiding outside the wall quickly examined the safe and directed the drivers. "Left. To the left. Okay. Hold it. F***CK, move that brick away. It's out a little. No, it's fine. We can do it. Damn it, hurry up. We're running out of time. Okay, done." The 2 men in the rear watched the safe being hauled into the back of the armored truck. They quickly released the latches, and the plank which they had used to move the safe into the truck fell to the ground. In the meantime, they shored up the back of the truck with a thick, solid metal rail to prevent the safe from sliding. The armored truck immediately revved, and the tow hooks on the backs of the police cars were also released. The 2 men dove into the police cars and yelled, "Follow him out. If we stay any longer, we'll be turned into Swiss cheese." Several officers had appeared on the stairs to the parking lot by then. They fired at the 3 cars without hesitation. But the armored truck roared and, like an infuriated bull, charged out of the parking lot. In the office upstairs, Hernan was still pondering how he was going to squash Dominic, the bug who had emerged recently, when he saw the officers outside start to run around in a mess. Startled, he mumbled, "What's going on?" The director ran in, panic-stricken. "They're here." Hernan asked, "Who?" The director replied, "Dominic and his lot. They broke into the basement and stole the entire safe." Hernan's eyes bulged as he cursed out loud. "What the F***CK?" On the road, Brian stepped hard on the gas in the armored truck. The 2 police cars which they had stolen had swung onto side roads and weren't with him. A string of police cars were following him with their sirens on. His wife Mia's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "You better step on it. There are police cars up ahead, it looks like they're going to try and block you." Brian said with a smile, "I see them. They can't stop me." As he said that, the armored truck crashed into a police car which wasn't able to brake in time and sent it flying, before the truck plowed aggressively through the cars on the highway. The police cars that were hit were sent spinning around. The armored truck's weight was on a different level altogether. That's what I'm talking about," Brian yelled. Mia was silent for a moment, before she continued, "The police are coming up on your right. They're setting up spikes. Go left." Brian turned the wheel. The tires screeched as the armored truck took a sharp 90-degree turn and charged over the grass next to the road. A lamp post was knocked loose by the rear of the truck and it crashed onto the road, forcing the police cars behind it to stop. Mia said, Incoming police cars from the south. Don't let them block you on your way to the rendezvous point. Brian burst out laughing. Not a problem. At that moment, 2 police motorbikes came charging out from the sides to chase him. The officers on the bikes took out their guns and fired. Brian simply glanced at them indifferently. His car had been modified with bulletproof glass. It was impossible for their Uzis to break his defense. However, no police officers would be equipped with Uzis. So, it could only be Hernan's men disguised as police officers. Brian's face turned cold. Looking at the police motorbikes behind him, he suddenly turned the wheel so that one of the truck's rear tires hit the motorbike that had just caught up. Sensing the minor crash behind the truck, Brian sneered and suddenly hit the brake. The other motorbike smashed into the back of the truck. The heavy armored truck only shuddered slightly. Brian sped up again and got back on track. The 2 police motorbikes were down, but it had still delayed him a little. Police cars were approaching him from both sides. The officers in the passenger seats fired like crazy with their rifles. Brian had to lower his head, as the officers were aiming to shatter the bulletproof glass. Mia said again, "Not good, they're about to surround you. Han, Roman, it's showtime." With loud rumbles, 2 police cars charged out from a nearby street and rammed into 2 other police cars. They then revved again without hesitation and smashed into the rears of 2 more police cars, causing them to veer wildly and crash into the buildings nearby. Brian was relieved. His truck was very sturdy, but it was extremely heavy and loaded with a cumbersome safe, so it couldn't go very fast. However, with help from Han and Roman, the tall black man, everything was soon taken care of. Han's and Roman's police cars then broke away again. Every time a bunch of police cars started nipping at Brian's heels, Han and Roman would charge in from the side to stir up trouble. Their police car camouflage was very misleading. Even though the police officers knew that 2 of the police cars belonged to the robbers, it was impossible for them to tell which ones were fake during a wild chase when they could see nothing but police cars. Furthermore, Han and Roman were far more skilled at driving than regular officers. With their teamwork and Brian's bull-like truck, almost 4 batches of police cars were annihilated one after another. Amidst the loud rumbles, Mia said, "Han, Roman, the rendezvous point is up ahead. You can retreat now." The 2 heavily damaged police cars split up and disappeared into 2 streets nearby. More police cars appeared several hundred meters behind the armored truck. Brian roared, "Get ready, I'm coming. Let's go." The armored truck charged under a flyover, with a swarm of police cars hot on its heels. Not far away was the sea bridge. The armored truck advanced forward on that long bridge like a lonely night. A swarm of police cars followed behind it, like a pack of hyenas nipping at a lion's heels. In the armored truck, Brian sneered. "Son of *cheese, have a taste of this." He turned the wheel, and the rear of the truck hit a police car on the right that was trying to overtake it. The police car was rammed against the bridge guard. It was pulled along the cement boundary for a dozen meters at an angle, before it fell into the sea. "Wow!" Brian yelled in excitement. He turned the wheel, and the back of the truck hit the front of a police car on his left. The police car was instantly sent flying as it flipped over in the air before crashing down roof first in the opposite car lane. The police cars behind the truck slowed down almost at the same time. The armored truck with the safe in it was so heavy that it could easily send the police cars flying with one nudge. Hernan, who was following them at a distance, cursed angrily. "Useless. They can't stop one car when there are over 10 of them." One of the 2 men in gray said, "But, boss, that's an armored car." Hernan was speechless. "Of course I know it's an armored car. Why else would I stress that those useless police officers have over 10 cars?" These 2 brothers were really hopelessly stupid. Hernan sighed to himself. Well, fine. Hernan wouldn't have trusted them if they weren't so stupid. Just like that, the armored truck charged violently over the bridge. After a few brave police cars were knocked into the sea, nobody else dared to overtake the truck anymore. They weren't nearly as skilled at driving. After crossing the bridge, the armored truck suddenly slowed down. The police officers behind thought it was weird, and then saw the metal beast swing around on the open road at the end to face the bridge again. With a deafening roar of the engine, the metal beast revved and charged at the police cars again. The expressions of the officers in the police cars changed. They yelled frantically and the cars in the lead all came to an abrupt stop. But the officers behind weren't as quick to react, and were still speeding forward when they realized that the cars up ahead had stopped. The dozen or so police cars crashed loudly into each other. Only the last 3 police cars were able to stop in time. With a mocking smile, Dominic said, "Come on, son of B***cheese. Let's see who's tough." Saying that, he pressed 2 buttons on the dashboard. The armored truck's bumper slowly tilted so that it was sticking out almost horizontally. The engine revved even more explosively, and blue flames spurted out of the truck's exhaust pipe. The truck, which had been slower all this time, suddenly sped up, and despite the heavy bumper, the front of the truck lifted slightly off the ground. Dominic had finally activated the acceleration system. The armored truck's headlights were turned on as well, bright enough to blind the Rio police officers in front of him. After the initial acceleration, Dominic pressed another button, and the car sped up even more. Looking at the metal beast charging right at them with a frightful rumble, all the police officers screamed in fear. They quickly ran out of their ruined police cars and into the opposite lane. Bang! With a tremendous sound, the truck cut through the 2 rows of police cars at a perfect angle as the 2 cars at the very front were knocked to the sides. After a series of collisions, the 2 rows of police cars were split apart like a hot knife cutting through butter. The heavy armored truck with the heavy safe in it knocked aside the 8 or so police cars stuck in the center of the bridge with brute force. The moment the truck broke through, Dominic turned the wheel left and right, and the bumper knocked away the remaining 3 police cars. The road in front of him was now clear. Everybody was dumbfounded. Both the Rio officers in the opposite lane and the criminals in Hernan's car coming up from the rear were lost for words. The image of a metal monster which weighed more than 10 tons coming at them at more than 100 km/h was too shocking. Even more horribly, this monster also had a horn on its head. Hernan's driver had just stopped the car and gone into reverse gear as he tried to turn back, when the armored truck sped over. Boom! Boom! The 2 black SUVs in front of Hernan were sent flying. One dropped into the sea, and the other one was sent rolling into the opposite lane. Alarmed, Hernan suddenly yelled, "Hedgehog!" The next moment, one of the men in gray next to Hernan grabbed him. The other man in gray opened the door and gripped the first man's shoulder with his other hand. He pushed off of the door with both legs, and all 3 of them jumped out of the car. They hit the road with heavy thumps and rolled over almost 10 times before they finally came to a stop. The moment they jumped out, Dominic opened the door and jumped out of the armored truck as well. In that last stretch, he had turned off the acceleration and let the car slow down naturally. Even then, the armored truck's inertia easily pushed Hernan's car out. Stuck together, the 2 vehicles broke the cement boundary and dropped into the sea. Dominic rolled over the ground before struggling back to his feet. Not far away, Hernan's driver, who was half kneeling on the ground and had a fierce expression on his face, pulled out the pistol at his waist and aimed at Dominic. At that moment, a black Dodge flew over from behind. The car spun and hit Hernan's driver, sending him flying into the air in an arc before he fell into the sea. The Dodge drifted 10 meters and then came to a stop next to Dominic. In the car, Brian smiled at the brawny Baldy. "Can't you carry a gun?" Dominic grinned. "You brought one, right?" Brian tossed a pistol at him. Catching it, Dominic got into the car. They lifted the guns at the same time and aimed at the road up ahead as the Dodge sped up. On the road, one of the two men in gray was slowly getting to his feet, and he roared furiously, "That hurt, damn it." Both Brian and Dominic frowned. How was this dude still so lively after the crash? They fired their pistols without any hesitation. Bang! 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 The man in gray simply covered his face with his hands and bent low, before he roared and charged at the Dodge. Bang! With a loud noise, the man in gray was sent flying 10 meters like a balloon, but the Dodge, which had just picked up speed, suddenly slowed down. In the driver's seat, Brian's expression was grim. "The car's dead." Dominic said, "Let's get out." They got out and started to run to the end of the bridge from where they had come. However, the man whom the car had hit got back to his feet and bellowed as vigorously as ever, "You hit me again. You think your car's so great? I'm going to kill you." Saying that, he suddenly charged at them. Dominic and Brian fired consecutively. To their shock, the man only jerked slightly after being shot several times, and he continued charging forward. "He's wearing a bulletproof vest. Shoot him in the head." Brian reacted quickly. But it was no use. The man in gray was already in front of them, and he swung with both fists. Brian dodged hastily. He only had a regular build, and didn't dare clash head-on with the man in gray. Brawny Dominic, however, wasn't to be outdone, and simply blocked the man's fist with both hands. Bang! Dominic frowned and yelled, "He's very strong." Brian became even more cautious after hearing that. The man in gray was too impatient to deal with that nimble fellow. He simply turned around and punched Dominic again. This time, Dominic dodged the punch and retaliated with a hook. The man in gray showed no intention to dodge. He simply launched a hook with his other fist as well. Dominic managed to move his head at the last moment. His hook hit the man in the head, but the man hit his shoulder. Instantly, Dominic's shoulder cracked, and his face changed abruptly. He yelled in pain and fell to the side. Pale, Brian stopped dodging and kicked the man in gray. The man in gray still didn't dodge. He simply let Brian kick him in the stomach, before he grabbed Brian's ankle and hurled him several meters away. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can only drive. You know nothing about fighting," the man in gray roared and pounded his chest. Then, there were the sounds of revving engines drawing closer once again. The man in gray turned his head and saw two cars speeding over from the end of the bridge, the black Mustang in front far in the lead. He turned back disdainfully. The same trick again. What can you do except hit people with your car? Younger brother, take care of it. On the other side, the other man in gray who was holding Hernan got up. "Boss, you wait here while we take care of them." Hernan could barely talk at that moment. Unlike the two brothers, he had lived like a prince for years, and was dizzy and ached all over after rolling over the road just now. But the man in gray who protected him had taken most of the impact, so despite how much he hurt, Hernan wasn't badly injured. This man walked out to face the two cars that just appeared as he grumbled, "I'm the elder brother here." "You're the younger brother, got it?" The man in gray who was beating up Dominic and Brian laughed. "Then let's have a contest. Whoever gets blown further back is the elder brother." The other man in gray quickly agreed. "Okay." Hernan, who was still in pain, didn't know what to say. What the F***ck, shouldn't the one blown back a shorter distance be the stronger one? Do you think that this is the shot put? The man in gray on this end had started running with the exact same posture as the first man in gray who had been hit by Brian's. Dodge. Bending low and covering his face with his hands, he dashed forward. The black Mustang quickly approached the man in gray from the end of the bridge. A gun was stuck out of the driver's window, but the man in gray ignored it and kept running. Bang! 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 The man in gray jerked but ran on. However, the collision he was anticipating didn't happen. The engine whooshed past him. All he heard a faint, mocking remark. "This is my new car." Puzzled, the man in gray put his hands down and turned around. Bang! 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 The man in gray jerked and was motionless for a moment, before he fell over dead. On the other side, the man in gray who was busy beating up Dominic and Brian didn't notice what had happened. Hernan noticed, but it was too late to say anything. The Mustang braked hard and began to turn. The man in gray couldn't help but turn his head, only to see the Mustang spin and drift past him with the driver's door open. A man stepped out and strode over with a pistol in his hand. The Mustang behind him was still spinning forward, and the back of the car missed clipping the man by just a few, narrow centimeters. Eventually, the car stopped 8 meters away as it faced the direction of Niterói city. Bang! Bang! Seeing the stranger raise his gun, the man in gray subconsciously covered his face, and his arms took the hit. Bang! Bang! He continued to cover his head with his arms. This was their most common counter against guns. Bang! Bang! But when he felt the impact on his arms this time, he suddenly felt something tighten around him. Looking down, he saw what appeared to be a rope around him. However, the rope was as thick as fingers and had a metallic luster to it. It was a steel cable. Before his slow brain could figure out what was going on, more of the cable was wound around him until he was completely tied up like a dumpling. A figure then darted behind him and kicked him in the butt before stepping on his back and moving quickly. The man in gray finally realized what was going on. He roared furiously and struggled. Unfortunately, however strong he was, he couldn't break the steel cable. It was wrapped around him so tightly that it was impossible for him to exert his strength. After trussing the man up, Luke said, "Bingo," to himself. Basic roping was certainly worth it. Naturally, he was the person who had joined the battle in the Black Mustang. After witnessing the two gray men's performance, he knew that they were probably Hernan's trump cards. They could withstand bullets and cars going at over 100 kilometers per hour without being killed. They couldn't be normal. This capability was too much for Dominic and Brian to handle. Dominic and Brian weren't stupid, it was just that they didn't have all the facts. If they had driven off, it would have been impossible for the two men in gray to catch them. Or they could have crushed the two men in gray repetitively with the armored truck. Luke didn't think that the men could survive that. But Luke, who had been observing the battle with his drones, had discovered that the two men's weakness was their eyes. When they covered their faces, they were actually protecting their eyes. Also, the two men in gray weren't very nimble. After entering the battlefield, Luke quickly shot the first man's head through his eyes, before he tied up the second man with a steel cable. After dealing with the two extraordinary opponents, Luke threw out another rope and caught Hernan, who was trying to slip away, and hauled the man back. Tying this big shot up in much the same way, Luke dragged them over to his Mustang, one captive in each hand. He stuffed the man in gray into the trunk and threw Hernan into the back seat. Then, the Black Mustang roared and drove straight to Niterói. From the moment the first man in gray was killed, to the second man and Hernan being caught and taken away, no more than 20 seconds had passed. Dominic and Brian, who struggled back to their feet, looked at each other in bewilderment. What the hell happened? Who was that 1.9-meter tall black man just now? Why did he help them? Brian didn't dwell too much on it. Grabbing Dominic's right arm, he pulled, twisted and shoved it back in place. There was a crack, and Dominic gave a loud yell, but his expression relaxed after that. His right shoulder, which had been dislocated in the battle, had been popped back in. Dominic rubbed his sore shoulder and said, "Thanks." It was not until that moment that the second car, a Toyota, reached them. Han was driving the car, and Vincent waved wildly at them, an AK in his hand. "Hurry up and get on, the police are coming." Dominic didn't waste any time on small talk. "Let's go." The two in-laws immediately got into the back seat of the Toyota, which turned around and rushed toward Rio. After the black Mustang crossed the bridge and entered Niteroi, Luke pulled over on a quiet road and dragged the man in gray out of the trunk. Taking off the man's hood and mask, Luke sighed after seeing the man's face. "Yeah, you really are too hideous to look at." That being said, he didn't cover the man's face again. The man grunted angrily, but couldn't utter a word with the towel stuffed in his mouth. His face was extremely ugly. His skin was gray and black, like a lizard's, and had bumps on it, which didn't make him look human. Luke couldn't care less about his fury. He took out a knife and slashed the man's shoulder a few times. Looking at the blunt tip of the knife and the white marks on the man's shoulder, Luke nodded. "You really have great defensive abilities. Not just getting hit by a car, even sharp weapons can barely pierce you. You do have great physical protection." As Luke studied the edge of the knife, a trace of excitement appeared in the eyes of the man in gray. A tiny gray thorn pushed out of the man's forehead and grew to 5 centimeters in less than 3 seconds. Woo! 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 The man in gray gave a muffled roar. The gray thorn shot out at Luke's head in a gray streak. Hee hee. Chuckling, Luke raised his right hand unhurriedly and caught the thorn with 2 fingers in front of his forehead. The man in gray was stunned. Luke turned the object over between his fingers and observed it with great interest. Against his black gloves, the gray thorn glinted with a faint metallic sheen. "So, this is why you're called Hedgehog," Luke murmured, before he flicked his wrist. Swoosh! There was still shock in the man's left eye, before the light in it gradually dimmed, while his right eye had turned into a hole. Luke had returned the gray thorn to its rightful owner, deep in the man's head. Looking at the system notification, Luke snorted and drove away. At the same time, Dominic and Brian met up with everybody else and returned to the abandoned factory. Everybody gathered at the factory. After examining her brother and her husband, Mia smiled. "Thank God. None of the injuries are serious." After a long silence, everybody finally sighed with relief. If something happened to Dominic and Brian, their leaders, it would have been too high a price to pay for this operation even though it had succeeded. Thankfully, while their lives had been in danger many times, they had managed to return safe and sound. Dominic grinned happily as he watched his sister hug his brother-in-law. He shouted, "Okay, let's unload the loot first." On the side was a huge freight truck with an extended container. Hearing Dominic's words, Roman, the tall black guy, dashed into the truck. "Let me do it." The container opened up and slanted downward. Then, an armored truck slowly reversed out of the container to land on the ground. In the back of the truck was an enormous safe. Vanessa had used the same ploy in New York. It was still useful this time. Brian, who had been driving the real armored truck carrying the safe they stole from the police station, had entered the freight truck that was on the roadside just before crossing the sea bridge. Vanessa had been behind the wheel of the freight truck. A fake armored truck had already been waiting in front of the freight truck, and Dominic drove it out onto the bridge. By the time the police cars approached the bridge, the back of the freight truck was shut and it was driving along at a sedate speed. At that time, the police cars, who had lost sight of the armored pickup earlier, didn't notice the switcheroo at all. The reason magic tricks never got old was because the same principles of deception could be implemented in different ways. They took advantage of most people's preconceptions. That was why Dominic, who clearly could have escaped, took the risk in turning around and charging straight toward the police cars and Hernan's car. Apart from getting revenge on Hernan, it was also because the armored truck which fell into the sea had only been carrying a fake safe which didn't contain any money at all. It had just been a prop to distract everybody. After this incident, the attention of the police and whoever else was interested in the $200 million would be completely focused on the armored truck that had fallen into the sea. As to how these people were going to fish out the empty safe that was dozens of meters down at the bottom, that had nothing to do with Dominic. "Taji, you're up." Dominic patted the shoulder of a short black man nearby. Taji nodded and picked up a bunch of tools. Connecting his laptop to the safe via a data cable, he was busy for a while before he took out a translucent film sheet with Hernan's palm print on it. He took a deep breath and said, "Come on, baby, don't give me a hard time." If they had Hernan's hands, it would be very easy to pass the palm print test. This palm print had been copied onto the film, and there was a chance that the test might fail. Watching Taji place the film over the recognition screen and press his hand on it, everybody held their breaths. Blue light scanned the film on the screen. Dang! With a sound, the red indicator on one side of the screen turned green. Everybody got goosebumps and shuddered a little. Taji sighed explosively. He looked back at everybody and lifted his hand to turn the wheel on the door of the safe. With a light click, it slowly opened. The moment the door opened, piles of cash poured out in a tide. The weight in everybody's hearts was lifted. It was like something exploding abruptly with a bang as everybody was filled with indescribable joy. Unless you experienced it for yourself, it was hard to imagine what the thrill of seeing several cubic meters of cash in front of you was like, especially when the money belonged to you. Roman, the tall black man, clenched his fists and yelled in excitement. Taji wiped his cold sweat. The two Latino brothers bumped their fists in celebration. Han and Vanessa were each standing in a corner with big smiles as well. Brian and Mia were also hugging and kissing passionately. Despite his usual calm, Dominic's lips were also twitching as he tried to hold back his urge to laugh. Lastly, there was also Vincent, who was wiping his tears and sweat as he yelled to himself, "I finally have money to feed my children and my wife." A moment later, the abandoned factory was filled with cheers and laughter. The atmosphere on Luke's end, however, wasn't nearly as jolly. Driving an unremarkable Honda, Luke entered a remote bungalow somewhere in Itauca. After hiding the car, he dragged Hernan out of the trunk and into the basement. In the basement, Luke took off his disguise. Different from his previous operations, he revealed his face this time. But the face that he generously revealed was that of a classic African American who was wearing a pair of sunglasses. As long as Dominic and those police officers weren't blind, they would definitely have gotten a good look at it. Fiddling with something in the crook of his neck, Luke slowly exerted strength with both hands and took off the mask. Looking at the realistic-looking mask of a black person, Luke chuckled and said, "Unfortunately, I can't wear you all the time." Casually putting the mask away in his inventory, he focused his gaze on Hernan, whose back was to him. Thinking for a moment, he still covered his head before he walked over in front of Hernan. A moment later, Hernan's miserable screams resounded throughout the basement. After working on Hernan for roughly 24 hours, Luke finally pried Hernan's mouth open with the fatigue from the interrogation and Luke's newly learned mental communication. After he ensured that Hernan was no longer valuable, the big shot simply vanished from this world without a sound. There were no gunshots to see him off, no enemies to celebrate his end, and no lackeys to watch. He simply went up in smoke. In Rio, Hernan's subordinates had different ideas as well. They never stopped searching for Hernan, but few of them really wanted him back. Even the police were clearly half-hearted in their search. Alive, Hernan would demand everybody's loyalty and respect, but dead, he was nothing. Since Hernan's status was unknown, none of them felt obliged to work hard. They weren't fools. While the atmosphere on Luke's side was different from that on Dominic's, he had earned no less. He obtained several of Hernan's secret accounts in the Cayman Islands, as well as the passwords to safes in various banks around the world. As a big shot who had reigned in Rio for almost 10 years, Hernan certainly had a lot more than $100 million in cash. Luke found more than $200 million in Hernan's accounts, as well as tens of millions in assets. Unfortunately, the money was useless to him right now. If he were someone else, he just needed to transfer the money above board to his account and he could use it however he wanted. But Luke couldn't do that. He had an official identity, and more people would be paying attention to him later. What he needed wasn't simply legal funds, but funds that were completely clean. That was also why Luke was trying to sell patents and participate in the gold mines in Boom Town. He had never considered money laundering. The money he made in the first two ways was clean and would hold up to any investigation. If he made a fortune, that would just demonstrate that he was a technology whiz or a lucky dog who managed to land a gold mine. Only this way could Luke keep a clean record and ensure that he didn't become a primary target for certain people and agencies. If his hands were too dirty, someone would find out sooner or later and hold it over his head. Unlike Tony Stark, who was backed by an enormous corporation, Luke didn't have the clout to negotiate with certain people or institutions. For now, he would be a good, clean and innocent cop. It was also the reason why he would never touch the loot from the safe. Even if someone in Dominic's gang was caught, they couldn't implicate him in the robbery since he had never been part of the planning or the operation, nor did he take a share of the loot. After taking care of everything, Luke took a nap. An hour later, he was woken up by his buzzing phone. Picking it up with his eyes closed, he asked drowsily, "Hello?" After a brief silence, Vanessa said on the other end of the phone, "It's me. I have something for you." Luke yawned and opened one eye to look at the sky, only to see that it was already sunset. "Time and place?" Vanessa said, "At the abandoned factory, preferably right now." Luke hummed and said, "Give me 30 minutes. Okay." Vanessa gave a simple reply and hung up. Luke got up and blinked the drowsiness out of his eyes. He stretched and said, "Okay, I've slept enough. Time to act." Chuckling, he quickly cleaned up and changed before he set off. Luke reached the abandoned factory in his Honda before nightfall. The factory was now completely empty. Apart from a pile of abandoned items in one corner, there was nothing else in the factory except a couch and a car. Stopping the car near the couch, Luke got out and smiled at Vanessa, who had just shut the entrance. "Hello, you're in a good mood today." Vanessa looked relaxed. Compared with when she had been having a run of bad luck before, she was practically glowing. Hearing Luke, she gazed at his car and asked, "Where's the other car?" Luke said with a smile, "It was stolen." Vanessa stared at him for a moment. "You're really careless." Luke stepped forward and placed his hands on her hips, stroking gently. "That's right, this is careless, too." Vanessa raised an eyebrow. Unbothered by his action, she simply nodded at a big bag on the couch. "That's $5 million from Dominic for saving the four of them." Luke chuckled as his hands moved lower. "No, I didn't save any of them. They got the wrong guy." Vanessa was about to say, "That's impossible," but she wasn't an idiot. Her thoughts spun, before she got it, and her charming electric eyes widened. "So, it was just an anonymous guy in a mask who saved Hobbs and Dominic?" Luke shrugged. "That's right. I'm just a law-abiding tourist. When I go back to LA, I'll be a strict officer of the law. Why would I stir up trouble in Brazil?" Vanessa was amused. "Are you serious?" Luke nodded. "Yes, I am." Vanessa said, "That's $5 million. Are you sure?" Luke nodded matter-of-factly. "Positive. It really isn't mine." Speechless for a moment, Vanessa said in vexation, "Then what do I do? Call Dominic and the rest of them back and tell them that there's more money here for them?" Dominic's team had gone their separate ways to enjoy the money. The assistant Vincent had also gone to look for his wife and daughter after taking the money. Thus, Vanessa truly didn't know what to do with the money. Looking at her vexed expression, Luke chuckled as his hands moved up again. "I remember a woman who lost a car carrying more than $10 million in New York." Vanessa glanced at him and gave an unamused smile. "That's right. Thanks to the hard work of a certain police detective, the woman wound up empty-handed and almost had to swim back to Brazil buck naked." Luke had a strange expression on his face. "Naked? Really?" Vanessa blushed slightly. "What do you think?" Luke nodded, deep in thought. "Should we call it even now?" Vanessa wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured in his ear, "The money here doesn't seem to be enough." Luke chuckled. "Then why don't we discuss how I should compensate you for the rest of it in a more comfortable place?" Vanessa was silent and simply nibbled his earlobe. She was clearly very interested in his compensation. On the sea bridge at that moment, Flegg looked at the two bodies in the car and ordered, "Let's go. Send these two pieces of trash back. We might still be able to use them as test material." An agent next to him looked at the sea and asked, "What about the safe?" As he moved, Flegg said, "You want to pick it up right in front of the Rio police?" The agent thought for a moment and realized that it was impossible. But Flegg said in a low voice, "Get someone good at underwater operations to move it at night." A smile spread across the agent's face. If the safe really had that much money in it, his bonus this time would be 80 to 100,000 at the very least. He hurriedly asked, "Boss, what about the guy who killed the two hedgehogs? Aren't we going to do anything?" Flegg got into a car. "Have the local CIA branch look into it." The agent nodded and got into the driver's seat before he drove the car away. At most, they would just keep an eye on the person who killed the Hedgehog brothers. After all, based on their intelligence, that black person only demonstrated exceptional marksmanship, formidable rope handling skills, and reasonably good driving skills. There was nothing out of the ordinary about them. Even Flegg could have effortlessly killed or captured superhuman morons like the Hedgehog brothers. Superhumans who were only brawn and no brains or skills were nothing to be scared of. Why did most superhumans lie low? Not because they wanted peace, but because they didn't have guts. Working alone, most of them wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from a squad of trained, well-coordinated elite soldiers. When they were prepared, Flegg and his dozens of agents could fight most superhumans. As long as the super abilities weren't especially tricky, it was only a matter of time before these superhumans were caught. "Boss, that black person is roughly on par with our team, right?" asked the agent who was driving. Flegg hummed and said, "More or less." Actually, he estimated that his team was probably slightly inferior to the stranger, while he himself might be just a little better than the guy. But the difference was meaningless. A regular elite didn't have much of an advantage if he was outnumbered, unless he was a certain former colleague that Flegg knew, who had reached the peak in human battle and tactics, and was like an army unto himself. Flegg knew very well that if it wasn't for his loyalty to America, he could be replaced. Luke spent his remaining days between leisure and work. During the day, he would visit scenic spots around Rio in disguise with Vanessa acting as a local tour guide. At night, they checked into a hotel to enjoy each other's company. Late at night, after Vanessa fell asleep from exhaustion, Luke would go out harvesting in high spirits. He would return to the hotel before dawn and sleep for another 2 hours, before waking Vanessa up to continue compensating her. It was the perfect work-life balance. His experience and credit skyrocketed at a rate of over 3,000 points every day. This wasn't his jurisdiction, and the city wasn't peaceful in the first place, so it was more straightforward for him to earn experience and credit points. After killing some people, he would throw their bodies into their enemy's nest, before he killed people on the other side. A fight would then break out between the two gangs. Nobody really knew why the gangs suddenly started to clash. But with their members' deaths, these gangs weren't the type to sit down and talk it out, they just took out their guns to fight. Thankfully, these gang fights didn't spill over into the city center or the tourist district in the south, so they didn't affect Luke and Vanessa's trip. It was raining in Rio today. Rio in the rain had a different beauty to sunny Rio. In the cool and damp breeze coming off the ocean, Luke slept in a seaside chalet with Vanessa in his arms. This was a small, detached villa. They were tired of the big hotels, and a small seaside chalet like this was enjoyable every now and then. It was very tranquil, there were only the sounds of the sea breeze, the water dripping on the roof, and the trees outside. With Vanessa's smooth, warm body in his arms, Luke looked at the sky and mulled over his next operation. Given the extent of his compensation today, Vanessa would probably sleep until the sun was high. This hazy, rainy night was perfect for his work as well. Suddenly, his fake phone buzzed. Luke quickly grabbed his phone. Looking at the dozen red dots that had suddenly appeared on the map, he frowned. Instant covering Vanessa, who was sound asleep, with a t-shirt, he broke into a run. Opening the door which faced the ocean, he dashed over the 10-meter boardwalk, as fast as a shadow, and entered the ocean. In his arms, Vanessa was roused by the seawater, and her face was full of bafflement. "You, MMPH." Luke covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, "We have shooters." Vanessa promptly shut up and held on to Luke tightly as he swiftly carried her through the water. In less than 20 seconds, Luke took her to the beach 100 meters away and hid under the porch of another chalet. "Stay here and don't make a sound. I'll be back soon," he said softly, and was about to leave. Vanessa pulled at him and said, "It's dangerous, don't go." She had confidence in Luke's abilities, but the enemy was prepared and Luke was only in a pair of shorts. The situation wasn't in his favor at all. Luke chuckled and stroked her under her t-shirt. "I'm not an idiot. I'll be fine." Saying that, he jumped back into the ocean and returned to the chalet. Swoosh! Fire suddenly streaked toward the chalet that Luke and Vanessa had been in earlier. Boom! The chalet abruptly exploded in a ball of flames and crackled in the aftermath. Staring at the explosion from the water, Luke raised an eyebrow. "Hey, you're even using metal warheads with an RPG. You really want to blow me into smithereens, don't you?" After the chalet was destroyed by the warhead, a dozen shadows swiftly approached the chalet and charged inside. "Where are they?" "The bed is empty. The bathroom is empty too. Go check the beach." Luke saw his chance, and went ashore on the beach not far from the chalet and hid himself in the vegetation near the shoreline. A moment later, two shooters who were on the alert were grabbed by their throats and dragged into the bushes. Luke checked the clip in the AK in his hand and raised the gun behind a palm tree. Bang! 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 The people who were searching the chalet instantly collapsed. "Behind us! He's behind us!" He slipped away. Luke curled his lip. "Who's stupid enough to stay in the chalet to be blown up by you?" Switching his position in the bushes, he shot down another two criminals who had just come back from searching the beach. "Not bad," Luke murmured inwardly. This bunch had suddenly lost a handful of men in the ambush, but they didn't scatter or flee. They were taking turns to cover each other as they moved. These shooters weren't amateurs. They had clearly received some sort of training. They weren't the best, but they certainly weren't the worst either. Labeling these guys as such in his heart, Luke disappeared into the darkness again. Bang! 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 His AK suddenly fired from another side of the chalet, taking down yet another two shooters. The shooters finally started to panic. Half of their comrades had been taken down even before they had eyes on the target. They hadn't seen this coming. Also, they had no idea how many men the other side had. "Cover each other and retreat to the left. There's cover over there," the captain ordered. The remaining 6 men instantly obeyed. They were sitting ducks in this small chalet. Just like when they launched the RPG earlier, they were live targets, standing here. Once they blended into their surroundings, they would be able to contend with the enemy. The 6 of them spread out as they quickly ran for the vegetation on the side. They kept several meters away from each other to avoid being killed all at once. When the 2 men in the lead ran into the trees 5 meters away, the last 2 men had just stepped out of the chalet. Bang! 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 From the roof above the side door of the chalet, Luke shot all 6 of them in the back one by one from his vantage point. He liked opponents who ran around the best. They were practically sending themselves to his gun. Jumping down from the roof, he aimed the AK to the left and right. Bam! Bam! 2 guys were shot in the back of their heads. Another 3 had already been shot in the head, so Luke didn't have to kill them again. Luke caught the last one, who had been shot in the leg. This was the captain who had given the order earlier. Dragging the guy to the porch, Luke didn't get the answer he wanted from the tough guy until he crushed all his fingers and toes. Luke took out a Nokia phone from the guy's pocket and showed him the call history. Which one? The captain was practically sobbing. First one, the first one. Luke nodded. Tell your boss that you've completed the mission and that you're bringing my body back. Got it? The captain struggled to nod. He didn't have a choice. This monster had said that if he played any tricks, all his bones would be broken and he would be dragged along behind the car until the man found his boss. The captain would rather die right now than die from being dragged behind a car. Under Luke's watch, the captain finished the call, then begged, Can you give me a chance? Luke nodded, then stood up. Bang! I already gave you a chance to keep your bones intact. He shrugged, threw away the AK, and took the M1911 and its clips off the captain. After dropping the bodies of the shooters into the ocean, he went back and picked up Vanessa. Luke didn't have much in the chalet, but Vanessa's phone and assorted items couldn't be left behind so carelessly. In the wreck of a chalet, Vanessa, who was drenched, took off her only t-shirt and wiped herself dry with a big towel. Putting on his clothes not far away, Luke asked, Wait for me in a safe place later. With her back to him, Vanessa dropped the towel and put on a shirt and light purple underwear. Then, she turned around and glanced at him. I want to know who tried to kill me too. Luke was already dressed by then, and he forced a smile at her words. Actually, they might be after me. Vanessa laughed. I was the one who booked this chalet. I don't think you were the only target of that RPG. Luke thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. He could only warn her, you might run into an old friend later. Vanessa frowned. Who? Luke walked over and took out a pair of shorts from the closet. He sat her down and put them on her. You just hide and don't make a sound. Vanessa frowned even harder but didn't say anything. Several minutes later, they took one of the shooter's cars and quietly left the chalet. In another seaside villa in Rio, 2 men were sitting across from each other. One of the men, who was rather short, asked impatiently, How much longer do I have to wait, Christoph? It's been half an hour. Your men said that they killed them. It's time for you to pay up, right? The man called Christoph had curly long hair and a thick beard. He was wearing a white shirt, dress pants, and a pair of thin, gold-rimmed spectacles, which made him look like a gentleman. Hearing what the short man said, he waved his glass. Guadano, you know how I work. I don't trust anything until I see it with my own eyes. So, you won't get a cent from me before I see that man's body. Guadano frowned unhappily. You won't go back on your word, will you, Christoph? A cold light flashed in Christoph's eyes behind his spectacles. I'm a man of my word. I don't care about $1 million, but I don't like being tricked. Guadano stood up abruptly. Are you saying that I tricked you? Christoph sneered. Vanessa grew up with you, didn't she? Didn't you claim that she's your woman? How can I believe it's her in that chalet with that man? Guadano's face darkened. He slowly sat down and took a large swig of the wine in his glass. Suddenly, he cursed. That little b*tch. I pursued her for so many years, but she hooked up with a pretty boy after just several days. If I hadn't checked her secret bank account, I wouldn't have known that she paid for the room. I can't swallow the humiliation. Christoph's expression changed slightly. He was a little more convinced. Compared with some foreign pretty boy, Guadano had an ugly face. It wasn't a stretch to say that he was uglier than the average Joe. Of course, Christoph didn't believe Guadano's bullsh*t about Vanessa being his dream lover. He believed this was simply Guadano destroying something he couldn't have out of spite. This was how underground big shots like them handled things. They had killed more than one woman who didn't know what was best for them. Pa! 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 Suddenly, there was the muffled sound of clapping from the doorway. Both of them turned their heads, only to see a dark shadow clapping at the door. A female voice rang out. As expected of big shots, how decisive and ruthless. With that, the dark shadow walked into the room. Both Kristoff and Guadano were stunned. The person was dressed all in black, even the head was covered. However, it didn't look like the figure of a woman. Vanessa? Guadano ventured. The man in black looked at him and typed on his phone, "Congratulations, wrong answer." Kristoff and Guadano finally realized that the female voice was coming from the man's phone. Kristoff remained calm. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Instead of giving a reply, the man in black raised his gun and aimed at Kristoff. Kristoff suddenly laughed. "Stupid nobody. Pa!" At the gunshot, Kristoff's figure vanished as he turned into a hazy blue phantom which lunged at the man in black. That dreamlike phantom twisted and turned at dizzying, amazing speed. The man in black pulled the trigger again. Bang! Bang! The blue phantom that was Kristoff suddenly twisted to pass between the two bullets. In the meantime, he pulled out a silver whip that was more than 2 meters long from his waist. The whip also flashed blue as it flew out at the man in black. The man in black stepped back to dodge the whip. "Go to hell!" Kristoff roared viciously. Crack! With a crisp sound, a tiny curl of electricity shot out of the tip of the whip and hit the man in black who had just brushed past the whip. The man in black jolted and fell over. Kristoff recondensed into his normal form. He stood not far from the man in black and flicked the silver whip which he was still holding. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed spectacles sneered. "You're just an ordinary person, and you want to kill me?" The man in black, however, suddenly jerked up from the floor and fired his gun again. Bang! 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 Kristoff blazed blue again, leaving a string of afterimages behind him as 2 bullets brushed past his forehead. The blue light around him was even brighter as he twisted his body and avoided a bullet that was aimed at his heart. Suddenly, the blue light vanished. He had been shot in the back of his head at a blind angle. His eyes widened, a question in them, as he looked at the man in black who got back to his feet. Unfortunately, with a hole in the back of his head, it was impossible for him to utter another word. The man in black regained his balance and shook out his limbs. His body tingled all over as elementary self-healing quickly treated the damage caused by the intense electric shock just now. He heaved a sigh. "Actually, it isn't that hard for an ordinary person to kill you. And it's even easier for me," he added in his heart. After saying that, he looked at the shorty who was quivering not far away. "Now, can you tell me why you're here, Guadano?" Guadano's lips trembled. I was just here to talk business." The man in black sighed again. "You were here to tell Kristoff who bought that armored Hummer from you for $200,000, right?" As he spoke, he took off his mask to reveal a young and handsome face. Naturally, the man was Luke. Only he could have used physical outburst and curved shooting right after he was attacked by Kristoff's electric charge. He shot 4 bullets, 3 as distractions and 1 for real. Together, they instantly killed Kristoff, who let down his guard. Looking at that familiar face, Guadano was hugely shocked. He quickly shook his head. "No, not at all. There's no point denying it now, Guadano," a woman said. This time, the voice didn't come from the phone, but from the door. Guadano looked at the doorway and saw a tall and captivating woman. His face turned pale when he saw her face. "Viva Nessa." Luke looked toward the door and said helplessly, "It won't be easy now that you're here." Walking over on her long legs, Vanessa's expression was calm. There's nothing difficult about it. She then aimed her gun at Guadagno's forehead, and was about to pull the trigger. Don't. Let me do it. Luke stopped her and shot Guadagno without looking at him. Pa! Guadagno fell back and hit the floor with a heavy thump. There was a slight change in Vanessa's expression, and she seemed a little sad. We grew up together as kids. We were almost friends. Luke put one hand on her shoulder and walked out with her. Certain people don't regard you as a friend no matter how long you've known them. All right, let me clean up this place. Saying that, he shut her out. Back in the room, he stored the two bodies as well as the blood-stained carpet in his inventory. Removing all traces from the scene, he opened the door and walked out. Let's go. Half an hour later, Luke and Vanessa returned to her secret dorm. After they entered, Vanessa sat down on the couch heavily and was silent for a long time. Clearly, the betrayal of Guadagno, her childhood playmate, was quite the blow. Luke didn't say anything. He simply took off his clothes and stuffed them into a plastic bag. Then, he walked over to Vanessa and began to take off her clothes. Vanessa frowned. What are you doing? Luke said, take a shower. We were just drenched. Let's not catch a cold. Vanessa didn't resist. She simply let him take off her clothes and carry her into the bathroom. Naturally, she didn't see Luke store the clothes in his inventory as well. He was never careless about anything that might give him away. The water soon started running in the bathroom, and Vanessa cursed in a low voice. You beast, don't you ever get tired? Luke said, that's because I'm only 18. Come on, sit here. I'll wash your hair for you. Vanessa, you. At midnight, with Vanessa who had fallen asleep again in his arms, Luke read the system notifications. System, eliminate Kristoff's team of gunmen. Completed. Total experience, 400. Total credit, 400. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 400. Credit plus 400. System, eliminate Kristoff's nest. Completed. Total experience, 800. Total credit, 800. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 800. Credit plus 800. System, kill Guadagno. Completed. Total experience, 200. Total credit, 200. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 200. Credit plus 200. On this unexpected revenge trip, he had only earned 1,400 experience and credit points, but it was better than nothing. What surprised and disappointed him was the next notification. System, you have killed Kristoff. You may now learn all of his abilities. Kristoff's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Firearms. Elementary Electrical Control, Genetic Mutation. Unavailable, Kristoff was a superhuman, as well as the first one that Luke had met with an electrical ability. Not only could this big shot use electrical attacks, he also boasted speed and reflexes that were far beyond what a regular human being was capable of, to the point that he could even dodge bullets from close up. So, it should have been a happy thing that Luke defeated him. However, the elementary electrical control on the list of his abilities was black, which meant that it couldn't be learned. It was just like with Jason's and Freddy's abilities. Luke didn't have what it took to learn those abilities at all. Luke already had a speculation about this long ago. Today, he could finally confirm part of it. Daddy System's super learning mode didn't allow him to learn all abilities. The abilities of insects, such as spiders, or those of non-humans like Jason or Freddy, weren't the only abilities he couldn't learn. Kristoff was human, but Luke couldn't learn his abilities either. Luke had had a lot of speculations all this time. Now, one of these not-so-great possibilities had proven to be true. He was a little bummed, but not too disappointed. Ever since the day the system officially came online, he had never assumed that Daddy's system would take care of everything for him. If it could take care of everything, it would be all too easy for Luke to turn into an omnipotent superhuman. Daddy's system had its own logic for its behavior. The things it gave Luke didn't just come out of thin air. Quid pro quo was the system's foundation. Thinking that, Luke looked at another system notification and heaved a sigh. System, you have killed the Hedgehog brothers. You may now learn all their abilities. The Hedgehog brothers' abilities: basic combat, skin fortification, genetic mutation. Prerequisite, 20 strength. Irreversible. Cost, 20,000 credit points, skin thorn, genetic mutation. Prerequisite, 20 strength and skin fortification. Cost, 10,000 credit points. He was qualified to learn the Hedgehog brothers' abilities. Seeing the note that it was irreversible, however, he quickly gave up on the abilities after a simple analysis. If he were to learn their abilities, he would get the Hedgehog brothers' reptilian skin, which was why they were so inhumanly sturdy and hideous. He would rather wear an extra bulletproof than learn their abilities. That side effect was even more unacceptable than going bald. At least, he had seen people who were bald but handsome, but nobody could look like a lizard and still be considered attractive. Furthermore, with a warm girl in his arms, to say that he wasn't satisfied would be hypocritical of him. If he learned the Hedgehog brothers' abilities and took on their wretched appearance, he was sure that Vanessa would rather return her favor to him in other ways than sleeping with him. Thus, he gave up on those abilities without any hesitation. However, while certain things could be abandoned, others couldn't. A cold light flashed in Luke's eyes. He had been pretty restrained in his credit-earning operations in Rio. He mostly went after gangs involved in human and organ trafficking, as well as violent gangs that had killed many people. Drugs in Rio were peddled rampantly and out in the open. Luke basically hadn't done anything. If he purged Rio of the drug traffickers, tens of thousands of people might have to die, which was too big a wave. And while the people in the underground car market were also involved in shady business, he never thought about dealing with them. Even back in Los Angeles, he had never dealt with thieves or car smugglers. But what Guadano did today prompted him to make a decision. Luke wasn't afraid that people in Rio would learn of his identity. The DEA and the CIA should know by now that he had rescued Lisa Morales from Kristoff's gang. He had also contributed a lot to the rescue of Hobbs's squad. It didn't matter if anyone knew about him. But what about Vanessa? If anybody associated with Guadano leaked suspicious information to Kristoff's and Hernan's subordinates, would those people kindly let Vanessa off? It wasn't that Vanessa was very important to him, but simply that Luke didn't want anyone else to be affected by him, much less a girl he was intimate with. Therefore, all the members in Guadano's gang who had committed crimes had to die. In the next few days, Luke and Vanessa changed up how they traveled. They rented a boat with cash and visited scenic spots in Rio by boat. They slept on the boat at night as well. Luke copied the idea from Haley Cohen. Mobile lodgings were both convenient and safe in Rio, which was surrounded by the ocean. As he expected, nobody disturbed them again after that. They now had less time and fewer places to visit. Most of the time, Luke and Vanessa simply basked in the sun on the boat, or went fishing and swimming. As they relaxed, Luke asked Vanessa about her early life in Rio. It was quite simple, and she didn't have anything to hide. Vanessa's full name was Vanessa Giselle Bugara, so some old friends called her Giselle too. After her parents passed away from illness years ago, the people closest to Vanessa were the three long-legged girls whom she worked with back in New York. She became acquainted with Dominic's team when she got involved in some drug deal in Mexico, and she trusted Dominic's character. On the other hand, her three bosom friends/partners had gone to Europe. She heard that they caught the eye of some designer and had become fashion models. Vanessa said that when Luke went back after his vacation, she would fly to Europe and buy the clothes which her three friends walked the runway in. Luke could only express sincere admiration for such spiteful behavior. As for whether or not they would fall out after this catfight, he didn't care. That night, Luke climbed back onto the boat and drew out a long, relaxed sigh. Vanessa's voice came from inside the cabin. "Where were you?" Luke shook off the seawater and walked into the cabin with a smile. "I couldn't fall asleep, so I went for a night swim." Vanessa was reclining on the bed at the moment. Her exceptionally long wheat-colored legs were as fascinating as ever. She glanced at him with her electrifying eyes and asked with an unamused smile, "So, you swam for an hour and 20 minutes?" She was playing with a card in her hand, on which Luke had written his note, "I'm going for a night swim." Luke shrugged. "I have good stamina." Vanessa wasn't convinced at all. "So good that you can go swimming for an hour in the middle of the night?" Luke chuckled and gathered her close on the bed. "You're the last person to question my stamina, don't you think?" Vanessa glared at him in disdain. "Hey, you're still wet." Luke had already grabbed her waist and picked her up. He said, "So, we both need a shower, and I can prove it to you at the same time." Vanessa was a little nervous. "What do you want?" "To prove to you that I still have plenty of stamina, and that I can work out for another hour," said Luke with a big smile. Vanessa's face stiffened, and she gripped him more tightly around the neck. "No need, I believe you." With a smile, Luke exerted a little more strength with his hands. "No, I always do what I say. I'm a man of my word." Vanessa struggled. "No, I'm tired, I want to sleep." Luke said, "It's too late, my lady. I still owe you a lot of interest, but our time together is limited." "Vanessa, you beast, ah." Vanessa had completely cut off all communication with people in the city, in case she was tracked down again. Hence, she didn't know about the major incidents in Rio lately which had frightened the gangs. More than 10 gang nests had been attacked. 100 core members and hundreds of bottom-level gunmen had been killed. The underground car market was hit the worst. 30% of the circle, which worked for Guadano and his associates, disappeared. Luke's night swim, which was found out by Vanessa, marked the end of this purge operation. The next day, Luke and Vanessa flew to Honduras. Honduras was a country even more chaotic than Brazil. While few countries in South America were peaceful, Honduras was definitely among the most turbulent ones. In its last 125 years of history, Honduras had witnessed 139 uprisings and 59 wars. Juarez of Mexico was often criticized as the most dangerous city in the world, but quite a number of cities in Honduras were always among the top 10 most dangerous cities in the world. More than 10 people were murdered there every day. It was safe to say that the people of this country had never experienced peace in their lifetimes. Luke hadn't planned to come here. It was Vanessa's idea. From here, she would go abroad under a new identity and travel around South America under a few more names before she finally flew to Europe. By then, it would be very difficult for anyone to track her down. Even though Vanessa always hungered for thrills, her wild heart had gotten enough of it after what happened recently. With her stash of cash now, she could enjoy life for a couple of months in Europe. Luke was only keeping her company, and he investigated the environment in passing. He was very satisfied by the harvest in Rio, and Honduras similarly wasn't bad at all. After wandering around San Pedro Sula, the second largest city of Honduras, they found that it was indeed a chaotic place. San Pedro Sula had always competed with Juarez for the title of most dangerous city in the world. Noon was the safest time of day in the city. And Luke and Vanessa weren't ordinary people, which was why they could wander around the city so leisurely for half a day. Vanessa had wondered why Luke decided to go around on foot, but less than an hour later, they already got themselves a rundown car. They obtained this vehicle from several hooligans who had intended to rob them. Watching Luke cover the seat with a towel from his knapsack and inviting her to sit, Vanessa was amused. No wonder this guy vetoed her plan to rent a car. This had been his plan all along. They would go their separate ways in less than 24 hours. By then, they could throw this rundown car anywhere, and there wouldn't be any trouble. Vanessa's flight was at night. Instead of checking into a hotel, they entered a bar that evening after wandering around for a while. This bar was the most decent-looking one nearby, although half its neon lights were broken and the bullet holes in the windows were fixed with tape, since it was the only way to prevent the glass from falling out. But it really was the best bar in the neighborhood. Luke and Vanessa ordered some canned drinks and leisurely enjoyed them at the counter. It was only the canned drinks that Luke could be sure were fine. As for the alcohol here, he couldn't tell what their quality was like or what was in it. The bar was pretty crowded, but most of the customers here didn't look decent. The atmosphere here was fired up and violent. 10 minutes after Luke and Vanessa arrived, a fight broke out. It started when a bunch of hooligans hit on a curvy Latino girl who had pretty black hair. Naturally, the hooligans didn't approach her the courteous way. They pulled at the woman while they were talking to her. Luke even saw one of the hooligans put his hand on the black-haired girl's hip and give it a squeeze. He looked at Vanessa and asked, "Should we help her out?" Vanessa turned around and shook her head. "This happens too often. Don't bother unless they want to drag her out." Luke nodded. At that moment, a black baldy not far away from Luke chuckled and leaned in close. "Dude, your girlfriend is very cool." Luke nodded with a smile. "Of course, it's what I find charming about her." The black baldy chuckled again and raised his dry martini at Luke before he took a sip. Luke raised his own glass at the man. He found the black baldy somewhat familiar. However, he was often face-blind, and didn't think too much about it. Vanessa simply gave Luke an annoyed smile and didn't bother to talk to the two boring men. Faced with the harassment of these hooligans, the black-haired girl put on the sexiest smile. "Enjoying yourself?" The hooligans whistled and said that they were. F***CKU. You'll enjoy it more with your mother. With a roar, the black-haired girl abruptly exploded and slapped the hooligan who touched her but so hard he turned a full circle. Luke's lips twitched as he secretly praised, "Great arm strength, my lady." Even if the hooligan wasn't that big, he was still a tough guy, and for him to spin at a slap was too fierce. Hence, the fight began. Looking at the black-haired girl who was surrounded by the hooligans, the black baldy looked like he was going to step forward. But after the girl roared and knocked out the hooligan with a slap, the black baldy was dumbfounded. He had raised his dry martini to his lips, ready to take one last sip before he saved the damsel in distress, but he was now so stunned he forgot to drink as he stared at the black-haired girl with bulging eyes. The black-haired girl didn't hold back at all. She grabbed the fingers of a hooligan who had been reaching for her neck, and they cracked as she twisted them. The hooligan's mouth opened wide, but before he could scream, the black-haired girl had grabbed his arm and twisted her body to throw him over her shoulder so that he smashed into the ground with a heavy thump. The hooligan immediately passed out. He never had the chance to scream. What followed was the sound of fists hitting flesh, the sound of tables, chairs, cups and miscellaneous items being smashed, and the screams of the hooligans. But the most distinctive sound of all was the torrent of loud swearing that came out of the black-haired girl's mouth. Even Luke's face froze despite his usual calm. Looking at the chaotic fight, he whispered in Vanessa's ear, "She looks a lot stronger than you." Vanessa rolled her eyes at him again, their electrifying allure tickling Luke's heart. The black-haired girl was tough, but she wasn't a professional. She had picked up some things fighting on the streets. Tearing out their hair, pulling their ears, twisting their fingers, slapping their faces, and kicking their groins, she made the hooligans beg for mercy. But in this one-sided brawl, she had also been hit until her eyes were red and her lips were swollen. Luke smacked his lips. "Are we really not going to help her?" He actually found this black-haired girl quite easy on the eyes. She was fierce and tough, it was just that she was a little foul-mouthed. Curses like, "I'll blow up your penis," or, "You maggots are only worthy of eating my sh*" flowed like water. Coupled with her punches and kicks, these were soul-crushing blows to the hooligans. Unfortunately, she was, in the end, a woman up against almost 10 men. After taking down 3 of them, she was surrounded by the remaining 4, who punched and kicked her. The dry martini in the Black Baldy's hand finally slipped and shattered into pieces, but he suddenly got up and walked over with long strides. Bam! Crack! Pooh! Pa! A series of noises rang out, and the 4 men attacking the girl passed out. One screamed as he clutched his ankle which had been twisted into a Z, one retched hard as he clutched his belly, and one poor devil was kicked down and the Black Baldy stomped on his face. In the midst of his savage movements, the Black Baldy put on the gentlest smile and stretched out a hand to the black-haired girl, who was struggling to get back to her feet. "May I know your name? I think I've fallen in love with you." Pooh! Luke spurted juice all over the floor. He had expected the Black Baldy to say something like, "Are you all right?" Who would have thought he would say something like that? That was because the black-haired girl, who had just taken a beating, had unkempt hair and a swollen face. Her clothes were also dusty and stained with alcohol, and she looked no better than a beggar. With her current appearance, how could the Black Baldy still say something like that? Shouldn't he offer to take her to a hospital first? In the end, the black-haired girl got back up on unsteady feet and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, before she disdainfully said to the Black Baldy, "How old are you? You don't even have hair anymore, don't try to act like a young guy to pick up girls." With that, she limped out of the bar. Dazed for a moment, the Black Baldy suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that he could barely stand straight. Vanessa stared blankly, before she chuckled as well. After the black-haired girl pushed open the door and walked out, the Black Baldy stopped laughing and swiftly followed her. Luke's blessing followed the man out. "Good luck. I believe in you." The Black Baldy didn't even bother to turn back around. He simply gave the victory sign, before he disappeared out the door. Luke smacked his lips. Is this what they mean by, "Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder"? A complicated expression on her face, Vanessa hummed in agreement. At that moment, another group of people came out of a side corridor and walked past her. Seeing Vanessa sitting at the counter, they paused and turned their heads. "Hi, gorgeous, how about a drink?" They then surrounded her. Detecting the strong smell of alcohol on them, Luke knew that these people were drunk. Rolling his eyes, he pulled Vanessa to his side and said, "She's fine. You can scram." The drunkards paid no attention to him. They approached Vanessa with dumb leers and reached for her. Luke grabbed a bottle opener from the counter with his right hand, and stabbed again and again with it. In 1 second, he had stabbed 4 times, and 4 men knelt down next to his feet as they screamed and clutched their hands. "Have you sobered up? If you have, get lost," Luke said impatiently before he threw away the blood-stained bottle opener. "Go to hell." One of the drunkards who hadn't reached out seemed to sober up a little, and he reached for his waist. But Luke leaned against the counter in a relaxed pose and looked silently at the guy. The drunkard pulled a pistol out from his back. In Luke's eyes, the guy was as slow as an old COW. He curled his lip and suddenly raised his right leg to kick the hand that the man was holding the gun with. The drunkard's grip loosened at the pain, and the gun was sent flying before it landed in front of Luke. Picking up the pistol, Luke aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The man yelled and fell to his knees with a hole in his calf. Luke nodded. "Your gun was loaded, so you only have yourself to blame." After he opened fire, the other 3 hooligans reached for their guns too. This time, Luke didn't waste any time talking. He fired again, and just like their buddy, those hooligans immediately yelled and dropped to their knees. Luke then went over and collected their pistols, before he found the key to a car on the first guy who had tried to shoot him. "Let's go. These people probably have accomplices." Saying that, he left the bar with Vanessa. Their shabby car was nowhere to be seen when they came out. Luke wasn't surprised at all. If you took your phone out in public here, you had to be prepared to be robbed of it at any time, to say nothing of a car. With the key in his hand, Luke walked straight to a Toyota pickup and opened it. Vanessa didn't find that strange since it was the only Toyota parked outside the bar. In the car, Luke asked, to the airport? Vanessa thought for a moment before she shook her head. Let's check out more of the city. There are another 2 hours until my flight. Luke nodded and drove slowly. They wandered around the city aimlessly, going wherever they wanted. San Pedro Sula was even more chaotic at night. The occasional gunshots and screams indicated that the city wasn't destined to spend this night peacefully. Luke and Vanessa were quiet in the car. They were about to go their separate ways. While they weren't exactly sad, they were a little reluctant to let each other go after the 10 enjoyable days they spent together. Behind them, the sound of engines grew louder as 2 cars sped over and then screeched to a stop to block the Toyota pickup. Luke sighed helplessly. And I thought we could spend our remaining time together peacefully. Vanessa gazed at him with her charming electrifying eyes. Can you take care of them first? Luke said, what if they've mistaken us for someone else? This is the one. It's Edgar's pickup. Kill those son of B** cheese. At the roar, many people locked and loaded their guns. Luke, fine. It seems they didn't mistake us for someone else. Then there's no need to feel guilty. Bang. 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 He killed 5 of the 6 men who got out of the cars, and Vanessa shot down the last one. The whole process took no more than 2 seconds. Ignoring the 6 dead men, Luke turned his head and looked at a car that was slowly making its way over. When the car drew near, a slightly familiar black baldy greeted him casually from the driver's seat. Hey! It seems you don't need my help anymore. Luke chuckled. But thank you for your kindness anyway. The black baldy laughed, as if amused by Luke's gratitude. Luke waved at him. Goodbye. I must see my girlfriend off now. The black baldy simply nodded with a smile. Luke said in passing, I wish you a lovely night. Immediately, the black-haired girl in the passenger seat grunted angrily in response. Pretending that he didn't hear it, Luke hit the gas pedal and sped away. Some passers-by looked over, but nobody kicked up a fuss. A few deaths in San Pedro Sula at night couldn't be any more common. After Luke drove some distance away, Vanessa suddenly said, let's go to the beach. Luke did as she asked and drove to a quiet beach. He took out a towel and lay it out on the flat beach, before he sat down with Vanessa in his arms. Staring at the dark sea for a long time, Vanessa suddenly asked, will we meet again? Luke chuckled. I'm usually in Los Angeles, except when I'm on business trips. I'm not going anywhere. Vanessa was somewhat relieved after hearing that. She had been feeling a little conflicted after the last few days. She was very fond of Luke, or rather, she found Luke very attractive. However, that fondness and attraction weren't enough for her to abandon her free-spirited life. Also, judging from Luke's reaction, he didn't want to cling to her either. Nevertheless, she was still a little disappointed by it. Now, she had gotten a neutral answer, and one which was most suitable for her. With Luke's response, they would no longer be acquaintances who just happened to run into each other, but friends who were comfortable with each other. Maybe one day, when she missed him, she could meet up with this old friend in Los Angeles under another identity. That was good enough for Vanessa, who had few friends. Thinking that, she asked, what time is it? Luke glanced at his watch and said, 8:30. She hummed and said, I think my flight is at 10:20. Luke said, I know. I'll get you there before that. Vanessa couldn't help but glare at the man next to her, but it was hard to make out her fascinating eyes in the darkness by the sea. She could only turn around and stretch out her long legs as she straddled Luke and looked down at him. Do you want to stay here and do nothing for the next hour? It'll only take 20 minutes to get to the airport. Luke chuckled. He didn't get up but simply hugged her thin waist and stroked it gently. So, we can still discuss interest repayments. Vanessa shifted her skirt and moved lower. We've been over this many times. Didn't you say that compound interest is an option? Luke nodded and sighed. So, there's no way that I can pay the interest in full? Both of them moaned in the middle of their conversation. By the sea at night, there was still nothing to be heard but the rolling tide crashing onto the beach. At 10:20, Luke returned to the previous bar on his own. Ordering another can of juice, he leaned against the counter lazily. A few minutes later, another person entered the bar. He smiled when he saw Luke and sat down next to him. "Where's your girlfriend? Is she gone?" Luke tapped the counter lazily and said to the bartender. "His drink is on me." The man was none other than the Black Baldy. He smiled again when he heard that. "I like you, boy. I'd like a tequila pop." After the bartender brought the drink over, the Black Baldy tapped the glass on the counter, and when the drink fizzed with bubbles, he drained it in one gulp. Luke raised his eyebrow. "Where's your future girlfriend? Since you're drinking here, I'm guessing you crashed and burned." The Black Baldy put the glass down and smacked his lips. "She will be my girlfriend, and my wife after that. But it takes time to build love." Luke blinked innocently. "So, you crashed and burned?" The Black Baldy glared at Luke with the eyes of a bull. "Young man, treasure the beauty of love and don't waste time. Love is the most precious thing in the world." Luke nodded, deep in thought. "Fair enough. But, you crashed and burned?" He sipped calmly on his juice. The Black Baldy gazed at him angrily for a while, before he suddenly smiled. "Kid, you're too young. I personally took her home and confirmed it was her place." Amused, Luke gave him a thumbs up. "You're a pro." Smiling proudly, the Black Baldy suddenly stretched out his hand. "What's your name?" "I'm Kincaid." Luke shook the man's hand. "Skywalker." Kincaid's lips twitched. "Are you serious?" Luke drew his hand back. "As serious as your own name." Speechless for a moment, Kincaid drew his hand back as well. "Fine, we're in the same trade. Your hand doesn't seem like it, but your technique, well." He smiled broadly, pondering for a moment. Luke nodded honestly. "Sort of. I'm a good guy." Kincaid agreed with him. "Yes, I'm a good guy too. Bullsh *T. Who the hell knows how many people you've killed?" The same thought popped up in their hearts. Luke stared at the tattoo on the man's bald head, which was an image of ravens flying or perched on a bare tree. The strokes were simple and in the simplest black. After a moment of observation, Luke asked, "Your tattoo is interesting. What does it mean?" Kincaid replied after a brief silence, "The passing of lives, I guess." Luke hummed and didn't ask further. They sank into silence. At that moment, a dozen men suddenly swarmed the bar. Holding guns and eyes wide, their fierce gazes swept over the customers in the bar. Seeing the gangsters' attitude, the customers in the bar silently retreated to hide in the corners without needing to be told. Kincaid glanced at the strangers. "Are they here for you?" Luke asked, "Why can't they be here for you?" Kincaid shrugged. "I don't think I've pissed off anyone here." Luke scoffed and drew two circles on his face. "Don't forget the guy whose face you stamped into a tomato pizza. You think you didn't piss him off?" Kincaid nodded helplessly. "Fine. But you shot 3 unlucky bastards in the leg, and then you and your girlfriend killed 6 of their friends who wanted revenge. That's way worse than what I did, right?" Luke said, "But that can't prove that these people are here for me, can it?" "That's him. That's the white boy who killed Farino and the rest," shouted one of the newcomers. All of them aimed their guns at Luke. Kincaid burst out laughing and moved to the side. See, it really is your business. There was nothing Luke could do except raise his middle finger at Kincaid. The black baldy's with him. He ruined Sam's face earlier, the same guy shouted again. Immediately, half the newcomers shifted their guns to point them at Kincaid. Luke was amused. Looks like this is also your business. Half each? Kincaid said, fine. Let's get this over with. I still need to bond with my wife. Your future wife, Luke said unrelentingly. As they mocked each other, the gangsters at the door grew impatient. Kill them. Bang. 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 Just before the gangsters opened fire, Luke lunged and rolled to hide behind a coffee table and chairs on the side. Keeping low, he darted into a corner, before he gave a thumbs up to the other side. Keep it up, Kincaid. I believe in you. Huh, nice try. Half each. Kincaid had basically moved the same time as Luke as he flipped over the counter to hide behind it. He curled his lip in disdain. Luke shrugged. Fine, deal. The barrage of bullets wrecked the wine cabinet and counter. All kinds of alcohol and objects were sent flying. In the meantime, the dust had been kicked up in Luke's corner as bullets nicked the wall. When the two of them split up, the gangsters subconsciously pressed forward. Their guns were still firing wildly. For a moment, the whole space was filled with deafening gunfire. Luke had already put on earplugs to block the noise and prevent his ears from ringing. The gangsters, on the other hand, frowned at the pain in their ears as they fired. Looking at the counter, Luke had to praise Kincaid, that wily old fox. After jumping behind the counter, he had slipped out and was now watching the show from a distant corner. Luke raised a hand and signaled for him to fire on the count of 3. Kincaid replied with an okay gesture. As Luke counted down, the gangsters' gunfire suddenly slowed down. These guys were super amateurs who couldn't even keep up ongoing gunfire. Half of them had used up their clips and were busy reloading at the same time. Luke finished counting down at just the right time. Almost in unison, Luke and Kincaid both stuck their guns out. Bang! 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 Kincaid and Luke were in two different corners. Caught in the crossfire, half the gangsters were instantly killed. Luke didn't even bother to aim. He didn't have to show off his marksmanship in front of Kincaid at all. These dumbass gangsters thought that they had the advantage in numbers. From the moment they came in and opened fire as they pressed forward, they didn't even spread out. In such a confined space, this group of a dozen gangsters had massive bullseyes on their backs. Kincaid and Luke quickly emptied their clips. Only 3 of the dozen gangsters were lucky enough not to be shot. Scared witless, they ducked to the sides. While reloading, Kincaid made a carry-on gesture at Luke. Luke shrugged. He was half a second quicker at reloading than the black baldy, and he stuck his gun out again. Bang! 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 2 gangsters who didn't hide well enough screamed and collapsed, one shot in the heel and the other in the elbow. Bang! Bang! Casually shooting them in the chest, Luke reloaded again. On the other side, Kincaid applauded him soundlessly. Luke raised his hand and made a "it's your turn" gesture. Kincaid smiled. He didn't stick his head out, but simply flicked his wrist and raised his gun. Bang! 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 The last gangster was shot in his upper torso and couldn't move anymore. Luke clapped soundlessly as well. Kincaid hadn't fired off random shots, he had aimed at his target using the reflection in a mirror at the counter. This wasn't something that a regular shooter could do. Luke had reloaded by then, and he walked out. Pa! 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 All the gangsters who had still been screaming were shot in the chest. Luke then fired behind him without even turning his head. Bang! Bang! The last 2 bullets weren't wasted. The bartender who had planned to ambush him with a rifle was shot in his thigh. When he screamed, his head was blown up. Those gangsters had known to come here for Luke only because the bartender had told them. Luke knew that this bar was in their territory and that the bartender worked for them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to this bar. Pa! Kincaid walked out and aimed at someone behind Luke. A guy who was secretly aiming at Luke from the crowd took a bullet to the head. Kincaid said with a smile, "You owe me your life." Luke curled his lip and suddenly flung his empty M1911. With a clunk, the gun hit the face of another gangster at the door who was aiming his gun at Kincaid. Luke shrugged. Now we're even. Those 2 were with the gangsters, but had pretended to be customers and didn't step out at the beginning. Now that the 2 covert gunmen were dead, there were no more people among the customers hiding in the corners who took out any guns. Luke went over and picked up a gun from one of the gangsters before he returned to the counter. Kincaid was rummaging around at the moment, and after a while, he gave an aha, and took out a bottle of red wine. Luke glanced at the label but didn't recognize it. Is this good wine? Kincaid curled his lip. So, but it's the real deal at least. The tequila that the bartender gave me earlier was definitely fake and tasted crap. This bottle of wine will be his compensation to me. I'll take it to Sonia later. Luke picked up his can of juice from the counter. It was a miracle that the can had survived the barrage. Taking a leisurely sip, he asked, "Sonia? Is that your future wife?" Kincaid opened his eyes wide. "She will be my wife." Luke shrugged. "Then, may you have a baby. Soon." Kincaid simply raised his middle finger at him. Just like that, they walked out of the bar, one holding a bottle of wine and the other a can of juice. Kincaid remarked casually, "You look a little like someone I know. Your technique is pretty similar, except that you're not as good at shooting and not as handsome. Your beard is also fake." Unbothered, Luke took a swig of his juice. "Someone who's actually better looking than I am who?" Kincaid thought for a moment and in the end still decided to answer his question. "His name's John. He's an old guy who's already retired. I don't think you'll ever run into him." As they chatted, they left the bar. Getting into his pickup, Luke waved at Kincaid who was getting into a Ford. "See you. I have a plane to catch." Kincaid simply waved back, and the 2 men went their separate ways in their respective cars. The bar fight had just been a game to them, and a way to make an impression on each other. In the wee hours of the morning, Luke got on a plane bound for Los Angeles. His lips curved up as he read the system notifications. Mission: eliminate drug dealers and destroy their nest at the bar. Completed. Total experience, 2,000. Total credit, 2,000. Contribution rate, 60%. EXP plus 1,200. Credit plus 1,200. As experience has reached 50,000 points, the host is now level 13. Extra stat points, 5. Thanks to his harvest back in Mexico, he already had more than 15,000 experience points before this trip to Rio. In the next dozen days or so in Rio, Luke went on a killing spree and earned 3,000 plus every night. By the time he arrived in Honduras, his experience had surpassed 48,000 points. He had only gone back to the bar because he needed the last 1,000 experience points to level up. And given his slight OCD, he didn't want to wait until he returned to Los Angeles to obtain the points. Let the level up be the best bonus for this field trip. Looking at his stats, Luke fell into deep thought. 40 strength, 20 dexterity, and 20 mental strength. Overall, this was the optimal configuration for him for most circumstances. If it wasn't for elementary self-healing, he might have stacked dexterity or mental strength so that they reached 41st. He was now facing a conundrum, whether to improve dexterity or mental strength first. Since 40 was the second threshold, the most cost-effective choice naturally was to increase dexterity or mental strength to 41st. Splitting the points between the two attributes would mean that neither of them would operate to maximum effect for a long time, not until they both reached 40. Currently, the demand for experience points soared every 5 levels, and this massive increase meant that every subsequent threshold he reached required the sum of practically all the experience points of the last 10 or so levels. The experience points required for every new level, on the other hand, was an increase of 20,000 points. Level 13 required 50,000 experience points, level 14 70,000 points, and level 15 90,000. It was impossible for him to fly all over the world every day and kill criminals everywhere. If hundreds of homicides were to happen wherever he went, and it happened too often, any idiot would notice it had to do with him. All this time, he had done his best to conceal traces of his involvement by using scapegoats. In his forays out to earn experience points in France's Neuf Trois, even the Paris police didn't know what happened, to say nothing of American intelligence organizations. None of these gangs would let the police know what happened, they were only too happy to snap up the territories of gangs that had gone missing back in Mexico. Luke didn't leave any evidence behind. Nothing could be traced back to him. However, he had indeed made quite a scene in Rio. If he wanted to earn experience and credit points like this again, he couldn't use his real identity. He already had a plan for that. For now, he could only stay in Los Angeles and steadily earn experience and credit points until the time was ripe for him to open a new playing field. That also meant that he couldn't level up too quickly. This time, he had advanced to a new level in less than a month, but that wouldn't happen often. After pondering for a long time, he finally made his choice in the system and clicked. Mental Strength 21. Sensing the itchy feeling in his brain, he took a deep breath. Now that he had made his choice, he could only continue forward without any hesitation. Thinking that, Luke closed his eyes and began to review his Rio trip. He knew that he wasn't too smart, so he had to make up for it with diligence. A little more self-reflection never hurt. It was a good thing that he had elementary self-healing, and his mental strength had surpassed 20. Apart from 2 hours of sleep, his brain was almost never idle for the remaining 22 hours in a day. He spent most of the time reflecting on his operations and reviewing the follow-up. That was why he was always busy. After a short flight, Luke was back in Los Angeles. Taking a deep breath of the familiar air, he shook his head with a smile. It's a lot worse than in Rio, but I still like it here. Taking the second-hand Ford which he had left in the airport parking lot, he drove home. Luke frowned when he entered the house. He didn't need to look around to know that it was empty. That was because the security system was fully activated, which was only the case when both of them were out. So, the question was, where did Selena go? Did she go out shopping at 3 in the morning? Luke wasn't too worried. He sent her a text message before he started unpacking his stuff and cleaning up. Half an hour later, the door opened and Selena scuttled in. Seeing Luke, who was sitting on the couch with his legs crossed as he looked at his laptop, she said with an awkward smile, "You're back, darling." Luke raised his head and pointed next to him. "Sit down and tell me what gold nugget put you up to this time." Selena sat down and hesitated before she said, "We were just carrying out a small experiment." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Then you beat up a bunch of people until they spat blood and saliva? Don't tell me you were so bored you joined an underground fight ring?" Selena chuckled and said, "No. I just beat up some hooligans." Luke hummed and said, "Then that's fine. Take a shower and go to bed." Seeing his expression, Selena knew that he really didn't think it was a big deal, and she was stunned. "You're not mad?" Luke found that strange. "Why would I be mad? Young lady, you can only cause a punch-up at most. What's with this sense of guilt? You need to toughen up." Luke mocked inwardly. Selena relaxed, then went over to pull at him. Go, let's go to the training room. I made some progress in my training recently. Luke didn't resist, and just got up with a smile. In the training room, Selena put on her gloves and looked at Luke in his pajamas and slippers. You should change your clothes. Luke shook his head and kicked off the slippers. He then hung his pajamas on the workout equipment on the side. Picking up 2 hand targets, he waved and said, let's do this. He had some idea of what she wanted to show him, and he was very interested. Gold Nugget, you come out first, said Selena. Gold Nugget quietly drifted out of her back in the form of a ball. Without another word, Selena charged forward and began to attack. Sensing her speed, Luke exclaimed in surprise. Interesting. As he spoke, Selena struck both hand targets in a storm of fists and legs. Holding the hand targets up under her attack, Luke remarked in amazement, you made a lot of progress. Selena kept up the attack for roughly 3 minutes, before she jumped back in annoyance. Let's stop. Luke took off the hand targets with a smile and tossed them aside. Not bad. Is it because of Gold Nugget? Leaning against the workout equipment, Selena murmured angrily, it doesn't make sense. Why can't I hit you when I'm already this strong? You must be cheating. Luke walked over and rubbed her head. Young girl, you're too naive. I've never used my strength when we spar. Selena didn't know what to say. Luke finally said, Gold Nugget, why don't you roll over here? The golden slime hopped onto the workout equipment and demanded, apologize. Luke glanced at it. Why? You told me to roll over. The golden slime kept bouncing furiously. Luke put one hand to his forehead. You're a ball right now. How can you move without rolling? Gold Nugget was lost for words. It thought for a long while, but couldn't think of a retort. Fine, forget it. Luke said, don't change the subject. Tell me what happened to her. His expression turned calm when he said that. He wouldn't blame Selena. He knew that she had been under some pressure lately, so it was inevitable that she would try a shortcut when she discovered one. But Luke had to find out for sure how dangerous this shortcut was. Gold Nugget replied without much hesitation. I extracted the energy in her body before returning most of it to her, I ate a bit of it. It was so delicious, and I couldn't help myself. Frowning, Luke pulled Selena over and walked around her as he examined her carefully. A moment later, he suddenly said, haven't you noticed that your breasts and butt have shrunk again? Selena exclaimed and dashed off to her room in a panic. Luke didn't follow her. He simply pointed at the ball-like slime, warning it silently not to think about running. After Selena left, Luke closed the door and looked down at Gold Nugget. Tell me, how many times have you instigated her? Gold Nugget trembled and twisted its ball-shaped body without saying anything. Luke crouched down and stared at it. I want your word that nothing will happen to her because of your instigations. Gold Nugget. How is that possible? In the first place, she's a cop. She's bound to run into criminals in danger. Luke sneered. Huh, you're smart now. Then wouldn't her chances of running into danger increase significantly when you encourage her to beat up other people at night? Gold Nugget was angry. She said she wanted to be like you. I'm just giving her the power she needs. After a brief silence, Luke slowly reached out and touched Gold Nugget's ball body as he said in a soft voice, remember, I'll kill you if anything happens to her. Gold Nugget screamed in fear and pain. Ah, no. This bloody energy again. Take it back, take it back. Luke's ice blue eyes were indifferent as he squeezed Gold Nugget in his palm, and it couldn't escape. He asked softly, do you understand? Gold Nugget kept screeching and trembling wildly as it did all it could to avoid some frightening thing. I do. I do. I'll definitely do my best to ensure her safety and never let her run into danger. I promise. Only then did Luke draw his hand back and stand up. That's my good boy. He opened the door and said, remember, I can give you anything you want to eat if you do your job well. I believe in giving rewards where they're due. Gold Nugget lay in an exhausted pool of liquid on the floor. Really? You promise? Luke turned back and smiled. I promise. Selena came charging out of her room at that moment, and she gave Luke a conflicted look. They're smaller. They're really smaller. Luke put his hand on her shoulder and sat down with her on the couch. That's fine. I'll give you more nutrients and supplements. For the time being, don't let Gold Nugget run wild. Selena nodded, then suddenly thought the situation was odd. Where's Gold Nugget? Dollar suddenly came out of her room and ran into the training room. A moment later, it ran back and sat before them. It's here now. Luke glanced at Dollar with a smile. Take a shower first. After that, we'll go to the basement for a full body examination. Selena hummed in response and went to take a shower. Half an hour later, Luke read Selena's data and was lost for words. If Selena's measurements were expressed in system units, she was basically at 20 strength and 20 dexterity too. Of course, her stats weren't multiplied by a coefficient like Luke's. That meant that she was twice as strong and agile as an ordinary person. Compared with before Luke's trip to Rio, these two stats of hers had increased by almost 30%. It had only been half a month. No wonder Selena had yet to notice her curves shrinking once again, she had been too enamored by her new strength. Rubbing Dollar's head, Luke mulled over whether this was a good thing or not. From Selena's questions previously, Luke knew a lot about Gold Nugget now. Gold Nugget hitching a ride didn't harm its host, provided that Gold Nugget itself didn't want to hurt its host. And for some strange reason, Gold Nugget would do practically everything Selena asked of it. It looked like they had to keep this alien dog head here. At that moment, he felt the dog head under his hand tremble incessantly. He looked at Dollar, only to find that while it had a satisfied expression on its face, its body was shaking all over as if it had schizophrenia. Clearly, the Earth dog and the alien dog had different feelings about Luke's petting. Amused, Luke drew his hand back. Okay, I'll make you something good to eat tomorrow, alright? Dollar's body instantly stopped trembling and it started to whine and lick Luke's hand exuberantly. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Selena was woken up by the aroma of food. Looking at the open door and the empty doghouse, she knew that Gold Nugget had taken Dollar out. Seriously, I've told you a million times, close the door on your way out, she grumbled unhappily before lazily getting out of bed. Quickly washing up, she walked toward the kitchen, only to see Dollar sitting obediently at the kitchen doorway and wagging its tail as it fixed its eyes on Luke. Luke was bustling around. Suddenly, he threw out a Xiaolongbao and said, try this. Selena stretched out her hand, but Dollar beat her to it. It stuck out its tongue and grabbed the Xiaolongbao, before chowing down. Selena gnashed her teeth. Gold Nugget, you actually dare snatch my food. Gold Nugget whined as it chewed the Xiaolongbao. Luke turned his head with a smile. It didn't steal anything. It's helping me check the taste of the Xiaolongbao. Yours will be ready soon. You can go to the dining table. Selena quickly went to the dining table. Chef, service. Gold Nugget followed her and sat down next to the dining table too. Selena angrily stretched out her foot to kick its butt gently. Don't copy me. Dollar stuck out its big tongue and tried to lick her. This time, it was Dollar the dog who was trying to cozy up to her. Selena laughed and held Dollar back with her foot so that this scary slobbery monster didn't launch an attack at her. Luke came out holding aloft some steamer baskets. Ignoring the two overly energetic fellows, he minded his own business and ate his food. He threw out one Xiaolongbao, instantly distracting the two dogs, and the three of them stopped horsing around. 2 humans and 2 dogs finished 20 steamer baskets of xiaolongbao for breakfast. Then, Luke brought out a box from his room. This is a special gift from Rio. Selina chuckled and quickly accepted it. Feeling chastised last night, she had forgotten to ask for her gift. Opening the box, she asked doubtfully, "Is this diamond?" Luke chuckled and said, "Good thing you didn't say glass. It's tourmaline. It's not too expensive. You can wear it when you're on break." Examining the bright yellow gem in her hand, Selina suddenly realized something and held it next to Dollar. Comparing them for a moment, she exclaimed in surprise. "This looks a little like Dollar." Amused, Luke nodded in agreement. That was exactly why he bought her this gift. It seemed the perfect combo along with the gold pig that he had given to her before. Watching Selina put the gift away in her room, Gold Nugget began to whine at Luke. Luke was stumped. "Your gift. Fine, I did get you something." Saying that, he returned to his room and then took out a stack of unique Brazilian juice flavors from his inventory. He put the juices in front of Gold Nugget. "They're specialties of Brazil, 18 mysterious juice flavors. I guarantee they're unique." Gold Nugget sniffed them for a moment, then looked at Luke disdainfully as it began organizing the juices. There were 2 rows of 5 cans each, plus 1 extra. Luke was instantly embarrassed. "Fine, there are only 11 cans. But that's not because I'm bad at math, I just said it without thinking. Do you want them or not?" Hearing that, Gold Nugget ran off with a swoosh to drag out an empty bag from Selina's room. It then put all the juices into the bag and brought it back to its doghouse. From the room came Selina's angry yell. "That's my new bag. I only bought it several days ago. It cost me $50. You bad dog." Putting their respective gifts away properly, Selina and Gold Nugget were perfectly satisfied as they went to work. Today, Luke and Selina reported at the police department together with Gold Nugget. After showing up with Dollar several times and seeing that nobody had any objections, Selina no longer left it in the car. Seeing Luke, who had been away for a long while, their colleagues at the Major Crimes Division all greeted him and received some snacks from Selina in passing. Billy Wong, who had always had a cheap mouth, said, "Luke, Selina's mood has improved since you returned, right? We asked her why she hadn't made any snacks recently, and she said she wasn't in the mood." Hee hee. Luke poked the old guy's belly with one finger. "So you didn't eat the donuts she bought? How did it get this big if you didn't?" Billy Wong slapped his hand away angrily. "Get lost. This is called a beer belly in Chinese, alright? It's not from eating snacks." Luke said, "Then drink less and go home early to spend more time with your wife." Depressed, Billy Wong turned around and walked away. "Don't bring that up, or we won't be good colleagues anymore." Luke chuckled and saw the middle-aged police detective off. Billy's wife was Chinese as well, and pretty bossy. Billy was always obedient at home and could only let loose when he was out drinking. But his wife took good care of him and the household. There was nothing for Billy to be unhappy about, just consider it the pains of happiness. After saying hello to his colleagues, Luke went to Elsa's office. Elsa didn't even bother to look at the snacks that Selina brought. She just put them in her drawer before she asked, "Had a good break?" Luke nodded with a smile. Elsa stood up and took down a stack of case files from the top of a cabinet on the side. "These are yours. Any objections?" Luke, "Not at all. However, boss, want to have lunch with us?" Elsa, "Is something wrong?" Luke, "Everything's fine. I just want to talk about Martin and Roger." Elsa nodded. "Okay. Get to work now." Case files in hand, Luke left the office with a smile. At her desk, Selina started looking at the case files as she said, "It's probably her time of the month. Don't take it to heart." Luke was stunned. "It's her time of the month?" I thought it was only because of work pressure. Stumped for a moment, Selena nodded. Fine. Maybe it's a combination of the two. Luke, has work been busy lately? Stark, you don't know. The Stark Expo is happening again, and all sorts of people are pouring into Los Angeles. Can you imagine how much work that involves? Luke scratched his head. Is that so? That explains a lot. The Stark Expo in itself wasn't that big a deal, but during this period, LA's city center would see an astonishing amount of traffic. Merchants, clients, and tourists who wanted to be part of the fun would take this opportunity to visit Los Angeles from all over the world. Moreover, Stark Industries sold weapons. It wasn't hard to imagine what sort of clientele and tourists they would get. Los Angeles had never been a peaceful place. It wouldn't be unusual for foreign big shots to clash with the local tyrants. A couple of hundred crime cases happening at this time would be enough to run the Major Crimes Division off its feet. But Stark Industries was a major taxpayer in Los Angeles, and also made all kinds of donations to the police department every year. What were the American police for? To provide a safe environment for the big patrons, of course. Since they had already taken the money, LAPD could only get their entire police force to work overtime and maintain order. As she flipped through the case files, Selena started throwing some at Luke. This one has to take priority. This one, too. This one can't be put off either. Looking at the case files that were thrown at him, Luke clicked his tongue. It's already this bad? Selena didn't raise her head. Why else would I go out at night? Cough, cough, that's why I've been busy recently. Luke shot her a glance but didn't ask further. He knew what she didn't say was that she had been out at night recently to beat up a lot of hoodlums precisely because of the deterioration in public safety. Swiftly skimming the case files, he got up and said, "Let's go. We'll have to work overtime for the next few days." Half an hour later, looking at the cakes in the display window, Selena mumbled, "So, this is how we work overtime." Luke replied self-righteously, "Do you not know how much energy we consume every day? How can you investigate cases when you're hungry? Lucy, I would like some cakes." Lucy, the female server, came over with a smile. "Luke, it's been a while. Which one would you like today?" Luke nodded with a smile and pointed at a row of cakes. "I would like 10 of each of those cakes." Lucy was surprised. "Are you sure?" Luke had just pointed at more than 10 types of cakes. Luke nodded with a smile. "I have 3 gluttons at home. They all need lots of food." Lucy didn't worry about it any longer after her initial surprise. In any case, this big customer always bought cakes in large amounts each time. Otherwise, she wouldn't remember him so vividly, though her impression of him was also partly because of his looks. Luke and Selena left with a bunch of boxes. They put the cakes that wouldn't flip over in the trunk, and the rest in the back seat. Luke said to the dog in the back seat, "Gold Nugget, make sure these don't fall over. Your favorite strawberry cream cake is in there." Gold Nugget instantly stretched out a paw and placed it on the pile of boxes. Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Good boy." "Selena, hey, half the cakes are mine. They're not all for you." Dollar whined with a blank look as it blinked its bean-like eyes. "Selena, it's useless even if you tell Dollar to play cute. Half the cakes are mine." Dollar tilted its big head and looked at its young master innocently, and the alien dog just pretended to be deaf. Driving off, Luke said, "It's easy. It can't hold the cake itself anyway. You can give it however much you want to give it, right?" Selena realized that was true. Haha. That's the advantage of having hands. Gold Nugget silently lowered its head and looked at its paws in frustration. "That's cheating. If Luke didn't forbid me from doing it, I can create hundreds of tentacles to steal the cakes 100 times faster than you." Thankfully, Selena didn't really do what she said. Sitting in the passenger seat, she soon began to share the cakes with Gold Nugget. She didn't even bother to turn around. She simply threw bits of the cake over her shoulder, and Gold Nugget would unerringly catch all of them with its big mouth. She and the dog made a great team. Luke simply left them alone. With Dollar and Gold Nugget's company, Selena was a lot happier. Compared with her condition after the trip to Mexico, she seemed to have let certain things go. Luke was quite glad to see that. Why else would he have let Gold Nugget off so easily for its wrongdoings? He could have punished the dog by cutting its snacks and feeding it dog food for a few days. But the dog had made up for it in other ways, so it balanced out. Before long, Luke and Selena reached the passage to an underground parking lot at the back of a bank. Flashing their badges, they drove in and parked the car, before two men and one dog went over to a side door. Luke glanced around and asked with a strange expression, "The robber's death wasn't caught on camera?" Munching on her cake, Selena replied, "The robbery in the hall is on tape, but the cameras here were thrashed and there's no footage of him." Luke asked, "And the bank has already replaced the cameras, right?" Selena nodded. "That's right. The case was 2 days ago, of course the bank wouldn't leave the cameras broken." Examining the locations of the cameras, Luke said, "The guy ran off on his own, so how did he break the cameras?" "By shooting at them." Selena said, "That guy had a gun, but it wasn't his gun that destroyed the cameras." Luke and Selena were on a bank robbery/homicide case. However, the victim wasn't any of the bank security or a client here, but the robber himself. That unlucky bastard hung himself at the door at the end of the passage instead of leaving after the successful robbery. Taking out a photo from the case file and comparing it with the door, Luke heaved a sigh. "In any case, I don't believe that our Mr. Robber hung himself because of a guilty conscience after the robbery." Selena nodded. "I don't believe it either." After examining the scene, Luke didn't tarry and left right away. Sitting in a cafe booth, he read the case file and looked at the statements as well as photos of the crime scene, and had an inkling about what happened. Next to him, Selena was reading case files as she munched on a cream cake. She also put a piece on Dollar's plate every now and then. It wasn't long before Elsa pushed the door open and came in. She nodded in satisfaction when she saw their diligence. They loved to eat and drink, but they never slacked off when it came to work. Luke raised his head and greeted her with a smile. "Shall we order now, boss?" Elsa nodded. Soon, they ordered a bunch of food and ate. Drinking her tea after lunch, Elsa said, "So, what do you want to know?" Luke shrugged. "I want to know Roger and Martin's work situation." Staring at him for a moment, Elsa suddenly laughed. "You don't know what's going on with them. I let you go for 2 weeks, it would have been a waste if you hadn't produced results." Luke asked, "So it's all good now?" Elsa nodded. "Sort of. They had one official warning, and aren't eligible for promotion for the next 2 years. But Roger has no plans to be promoted right now, and Martin doesn't care. So, it's all been wrapped up." Luke was quite satisfied with Palmer. It was thanks to her efforts that the DEA took full responsibility for what happened in Tijuana back in Mexico. Elsa, however, added, "But Martin might take extended leave, and Roger will take a short break." Luke was stunned. "Why?" Elsa said, "I'm not sure. I asked Martin once, and he said that he needed to fix his mental condition, only after it's stable will he think about coming back to work. As for Roger, I heard that his heart condition is flaring up again." Luke burst out laughing. "Are you sure it isn't because of what Martin did?" Elsa nodded helplessly. "It probably is. He's old, after all, and what they did was really unbelievable. It's not a bad idea for him to take a break." Looking at Luke's laughing face, she couldn't help but say, "Don't be so gleeful. They're both capable detectives. Now that they're on leave, a lot of their cases will be transferred to us. You'll have to work overtime." She felt a little helpless when she said that. All the cases Luke and Selena worked on were tricky ones. In the hands of other detectives, only 10% of cases would have been cracked. For Luke and Selena to solve 30% of the cases was a real feat. Elsa found it excessive that she had to give them more pressure. Luke had been away for 2 weeks. She knew that he had probably taken a break toward the tail end of it, but she didn't call him back. That was part of her compensation to him. But with the Stark Expo about to open, she couldn't continue letting her most competent general goof off. Luke nodded with a smile. "No problem, boss. We'll solve whatever cases we can. If we can't crack them, it doesn't matter how much we talk about them here." Elsa and Luke had the same thought in their hearts. After their chat, Luke and Selena went back to their investigation, and Elsa returned to the police department. However, she did give Luke some assistance. "If you need help, you can look for Elizabeth and Billy's team, or Simmons." Of course, Luke thanked her. These were all the people under Elsa, and she was giving him her full support. The three of them split up. Luke and Selena went to the second scene. It was another bank robbery/homicide. Just like the previous case, the robber died after running into a hallway, and his loot disappeared without a trace. Even more bizarrely, none of the surveillance cameras had captured the robber's death either. Reading the report of the simple autopsy done at the scene, Luke took out a chocolate lollipop, tore the wrapper off, and put it in his mouth. His words were a little muffled as he said, "These two cases are a little similar, except that this man was killed after he was hit hard in the back of the head." Selena nodded. "That's right. So, both cases are ours." Just like earlier, Luke did one round of the crime scene before leaving with Selena for a third case, which was at a 5-star hotel called Colmore Hotel. Standing next to the road where the crime happened, Luke looked at the scene and nodded. At least this case shouldn't be related to the last two. Selena rolled her eyes. "There's a casino here. The guy who got mugged had just won a lot of money." Luke waved his hand to indicate that they should go in, and asked, "What kind of idiot comes out with cash? Does he think LA doesn't have enough robberies?" Remembering the information on the victim, Selena said a little uncertainly, "Perhaps he's too rich to care." Luke smacked his lips and felt that she was probably right. Standing in the hotel casino, he and Selena drew a security guard's attention the moment they put on their badges. "Detectives, how can we help you?" "Luke, a Mr. Jameson reported that he was robbed of $20,000 yesterday. We're here for him." The security guard sighed helplessly. "Please wait a moment." Saying that, he went into the hall and said something to a middle-aged white man who was shouting and yelling at a table, before he pointed at Luke and Selena. The middle-aged white man muttered unhappily, but he still got up and went over. His eyes glittered when he saw Selena. He stretched out his hand and said, "Ah, hello. May I know your name? Would you like to have dinner with me after work? This is my card." Selena casually raised the cake she was holding and took a bite. "Sorry, but I'm not hungry." "Jameson." Luke stepped forward and took the card from the man's hand. "Mr. Jameson, you reported yesterday that you were robbed, right?" Jameson nodded angrily, not bothered by the fact that Luke didn't introduce himself. "Yes. You're so slow. If this was New York, I would have already filed a complaint with your director." A neutral smile fixed on his face, Luke asked, "Then can you tell us what happened yesterday?" Jameson was impatient, but he wasn't someone who didn't care about his money at all, and he quickly described the robbery yesterday. After hearing him out, Luke nodded, deep in thought. "So, you impulsively went out with $20,000 of cash, but before you made it to your car, you were covered in a bag and beaten up, and then robbed?" Jameson nodded. Luke stared at his face. "But you're still playing here today. So, how did the robber attack you?" Jameson glared at Luke resentfully. Looking at that calm and handsome face, he suddenly felt embarrassed, he lost in terms of looks. What should he do? Averting his gaze, he said impatiently, "He just kicked me. Luke was as patient as ever. Where, exactly? He wasn't giving Jameson a hard time by asking that question. The truth was that most robbers who didn't have any weapons on them would just punch and kick a person, and would be more violent. A person would be lucky to get off with just a swollen and bruised face. If they had a gun or a blade, then either the robbery would turn into a homicide, or the victim would obediently hand over their money. Most robbers and victims understood this rule very well since it happened very often. People who hadn't been robbed in Los Angeles were as rare as people who had never lost anything to a thief. As if going to work, many robbers would appear on the restless streets every night. When they ran into ordinary people who were on their own, they would take out their tools and stop the other party, and have these people hand over their cash, watches, phones, and so on for safekeeping. Most LA people wouldn't keep a lot of cash in their wallets when they went out. They usually carried $30 to $50. Of course, it was unwise not to carry any cash either. If an ordinary person ran into an armed robber, it was better to let the robber take $20 than to take a bullet from a robber who was furious after a fruitless endeavor. Thus, many people carried pocket change on them in the event that they had to pay this toll. The robber who mugged Jameson had worn a black hood. It seemed he had been well prepared. There weren't any injuries on Jameson's face. He was as healthy as could be, and was still making a big fuss as he gambled. This was a little strange. After hesitating for a moment, Jameson said in a low voice, "He kicked me in the butt." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Did you get it checked out? Were you badly hurt?" Jameson coughed in embarrassment. "Hotel security checked it for me. It's fine." Luke let out an "oh" and didn't ask any further questions. Clearly, the robber's kick had barely hurt Jameson, and he had only felt pain for a bit. Nodding, Luke said, "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. We'll let you know if there are any updates on this case." Jameson was surprised. "Huh? That's it?" Luke once again responded with a polite and calm smile. "You have to give us time to investigate, right? After all, LA is a big city. It isn't as safe as New York." Jameson was unable to say anything. He was used to acting pretentiously in New York, and was now only just realizing that he couldn't act up here. His usual tricks didn't work here in Los Angeles. Luke and Selena left the hotel, but before they got into their car, they saw a black man stealthily opening the trunk of another car. Looking at each other, Luke and Selena had no choice but to go over. 2 meters behind the black man, Luke asked, "Sir, have you lost the key to your car? Do you need me to call someone for you, or help you find a police officer?" The black man was so frightened that the crowbar in his hand fell to the ground. He turned around nervously and awkwardly. No need." Seeing the badges that were hanging on their chests, he became even more anxious. "I have to pee. Talk to you later." With that, he slipped away. Luke and Selena couldn't be bothered to nab him. There were too many such thieves in Los Angeles. If this one hadn't been on the way and Luke could earn 10 experience and credit points just by saying a few words, he wouldn't have intervened at all. Scaring off the dumb thief who had failed to steal anything and had lost a crowbar instead, Luke was about to leave. But even when dialed down to an ordinary level, his sharp nose was still more sensitive than a regular person's, and he suddenly discovered something interesting. Staring at the car, he suddenly asked Selena, "Does the case file mention Jameson's license plate?" Selena searched the case file for it. "Hey, that's right, this is it." Luke took out Jameson's card from his pocket and dialed the number on it. "Is this Mr. Jameson? We just ran into someone trying to break into your car." In less than 2 minutes, Jameson came charging out in a rage. "Damn it, what's wrong with Los Angeles? Is this hell on earth?" He didn't flip out at Luke and Selena. He wasn't stupid. While the police detectives of the Major Crimes Division didn't necessarily have high positions, they had much greater power than regular police officers. Also, petty theft didn't come under their purview, and they could have just ignored it. Luke simply nodded at him. "Mr. Jameson, is this your car?" Jameson took out his key and pressed the unlock button, and the car instantly beeped. Luke said, "Can you open your trunk?" The thief seemed to be trying to open it just now. Jameson found that strange, but did as Luke asked. After the trunk was opened, Luke looked at what was inside with a mocking smile. "Mr. Jameson, isn't that the brown paper bag provided by the casino? Judging from how packed it looks, does it contain the $20,000 you lost?" Dumbfounded, Jameson grabbed the bag and poured out its contents into the trunk. 2 wads of cash slid out. Considering the amount and the denomination, and as long as a few notes hadn't been pulled out, Luke felt that this was definitely the $20,000. Looking at Jameson, who was checking the cash with utter disbelief on his face, Luke said with a smile, "Mr. Jameson, it seems that you can make a call and withdraw your case now, right?" Jameson was vexed. "But I really was beaten up and robbed. How would I know that he would throw the money into my trunk?" As he said that, he suddenly realized something. Wait, did he cover my head precisely because he didn't want me to see him throw the money into the trunk? Or he didn't want me to see his face? He's just making fun of me. Both Luke and Selina agreed with this speculation. Unless Mr. Jameson had nothing better to do than call the cops over something that didn't happen, this was more likely petty revenge than a robbery. The robber didn't take the $20,000 when it was right in front of him, this was probably personal. He beat Jameson up but didn't hurt him, so he probably didn't hate Jameson. He just wanted to humiliate him. Even if the robber was found, it would be hard to convict him. After all, Jameson hadn't lost any money, and he wasn't hurt at all. Luke and Selina didn't waste any more time and simply told Jameson to park the car inside the hotel compound. They didn't know what the idiotic magnate was thinking when he parked the car outside the hotel and carried the cash on him when he left. He only had himself to blame for his misfortune. Luke's guess was that this guy wanted to flaunt his cash by spending it extravagantly. Except for criminals, most people didn't earn so much from their daily work. On top of that, there were some occasions where using a credit card wasn't preferred since it would leave a trail, so workers in certain trades wanted cash. Labeling Jameson a playboy in his heart, Luke drove off with Selina. Selina chuckled. This guy's family runs a newspaper. Though it's based in New York, the department still doesn't want to be criticized by the paper for poor law and order, which is why they gave the case to us. So, we cracked this case in half a day, right? Luke was amused. Seriously? The newspapers in New York can say whatever they want. Which big shot cherishes our reputation so much? Selina pointed at him. Hush, you. Luke, huh? Because that big shot is Director Brad, our boss's boss's boss, said Selina. Seeing the awkwardness on Luke's face, she burst out laughing. After she was done laughing, she finally explained, according to Elsa, Director Brad only came to LA after he was elbowed out in New York. When he left, he swore that he would return to New York someday. Luke smiled wryly. Was this a matter of sticking to your principles and upholding your dignity? Looking at his face, Selina added, also, I reckon that what our big boss meant back then was that he wanted the guys in New York to beg him to go back. What goes around comes around. Don't look down on the young. When Luke recalled this saying, he instantly couldn't help laughing. Director Brad certainly wasn't a young man, and no one had ever looked down on him. He was one of the most powerful men in LAPD. His position as director of West Side LAPD could at most only be considered a minor setback in his life. Dropping the discussion about their boss's life, the two of them drove back to the police department. Luke didn't tell Selina that he actually knew who beat up Jameson. The scent of a certain unreliable, best hitman still lingered on the bag of money. From Luke's contact with the guy, this really was something the guy would do, not for the money, but for fun. But who knew exactly how Jameson had pissed off this best hitman? However, the best hitman hadn't gone so far as to cut Jameson into pieces. Perhaps, the grudge wasn't too serious. Back at the police department, Luke examined the bodies and evidence that had been collected from the 2 bank robbery/homicide cases. Putting aside the man whose head had been smashed in, he discovered something new about the robber who had been hung with a rope. Looking at the noose, Luke rubbed his chin. This technique looks familiar. In fact, it wasn't just familiar. The knots and the height of the noose were similar to the skills of Todd Vince, that assistant director/writer. Luke could even picture how the noose must have flown through the air to land around the robber's neck and hang him. Todd Vince had already been crushed under the wheels of a big truck. He was as dead as could be. Of course, a dead person couldn't commit a crime. It could have only been done by someone with proficient rope skills. Was it a fight between robbers, or had a passerby intercepted the robber? Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Selina quickly picked up and then hung up after a few words. Let's go. Dustin's asking for us. It's an emergency. Any case that Dustin called them in on personally was always either urgent or serious. Luke and Selina arrived at Dustin's office and promptly closed the door. Dustin immediately said, "Go to Colmore Hotel right now. There's just been an abduction." Hadn't they just come from there? Luke looked at Selina and asked, "Who was abducted?" Dustin said, "Tony Stark." Luke and Selina exclaimed, "What the hell?" Staring at their faces, Dustin said, "It failed. That's why I'm only sending the both of you. If the abductors succeeded, all of LA's police officers would be out searching for him right now." Luke sighed. "So, we're only going there as a formality." Dustin said, "You could say that, but the best would be if you can find the would-be abductors. You know how much Stark Industries donates to our police department every year, right?" Luke nodded. "Alright, we'll head over right now. However, we won't be able to meet with Mr. Stark anyway, right?" Dustin gave him a strange look. "Why else do you think I'm assigning this case to you?" Both Luke and Selina were lost for words. So that was it. Luke and Selina had been transferred here because of their connection to Stark, which was why this case had been thrown to them. Luke sighed again and nodded. "Got it. Fine, just investigate it. In any case, Stark isn't a big deal," Luke murmured inwardly. They returned to Colmore Hotel and questioned security, who instantly replied with a very firm, "No comment." That was the power of Stark Industries in Los Angeles. Even though it was an official matter and even when faced with police detectives, security refused to divulge Tony Stark's whereabouts. Luke wasn't bothered. He simply wandered through the hotel's main thoroughfares, and a while later, arrived at the casino. Looking at the Playboy not far away, he chuckled and said, "It's been a long time." Signaling to Selina, the two of them went over. Instead of heading right for Tony Stark, Luke approached one of the surrounding bodyguards and said something in a low voice after flashing his badge. The bodyguard didn't make trouble for him, but he didn't let Luke go over either. He simply went to a fat bodyguard next to Tony Stark and whispered something to him. A moment later, the fat bodyguard came over and said in a low voice, "It's Mr. Stark's private time right now. You can make an appointment at his company to see him." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Happy, do you remember me?" The fat bodyguard frowned and observed him for a moment. He then suddenly looked at Selina, as if recalling something. "It's you." Luke smiled. "Since Mr. Stark is busy playing, why don't you ask him if he's interested in another game with me?" The fat bodyguard was unhappy. "As I've said, it's his private time." Luke's expression didn't change as he said, "Why don't you ask him if he wants to beat me once? After all, he didn't seem very satisfied when he lost last time, right?" The fat bodyguard was annoyed. "You." On the other side, Tony Stark finally noticed the stir and looked at them. His face changed when he saw Luke and Selina. Staring at Selina for a bit, he was about to open his mouth to say something. Suddenly, the memory of an unpleasant experience flashed through his head. He remembered how he had invited a certain female detective to dinner, and they did end up doing nothing but eat. Then, the young man's face reminded him of something even more unpleasant. Like how he had been trounced last time and didn't even have the opportunity to turn things around. Narrowing his eyes, he waved and asked, "Happy, what's going on?" Happy walked back to him and said something in a low voice. Stark's expression didn't look very nice either. Happy had already conveyed Luke's idea very tactfully, but it still pissed Stark off. Was he a sore loser? He was. It wasn't about the money. What he hated was the feeling of not being able to redeem himself after failing. He said something to Happy in a low voice. Happy immediately walked over. "How do you want to play?" Luke pointed at the dice on the table. "Let's toss those and we'll guess if the number's higher or lower. Also, if Mr. Stark wants to play a few more times, we can play best of 3 or best of 5. Happy asked, "What's the wager?" Luke took out a bank card. "This card contains all my savings." He chuckled at Happy's strange expression. "There's $520,000 in the card. You can check it first. Of course, if Mr. Stark thinks that's too little, let's just forget it. That's 5 to 6 years of my salary." Hearing that, Happy couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you get a large sum of money last time?" He swallowed down the word win. Luke shrugged. "Shouldn't you spend money if you have it? Mr. Stark has always been my role model in that regard." Happy, makes sense. But, you still suck. Happy whispered something to Stark, whose gaze was now fixed on Luke as he didn't pay much attention to Selena. A moment later, he nodded. Happy came back. "Mr. Stark has agreed to your request. It'll be best out of 5. Luke handed over his bank card and said with a smile, "Then, my request about the investigation." Happy frowned. "I can give you 5 minutes. Luke shook his head. "No, 5 minutes is too precious to Mr. Stark. I only need the bodyguards who were at the scene to cooperate with me. They certainly can give me more than 5 minutes, right?" Happy was stumped, but he didn't ask Stark this time, and nodded right away. "All right." Tony Stark had more than one security team. Another team could easily take over the work. Besides, Luke had only asked for the cooperation of the bodyguards who had been present during the attack, which was just one team. Then a thought flashed through Happy's mind: if this young detective only wanted to talk to the bodyguards, why did he want to gamble with Stark? Luke wasn't wrong. A 5-minute conversation with Stark was truly too precious. But it wasn't as troublesome if he wanted to talk to the bodyguards, even if he had to wait a day or two. There was no need to shell out $500,000 to buy this time. But the agreement had already been struck, and Happy's doubts were no more than a passing thought. He gave the card to one of the bodyguards to confirm the amount on it. Tony Stark had been tricked last time when he didn't confirm the amount of money that was on the card. Even though that had been due to his own carelessness, Happy didn't want a repeat of that. Thankfully, as Luke stood opposite Tony Stark, the bodyguard who checked the card returned and verified the amount on the card with Happy. Stark looked at Luke and crossed his legs leisurely. "You're really dedicated to your work, detective, to be willing to spend so much money on a case." Luke smiled. "When you do a job, you should love it. You can't be sloppy if you want to live a better life." Propping his chin up on his hand, Stark thought for a moment, before he agreed. "That's right. You're smarter than many adults. If those without talent don't work hard, they won't even be able to work as janitors." Amused, Luke nodded in agreement. "You want to go first, or shall I?" Stark raised his head slightly. "You go first." At that moment, the gamblers around the table had all learned of the upcoming game, and watched quietly with keen interest. Bystanders were the same everywhere. Luke wasn't polite, and grabbed the dice and tossed them out. He used slightly more strength. The 3 dice rolled over the table for a long while and hit the edge twice before coming to a final stop. 1, 2, and 3. It was 6 in total. It seems I'm not very lucky. Luck's expression was the same as ever. He really had just tossed the dice randomly just now. Tony Stark's expression was just as indifferent. He accepted the dice which Happy gave to him and threw them casually. 3, 3, and 6. It was 12 in total. The game was 0:1 in Stark's favor. Luke didn't say anything, but simply grabbed the dice and threw them again. This time, he used less strength, but the dice still jumped and rolled for quite some time before they stopped. 4, 5, and 6. It was 15 in total. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He picked up the dice and threw them out. 1, 3, and 6. It was 10 in total. A 1:1 tie. Luke picked up the dice and threw them casually again. 3, 3, and 4. It was 10 in total. Tony, however, threw a 3, 4, and 5 this time for a total of 12. It was 2:1 in Stark's favor again. At that moment, Luke's face turned serious. He didn't immediately throw the dice out after he picked them up, but weighed them in his hand, as if he were praying. In the end, he raised his hand and tossed the dice. The dice rolled. The first one to stop showed a 6. The second one stopped on a 6. The last one stopped too, and it was a 4. It was 16 in total. Luke was relieved. He seemed quite happy with his result. Tony snorted. He was slightly amused by Luke's nervousness, but he was too proud to show it. After he picked up the dice, he tossed them out casually. The 3 dice rolled on the table. The first one stopped. It was a 5. The second one stopped too, and it was a 6. The audience held their breaths and waited. This was getting interesting. It wasn't clear who the winner would be, until the last dice stopped. Luke's expression didn't change as he watched the rolling dice slow down, but there suddenly was sweat on his forehead, and he clenched his fists as well. As if sensing it, Tony Stark looked at him. He then chuckled to himself. Why was this young man so nervous about $500,000? Had he used up all the money from last time? At a thought, the last of the dice struggled to flip over, changing from a 1 to a 6. 5, 6, and 6. It was 17 in total. Tony Stark, with a 3:1 result, had secured a victory beforehand, and the game was over. Luke heaved a long sigh. Fine. It seems that today isn't my lucky day. Tony Stark curled his lip. That's not how you put it last time. Luke nodded. There are always ups and downs in life. Tony Stark looked at him with great interest. What if I say that I won't take your money? Luke thought for a moment, then said, the ups and downs in life are too thrilling. Tony Stark burst out laughing. You're very interesting, but that's not enough for me to give up my spoils. You have a job anyway, and you won't starve, right? Luke shrugged. That's correct. Okay, I won't waste any more of your time, Mr. Stark. Saying that, he left the table. Tony Stark only looked at him for a short while before he turned his gaze away. He had met too many people who tried to catch his attention in various ways since his childhood, and losing money to him was one of those ways. He had already learned to turn a blind eye to all sorts of bizarre people and things, or he would have lost half of his hair by now. Luke could be considered a stranger who had left a small impression on him, but Stark had met hundreds of this sort of people before. That was why it had taken him a moment to recognize Luke. Also, what jogged his memory was the image of Selena and Luke together. They were a police detective team made up of a plucky woman and a very young man. It was this point that made him remember the past incident that he had almost forgotten. Now that he had won this game, his gloom from when Luke tricked him the last time and didn't even give him a chance to turn the tables instantly dissipated. For Tony Stark at that moment, Luke had become a regular Mr. Nobody. Luke couldn't care less about Tony's impression of him. He had already taken back his bank card from Happy and started to ask Stark's bodyguards questions. Since Luke had lost all his money in his card, Happy was understandably sympathetic and generous. He had already arranged for the security team who had been on duty during the kidnapping to come over, and he gave Luke an address. 2 of the bodyguards were badly hurt. They're in this hospital. As we agreed earlier, you can visit them once and ask your questions. Luke thanked him with a smile and watched this head of security leave. 40 minutes later, Luke and Selina left the hotel and drove to the hospital to visit the 2 injured security guards. Selina finally couldn't hold back anymore. Did you really lose $500,000? She didn't believe that Luke was that generous. That didn't mean she thought he was stingy, it was just that he wasn't the type to throw money away recklessly, and he basically never gambled. The only time he had gambled with a huge amount of money was back in Las Vegas, and that was also against Tony Stark. That had also been very weird. Luke nodded. Of course. They already took the money from my card, didn't they? Selina opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Dollar suddenly began to whine in the back seat. Without turning around, Luke said, "Calm down, you'll still get good food. After we go to the hospital, we'll go to the supermarket." As he spoke, he casually took out 2 lollipops. Tearing off the wrapper on one of the lollipops for himself, he tossed the other one over his shoulder to Gold Nugget. Selina asked, "What about me?" Luke said, "You're eating cake right now. It won't taste as good if you have candy." Selina said, "But I still want it. I can eat the cake later." With a smile, Luke gave her a lollipop. An hour later, they left the hospital that the injured bodyguards were in and returned home. In the car, recalling the bodyguard's statements, Selina was a little puzzled. Are those criminals idiots? They dared to try and kidnap Stark with just the 2 of them. And even if they succeeded, then what? Wait for death. Stark Industries was a major weapons supplier, and was most familiar with people in the military. Certain guns for hire who operated under the name of a security or defense company were very close to Stark Industries. As long as Stark was willing to fork out some money, or even without it, many people wouldn't hesitate to help him out. Luke remarked, "Who knows? There are idiots everywhere." This isn't the first time something like this has happened to Stark, but nobody has ever succeeded, not even these 2. They were quite capable, however. Those 2 would-be kidnappers managed to hurt quite a few of Stark's bodyguards. 2 of them even had to be sent to a hospital. One of the 2 bodyguards had almost been strangled to death with a noose. Because of the injury to his throat, he could only communicate with Luke and Selina by typing. The other had a broken arm. It would take at least 3 months for him to recover. It was a good thing that they were all first-rate bodyguards, and Stark had fitted them out with all sorts of equipment. The moment the attack happened, their colleagues had noticed something was wrong and hurried over to back them up. Otherwise, the 2 bodyguards might have been killed instead of just wounded. While driving to the supermarket, Luke prompted Selina, "Don't you feel that there's something wrong about the 2 kidnappers?" Selina asked, "You mean something wrong with their heads?" Luke chuckled. "That's a real possibility, but what I wanted to say is that one of the bodyguards was hung with a rope and the other had his bones broken. Does that ring a bell?" Selina instantly got it. "Are you talking about the 2 bank robberies?" Luke nodded. "It looks like a coincidence, but the techniques are a little similar." In fact, he had seen the ligature mark on the neck of the bodyguard who had almost been strangled with a rope, and it was similar to the one on the dead bank robber. This was even more of a coincidence. "I'll compare the injuries on the 2 robbers with those on the bodyguards right now." Selina took out the case files for a look. Luke left her to it. Selena and Dollar stayed in the car as Luke went to the supermarket and came back out with a massive load of ingredients and snacks. Throwing his purchases into the trunk, he got into the car with a bag of chips. He opened it and had one chip, but then frowned and tossed the bag into the back seat. A moment later, there was the sound of crisp crunching from the back seat. Selena heard the noise and turned around. "Gold nugget, you're eating all of them." Spicy garlic. "What sort of flavor is that?" Dollar's big head moved closer as it tried to lick her. Selena quickly backed away. "Take your smelly mouth away." "Ha! It stinks." Luke drove off with a smile. Garlic breath on a dog was pretty gross. When they got home, Luke started to make dinner. Selena examined the photos she had taken of the bodyguard's injuries and read the reports. After comparing them for a long while, she walked into the kitchen and showed Luke the results on the tablet. "You're probably right with your guess. The ligature mark on the robber in the bank robbery case is almost identical to the one on Stark's bodyguard. Also, it's possible that it was the same weapon which broke the security guard's arm and smashed in the back of the other bank robber's head." Luke didn't stop cooking as he looked briefly at the tablet and then nodded. "So, we should look into the bank robberies first. That way, we'll also be able to close the case of the attempted kidnapping of the wealthy Mr. Stark." Selena looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sure you're not looking into the bank robberies first because you just lost $500,000? Luke chuckled. "I won almost $3 million from him last time. I still have a net profit of more than $2 million. But Selena was still puzzled. She knew Luke too well. This guy had never suffered a loss, and he would never lose $500,000 for no good reason. The most important thing was that he didn't look like someone who had just lost a fortune. No matter how suspicious she was, Luke didn't explain anything. He didn't pretend that he was heartbroken either. That was because, his heart really wasn't broken. Leaving aside the cash, gold and jewels that he had looted in Rio, the accrued interest on Hernan's accounts alone totaled more than $500,000 a month. Moreover, it hadn't been easy for Luke to find an opportunity to lose to Stark. It had been really hard. Earlier, he had forcefully prodded Stark's last dice with curve shooting, which could alter the trajectory of a flying object, so that it turned from 1 to 6, and he finally achieved his goal of losing 2 rounds to Stark. He had been sweating only because it was far more difficult to control the dice that Stark threw out than to control the trajectory of his own bullets. As for why he had to lose to Tony Stark twice, that was because he had secured 2 victories against Tony in their previous bets. Every person should have a bottom line. Luke had obtained a heap of important practical abilities from Stark, and he would continue to use them in the future. Secondly, Stark had lost $2.85 million aboveboard to him, which was money that Luke could be openly extravagant with. Finally, intentionally or otherwise, Stark had given Luke and Selena strong backing, which paved the way for their careers as police detectives in Los Angeles. Tony Stark was annoying, but that was his own business. In any case, Luke had never been injured by this playboy's doings. Since Luke had profited a lot from the man, he couldn't continue to swindle him. So, Luke had to make Tony's luck return to normal. But he had never had the opportunity to do so before this, so this time, he finally made Stark win 2 rounds. He certainly didn't want this big shot to die in some incident when he should have only been wounded. Earth still needed this man to save it once the scales fell from his eyes. Even though Stark's abilities became temporarily unavailable, Luke wasn't really bothered. In the system panel, elementary craft, elementary repairs, elementary electronic development and elementary AI development were all on Luke's own list of abilities. Luke had also learned all of Tony Stark's basic tech knowledge, which had cost him slightly more than 10,000 credit points. At that moment, those basic abilities, which were close to 100 in total, were all on Luke's own list of abilities. It was close to half a year since Luke obtained these abilities, and he made frequent use of them when he crafted items every night. He had long added these abilities to his own list. The main function of the super learning mode had always been to learn and not copy. Seeing that Luke didn't plan to continue talking about the 500,000, Selena stopped asking about it. Luke always knew what was best, and there was no need for her to worry. Those two guys were pretty cautious, but they underestimated the power of Stark Industries. As she spoke, Selena pulled up a video. But if we don't catch them in the next few days, who knows how long they'll be able to live for. Luke turned his head and looked at the video taken by the mini cameras which the bodyguards had been wearing. While the image was shaky, his eyes were keen enough to clearly see how the two kidnappers attacked. After the video finished playing, Selena brought up photos of the two men. Based on their appearances, I had Sonia check the street security footage before the time of the incident, and she found the suspects. The man in the first photo had Indian heritage. His name was Crystal Vince. The other suspect was a white middle-aged man called George Huck. Both of them have criminal records. You should be able to guess what they were convicted for, said Selena. Robbery. Luke's eyes turned back to his cooking. Selena said, yes, but George Huck's most severe crime was robbing a jewelry store, while Crystal Vince, really is a professional bank robber. But neither of them have ever killed anyone. One was in jail for 2 years, and the other for 1.5 years, before they were released. Luke smacked his lips. All right, it seems our prisons are almost too full and their parole officers couldn't wait to throw these guys out to endanger society once again. Selena didn't offer any comment. It was a fact that there weren't enough prisons in America. Considering LA's crime rate, there would be no room in the prisons if the lesser criminals weren't released. She simply continued, Elizabeth helped investigate them. Neither of them has an official job right now. According to sources, they're both engaged in illegal odd jobs around the city. Luke asked, hitmen? Or mercenaries? Selena said, pretty much, but nothing that serious. They only accept minor jobs, like collecting debts or beating people up. Their lives aren't that great. So, they were planning to do something big this time. Luke stuffed what was in his hands into the oven. He patted his hands. Okay, the situation is clear now. We'll consult the professionals after dinner. Selena said, all right. What are we eating tonight? Luke said, chicken. As night fell, it was pandemonium in a certain bar in East LA. The music was loud and there were all sorts of people. There were all kinds of clothes and tattoos on the customers, and the mix of sweat, body odor, perfume, smoke and alcohol in the air made the place look like hell. While it wasn't hell, the smell was absolutely hellish. The people here were either hideous or ferocious, and had intimidating expressions. Luke and Selena drew some attention when they entered, but most people minded their own business as they continued with their own fun. Luke was dressed in the hip-hop style, with a long t-shirt and wide shorts, the type where the crotch was about to fall to his knees. He had also put on a mid-length golden wig and a mustache. Even then, he still wasn't the most bizarre-looking person in the bar. Selena was wearing a purple wig and glamorous makeup. It was impossible to tell what she originally looked like. She was also wearing a large t-shirt in the hip-hop style, but she was wearing a skin-tight tank top underneath, which made a lot of people look away in disappointment. At the counter, Luke raised his head and looked at a board behind the bartender. On the board were a bunch of ineffable names and prices. Not paying too much attention, he tapped the counter. 2 glasses of water. The bartender's expression didn't change as he swiftly poured 2 glasses of iced water. New here? Luke nodded with a smile. Sort of. We're looking for 2 people. The bartender hummed and didn't continue the conversation. Unbothered, Luke said casually, someone told me that one of them is named George and the other Crystal. They're both prudent in what they do. I have a minor job for them. The bartender paused and looked at Luke for a moment, before he shook his head with a smile. Kid, you shouldn't be here. Go home and find yourself a girlfriend, and go out to the movies. Live a better life. Chuckling, Luke hooked an arm around Selena, who was next to him. Sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. The bartender's eyes twitched, before he said, then you don't need to call your girlfriend. Just go home. Luke heaved a sigh. Suddenly, his face changed, and he turned his head. Not far away, a man was swearing as he opened the door and entered the bar. When he got to the counter, the man took out a card and $200. Give the money back to that little girl. I'm a hitman, not a counseling service. Is it my business that her boyfriend was beaten up by a love rival? Pretty boys deserve to be beaten. Sam, did you distribute flyers for the bar in random places again? How is it that even little kids are running over to your bar now to hire a hitman for love spats? As he spoke, he glanced at Luke and Selena and gave them an easy smile. Well, I don't mean you. Luke touched his face and smiled. Actually, I don't mind being called a pretty boy, since it usually means I'm more handsome. The newcomer. The bartender. The newcomer tapped the counter and signaled the bartender to pour him a drink. He said, generally speaking, pretty boy means a pussy, and doesn't refer to your looks. A truly handsome man should be like me. See this? He pointed at his stubble and the pink and blue t-shirt that he was wearing. After a brief silence, Luke said, if being sloppy from not shaving and being dirty from not washing your t-shirt for several days is what is called handsome, that word has become a lot less valuable. The bartender gave a bark of laughter and spilled some of the alcohol he was holding. Wade, kids always love to tell the truth. You're no emperor, no one's going to fawn on your handsome new clothes. The bartender wiped up the spill on the counter with a towel before passing what was left of the drink to the newcomer without topping it up again. The man named Wade picked up the drink resentfully and took a sip. Damn, did you add water to this? Why does the taste get worse and worse? The bartender said unashamedly, you'll trash my bar even more often if the alcohol content is too high. So that you don't have to pay me more in damages, I added more ice to your drink. Something wrong with that? What a crooked businessman. Wade mumbled before he stopped talking. Luke smiled as he watched them bicker. He then said to Wade, Mr. Hitman, I have a job for you. Do you want to take it? Wade peeked at him and then at Selena behind him. Don't tell me you want me to help you beat up your love rival too. Though you have skills, I'll give you that. Selena snorted and turned her head away unhappily. She took issue with Wade's implication. Wasn't he insinuating that it was rare for a young man like Luke to be able to hook a mature beauty like her? Luke shook his head with a smile. I'm looking for 2 men. The bartender was busy with his own thing, leaving them to do whatever they wanted. Wade grew interested. What's the reward? Luke said, $1,000 for their exact hideout. Wade thought for a moment, then asked, who are you looking for? Luke repeated what he said to the bartender just now, and Wade had a strange expression on his face. You want to hire them for a job? Luke nodded with a smile. I'm not sure yet, I should at least interview them first. Wade snorted. You may as well hire me. I'm more of a professional than they are. Luke shrugged. Aren't you a hitman? How can I hire you for a petty assignment? Wade opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond to that. Rolling his eyes, he nodded. Fine, I'll take the job. I guarantee I'll get you their precise location in 3 days. However, you need to give me half the payment in advance. Luke chuckled and fished out 5 bills from a roll of cash as well as a name card, and pushed them in front of Wade. Deal. He then took out another bill and placed it on the counter. Your drink's on me. He then left with Selena. Watching Luke and Selena disappear through the door, Wade suddenly slapped his hand down on the $100 bill. Like he said, my drinks are on him. Sam, the bartender, unhappily gave him the middle finger, and drew back his hand which had been a second too late. Luke's 2 glasses of iced water, plus Wade's half glass of whiskey that was mostly iced water, couldn't be worth more than $50. The bartender was a step too late and promptly lost $50. However, faced with Wade, who was even more shameless, he wasn't confident that he could filch the $100 bill from him, and could only hold back. Wade pocketed the $600 bills and smiled. "Ha! I can look for my dear Vanessa later for some fun." In the meantime, he took out a handful of crumpled bills which came to a total of $20, and gave them to Sam. "This is for the drinks." Sam said grimly. They also ordered 2 glasses of water. Wade smirked. "Cut it out. You want to charge me for 2 glasses of water that you poured from the tap and then put ice in? Goodbye." With that, he got up and left the bar. Sam could only raise both his middle fingers at him to indicate his twofold disdain of Wade. On the other side, Luke and Selena walked back to where their car was parked, only to see a man with his back bent next to the driver's seat and busy at work with a crowbar. Selena was about to yell, but Luke raised his hand to stop her. She instantly closed her mouth. They silently snuck up behind the man and heard him mumbling, "Good boy, you're a really good boy. Don't bark. I'll buy you a hot dog later." Dollar sat obediently in the back seat with its head tilted slightly and its black eyes fixed on this idiot who was courting death. Seeing Luke and Selena coming over, the dog still didn't make a sound, but had a schadenfreude expression on its face. "You actually want to use pig swill like a hot dog to trick me? Get your head squashed by a car door." Luke quietly stood behind the man and craned his neck to look over the man's shoulder to examine his car. The car was undamaged, except for a few scratches around the window. What was going on in LA? Had hell arrived on Earth? He had run into 2 car thieves in one day. Luke heaved a soundless sigh. He then took out the remote for his car. Next to him, Selena turned her head away, unable to watch. She widened her eyes and shot a look at the fool next to the car door. Luke lightly pressed the remote in his hand. Z. 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 The busy professional suddenly jolted upright and his entire body trembled, his fluffy hair suddenly puffing up as if it had exploded. 3 seconds later, Luke pressed the remote again. The guy finally stopped his violent shaking. He stood there blankly for one moment, before he fell to the ground with a thump, his legs still twitching. Luke then pressed another button on the remote and unlocked the car. Going around the thief on the ground, he opened the door and got in. Trying her best to hold in her laughter, Selena covered her mouth as she got into the passenger seat. The car started up and slowly drove off. In the car, Selena looked in the rearview mirror at the dumb thief who was still lying on the side of the road and couldn't hold it in anymore. She held her belly and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. He wants to steal a police car. Ha 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 ha, he really has guts." While this car didn't have the police colors, anyone who examined the windshield carefully would still be able to pick up some clues. Like the police radio on the central console, or the police light on the rear windscreen that wasn't especially conspicuous. But this man had noticed none of these things and simply tried to pry the door open. On top of that, Dollar was still in the back seat. Had it not been possessed by Gold Nugget, Dollar would have been barking like crazy a long time ago. Of course, the idiot thief might not be so unlucky then, and could have avoided being taught a profound electric shock lesson. Conversely, a certain alien dog head was feeling sympathetic. It didn't end well for anybody who touched the fiend's property without permission. It knew this from experience. After she was done laughing, Selena asked, "Why does that Wade look so familiar?" Luke snorted. "You've met him before, except that he had even worse taste in clothes back then. It was like caterpillar shit." Selena didn't get it. "What do you mean?" "The sh*TTY Hawaiian shirt, and the shoes full of holes, that Mr. Best Hitman. Have you forgotten?" Luke reminded her. Selena's eyes widened and she slapped her forehead. That's why he felt so familiar. So it was that chatterbox. Luke said, he's indeed a little eccentric, but you've seen his capabilities, right? Don't underestimate him. Selena nodded, and then chuckled. But I should be able to beat him now, right? Luke heaved a sigh. You might be able to scare him off if you have your badge on you, but the guy is an expert when it comes to firearms and sabers. It's best not to piss him off. Selena was quicker to react this time. She rolled her eyes and asked in surprise, those criminal homicides, was he the culprit? Luke said, probably. In fact, he was 100% sure that it was Wade, but he couldn't tell Selena that he knew because of Wade's scent. Will he really be able to find George and Crystal? Selena was a little doubtful. Wade didn't really come across as a reliable person. Luke said, we hired the best hitman with $500. That's as good as a bike. Selena, huh? What bike? You can't expect to buy a new racing car with $500, right? Luke explained casually. Elsewhere, Wade left happily with the $600 he had just earned. Those two guys are my targets too. After I catch them, I'll call the kid so that they can meet. Then, I'll have completed my mission, right? As he walked to the strip club not far away, he murmured, in any case, that kid only asked me to look for them. The $1,000 doesn't include catching them. Making up his mind, his footsteps became even lighter. Huh? Is he drunk? Wade looked at a man who was lying on the side of the road. Thinking for a moment, he went and flipped the man over. A drunk person lying on his stomach might drown in his own vomit. That was no joke. Wade had always been a kind-hearted man. After he flipped the man over, he looked at the foam on the man's lips and said with an odd expression, no smell of alcohol, and he isn't high. What's the matter with him? At that moment, he noticed the crowbar that the man was still holding. Rolling his eyes, he searched the man for a moment and found a bunch of professional tools. Fine, you're actually a car thief, he mumbled. Were you shocked unconscious by the car's defense system? How pitiful. He rolled his eyes and searched the guy again, before getting up and leaving happily. Wow, you have $213 on you. Jackpot. I'll get a VIP booth later so that Vanessa can give me a solo performance. The unlucky thief still lay on the side of the road, except that he was now on his back instead of on his front. The next day, Luke and Selena went to the police department. Seeing them from her office, Elsa couldn't help going over to her door to wave at them. After they entered, Elsa looked at their faces and raised an eyebrow. How is the case coming along? Luke chuckled. We've made progress. We're waiting for updates. Elsa asked, you met with Tony Stark? Luke nodded. We have the details and found some leads. Elsa didn't ask any further questions. Okay, then. You can get back to work. Seeing them sit down at their desks to go through the files leisurely, Elsa mumbled to herself that these two were really close with that playboy. How hard was it to meet Tony Stark? It wasn't just Director Brad, chief of the West Side Police Department, but even the LAPD's general director also had to make an appointment if he wanted to meet Tony Stark. Tony Stark would maybe give them 10 minutes if he was in a good mood. Yet Luke and Selena reported that they had already met with Tony Stark when they had just accepted the case yesterday. Elsa wouldn't believe it if they said that they didn't have a personal connection with Tony Stark. But Luke had never been talkative when it came to cases, and she wasn't interested in the details. A detective who could solve cases was a good detective. Elsa didn't care about anything else, as long as they didn't cross any boundaries. There was no sound from Wade during the day, and they didn't discover anything new in the files. The day passed uneventfully. Luke and Selena read the files at the police department in the morning, and slipped home for training in the afternoon. In the evening, the phone suddenly rang while they were having dinner. Luke picked up the phone and said a few words, and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Looking at his expression, Selena asked strangely, did you come into some money? Luke laughed as he stood up, and kissed her on the forehead. Girl, we're rich. Selena had no idea what was going on. Luke had already dashed into his room. He changed clothes and then hurried back out. Selena called out to him. Hey, wait. Have you gone crazy? Luke froze, and then patted his forehead. Calm down, calm down. He then came back and whispered something in Selena's ear, making her turn her head in shock. You must be joking. Laughing, Luke hugged her hard and said, it's true. I have to go to the company and make arrangements. You can take a break tonight. Gold Nugget, let Selena give you some snacks. You can have as much as you want today. With that, he slipped out of the house. Selena stared at the door blankly for a while, before she mumbled, seriously? My 5% wasn't wasted? Dollar was already walking around her and whining, which finally woke Selena up. She grabbed Dollar's head and stared at it for a moment, before she kissed its forehead. Huh, I picked a good name for you, Dollar. Right, Gold Nugget is a great name too. Dollar and Gold Nugget were both at a loss. Thanks to Selena's intervention before he left the house, Luke had already calmed down. Remembering his behavior just now, he was amused. As if I've never seen money before. He sighed to himself. It was very easy for him to make a quick buck on the sly. But making a fortune legitimately wasn't so simple. What was important was time. He was confident he could make a huge amount of money after a few years, so this unexpected windfall was a pleasant surprise. After taking a few detours and putting on a disguise in some apartment building, Luke drove an unremarkable Chevrolet to Beverly Hills to meet Secretary Jenny. This time, Luke simply drove to Jenny's villa. He smiled at Jenny, who came to the door to greet him. How do you feel? Jenny couldn't hide her excitement. Your luck is really good. Amused, Luke stepped into the house. They went to the study on the second floor, and Jenny gave Luke a report for a look. Jenny said, I just read the report and confirmed the data. I also asked some of my classmates from college about what some of it meant. As long as the data in the report is accurate, the conclusion can't be wrong. Nodding slightly, Luke scanned the data quickly. In this regard, he was as good as Jenny's classmates. Tony Stark was an expert at developing materials, it was just that the work was mostly done by the R&D department at Stark Industries, and Stark had yet to throw himself fully into this area. Or more precisely, the Playboy hadn't done any sort of research himself in this area yet. After swiftly going through the investigation report, Luke said with a smile, okay, it seems we really struck it big. Just now, Luke received a call from Bobby, who informed him that the mining company had successfully located a new vein. After confirming the news, the first thing Bobby did was to call his boss Luke with the good news and ask him what he should do next. Luke told him to tell Jenny the news and send the investigation report to her. He then came over to her place. He hugged Jenny, and they sat down to talk about the future of the mining company. Jenny had to ask for leave and go to Boomtown for an inspection. Luke didn't need to go. With Bobby there, and since Samantha, Elizabeth's mother, was in charge as the sheriff, few things could go wrong. Luke hadn't given Bobby any administrative power. Bobby was purely a supervisor who oversaw the development of the mine. Though this PR manager wasn't that good at using his mental communication ability, he could still tell if someone was lying. Luke had also instructed him to observe silently and to report any problem that emerged right away. Bobby was none other than a human polygraph that Luke had set up at the gold mine. Today, a new vein had been found in Boomtown, and a preliminary investigation report had come out. The forecast was that every ton of ore would produce 11 grams of gold, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that according to the report, this new vein could yield a profit of $600 million to $1 billion. That meant that this mother lode was worth more than that. Mining gold was very costly, but the costs involved in this new vein were relatively low, and could be further reduced because of the presence of other minerals. Given his 25% share in the mining company, Luke could reap a dividend of $150 to $250 million. Before he left the house earlier, Luke had told Selena that she might become a millionaire. Luke and Jenny didn't talk for very long. Jenny would take the company car to Boomtown and make sure that the mining company was compliant. Luke didn't have to do anything. Looking at an excited Jenny, Luke suddenly said with a smile, "You're the company secretary, and you put in a lot of effort to set up this gold mine. You should also be rewarded." Jenny looked back at him. "What kind of reward? How about a 5% share in the company?" Luke asked. Stunned for a moment, Jenny's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Luke saw her frown as if pondering some matter. He didn't interrupt her, and simply put his hands in the right places. After thinking for almost a minute, Jenny finally shook her head. "No, I can't accept the shares." Curious, Luke used a little more strength and pulled her closer. "Why not?" Jenny put her hands on his shoulders to stop him and to put some distance between their faces, before she said, "Because I didn't do much to deserve that. All I did was write up a few standard contracts for the mining company. Any law firm could have done that for tens of thousands of dollars. Chris was willing to sign the contracts because you already did the work convincing him. I didn't do anything." Luke shrugged. "But even Bobby has a 1% share as the PR manager." Jenny suddenly laughed. "Yes. That's why he has to oversee the mine in Arizona while I continue my studies in LA. Also, he's been with the company longer than I have. It's understandable he would have a share in it." She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. "You've already transferred the mining company stock. It's not under your name anymore, right?" Luke nodded. Clearly, he couldn't keep this a secret from Jenny. "The mining company is a subsidiary company that has broken away to become independent. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not," Jenny said unhurriedly. "I'm not interested in mining, even if it's a gold mine. But I have a new idea. Want to hear it?" Luke nodded again. "I'm very interested in the smartphone company you mentioned." Jenny's eyes lit up. "That's more to my liking. You even have a finished sample, we only need to manufacture and market it." "I want to do that." Luke immediately understood. The main work of a gold mine was to reduce costs and increase yield. It was a simple production and administration process. That was what most factory managers did. As a young woman who had inherited her father's business acumen, Jenny didn't want to be a factory manager. She preferred working with high-tech and high-added value, like smartphones. Promoting and selling new cell phones that nobody else had to the whole world was clearly more interesting than digging and mining. Luke patted his forehead. "Sorry. I did say at the beginning, you can become the CEO of the phone company." Jenny giggled and kissed him. "So, we'll start a new phone company. Whether it's company or personal shares, I want to invest in this phone company." Luke raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Jenny said, "My mother left me some money. I've been investing in the stock market and certain funds, but I think it's time to start a new venture." Luke found that odd. "Your dad doesn't know." Jenny hit him angrily. "Don't mention that man." But she sighed soon after. "He's too busy keeping his new wife and son company to care about me." Luke asked oddly, "Really?" Jenny lowered her head. "Fine, he knows about the money. But that's my mother's private assets which she left to me in her will. There's nothing he can do." Luke stroked her back to comfort her. "Then why did he threaten to stop giving you an allowance back then?" Jenny bit her lip and couldn't help but press down on his shoulders with his hands. "Humph, would we still be related at all if he didn't give me an allowance? It's been almost 2 years since we met." Luke got it. Jenny had become an adult a long time ago, and had her mother's inheritance. The money that her father gave her was just a symbolic continuation of their father and daughter relationship. Otherwise, after getting a younger wife and a new son, he would have already stopped giving Jenny an allowance. Luke thought for a moment and asked, "All right, what do you want to do?" Jenny said, "I'll shell out $5 million for 10% of shares in the phone company." Luke was surprised. "You have that much?" Jenny rolled her eyes. "The money from my mother is business capital which she accumulated over 10 years from her father's family. It has nothing to do with my father." Luke sweated. "Okay. So, you're saying that your mother was already a magnate before she married your father?" Jenny replied matter-of-factly, "That's right. Why else do you think the man waited until she died before he—" "Forget it, let's not talk about that." But she couldn't help exerting strength in her hands again. Clearly, she had a lot of complaints about her father. Luke was silent. It seemed it would be hard for the father and daughter to make peace. But it was none of his business. He couldn't care less what Jenny's father wanted to do. In any case, that financial big shot was useless to him. His hands retaliated against Jenny's rough behavior earlier. "I think we should discuss the new company somewhere else." Jenny cried out in surprise. "What do you want to discuss?" Luke said earnestly, "The chairman of the board oversees the CEO, right?" Jenny glanced at him. "I'm still the secretary, chairman of the board." Luke realized that she was right. He nodded. "Then you should do the work of a secretary, and give it one last hurrah." "Jenny, scram." Luke got home at 11:30 that night. Selina had just taken a shower. She looked at him strangely. "You're not spending the night with Miss Jenny?" He chuckled and said, "We finished talking about business, so I'm back. Jenny will go to Boomtown and inspect our gold mine tomorrow." Luke specifically stressed our. Sure enough, he diverted Selina's attention. "What you said before you left, is it true?" What amazed Selina was how she and Luke had unexpectedly made a fortune again. Luke pulled her down onto the couch and explained the outcome of the investigation on the gold mine in detail. It was much more convincing than simple words like, "We struck gold, we're rich," or "You're a millionaire." Selina was stunned for quite a long while, before she murmured, "Am I rich now?" Luke chuckled. "That's right. Do you want to retire?" Selina suddenly woke up and shook her head quickly. "Why would I? With Gold Nugget's help." "Well, in any case, I'm going to keep working." Looking at her, Luke stretched out his hand. "Then, we'll still be partners." Selina snorted and slapped his hand. "Do you want another partner?" Luke smiled. "To be honest, I never considered that." Selina snorted again, but was more relaxed. "Fine, you pass." "Okay, I'm going to bed. My training today was really exhausting." Luke was dazed. "Didn't I say that you can take a break?" Selina waved her hand and got up. "The feeling of getting stronger bit by bit as you exercise, you'll never know what that feels like." That left Luke speechless. Well. It seemed he really had never experienced that. After Selina went to her bedroom, Luke looked curiously at Dollar who was lying down in front of him. "Not going to bed? Didn't Selina give you any snacks just now?" Dollar began to whine. This time, Luke could guess what it was saying. He frowned and pondered for a long while, and faintly understood what Dollar's aggrieved expression meant. He ventured, "Are you saying that since Selina has a share, you want a share as well?" Of course, it was Gold Nugget expressing its opinion through Dollar. It instantly barked at Luke's words. It was a happy bark. Clearly, Luke was right. Luke had a strange expression on his face. Selina invested $200,000 in the company when it was founded a few months ago, and she got 5% of the shares. "What, did you invest?" Gold Nugget instantly wilted. Through its symbiotic relationship with Selina, it learned a lot of general knowledge, including basic concepts like money and shares. It was at this moment that this alien dog realized that it was completely broke. Looking at that expression, which was full of despair, Luke considered for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't you ask Selena for a free share?" Gold Nugget suddenly raised its head and stared at Luke with its shiny little eyes, waiting for an explanation. Luke gave him a basic rundown on free shares, but Dollar shook its head in bewilderment. Luke used even simpler and more practical terms to explain it. If Selena is willing to offer you a free share of 1% in the company, you'll get an annual dividend that could be anything from tens of thousands to several $1,000s. Gold Nugget's eyes sparkled as it nodded wildly. Luke continued dropping bombshells. If my company continues to expand, the profits might double, and so will your dividends. When he said that, Gold Nugget nodded so hard it almost dislocated a joint. Luke smiled and patted the dog's head. Then go and negotiate with Selena. You know that here, we value the spirit of a contract. When money is involved, it's best to have an agreement in place to avoid any unpleasantness, right? Gold Nugget nodded quickly and dashed into Selena's room. A moment later, Selena said unhappily, "What? You want a share? You invested? What did you invest?" Your skills. About that. Fine, how many shares do you want? Luke was amused. In fact, it wouldn't matter even if Selena gave all her dividends to Gold Nugget. Luke was the one who had the final say on how much, when, and how the dividends would be distributed. He wouldn't give Gold Nugget a hard time, but it wasn't like the dog could go out with cash in its mouth to buy stuff on its own. Shaking his head with a smile, Luke got up and went to the basement to start with his regular overtime. The next day, both Selena and Gold Nugget looked lively. It seemed that their negotiation last night had gone well. After breakfast, Luke and Selena swung by the police department to pick up a few cases from Elsa before they promptly returned home. Luke began to deal with the issue of manufacturing the smartphones. It actually wasn't a huge problem. Given the current technology, most of the suitable components for a smartphone already existed. He only needed to address some pivotal problems and control the key technology. Selena continued to work out and study the case files. Dollar spent most of its time eating and drinking. It didn't need to exercise, as Gold Nugget took care of everything. The only thing that upset the dog was that its other self would often control its own body, which was the one black spot in its otherwise perfect doggy life. When night fell, Luke got a call on his burner phone. Luke picked up the call and said a few words before he waved at Selena. "Change your clothes." Mr. Best Hitman said that he found the two guys. He wants us to inspect the goods and pay him. Inspect the goods? Selena asked weirdly as she walked back to her room. Luke thought for a moment. His job isn't complete until we meet the two guys. Otherwise, I won't give him the rest of the money. Selena realized it made sense. They both put on their hip-hop disguises and drove off. Based on the address that Best Hitman Wade gave them, they found an abandoned factory in the Eastern District. Opening the rundown metal gate that only had a chain on it, they entered the factory not far away. It had all the trappings of an abandoned factory, except for one area lit by a camping light. Luke and Selena saw Wade, who was sitting leisurely on a worn couch and taking a slice of pizza out of the pizza box next to him. Seeing the newcomers, he simply pointed at two men on another couch not far away. "Have a look yourself." Luke sized up the two unconscious men on the couch and nodded a moment later. "They're the guys I want." Wade chewed his pizza and asked, "Can you pay me the rest of the money now?" Luke nodded with a smile and took out $500 from his pocket, which he tossed in the direction of the couch. Wade quickly sat upright, snatched the money, and counted it in delight. Luke asked, "Are we done?" Wade nodded without looking at him. "Yep." Luke finally took out handcuffs and walked over to the two men on the couch who had been tied up with rope. Wade instantly cried out, "Hey! Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Luke glanced at him. Now that we're done, I can do anything I want with them, can't I? Wade's eyes widened unhappily. I was the one who caught them. What makes you think you can take them away? Smiling, Luke unhurriedly fished out a chain from his pocket and turned the ID that was hanging from it to show off his striking, gleaming police badge. LAPD. Do you have anything to say about me taking away 2 suspected bank robbers, Mr. Best Hitman? Wade's mouth dropped open in shock. Stumped for a moment, he frowned in contemplation, before he suddenly pointed at Luke and shouted, *T. You're that cop from the boat? Wait. He then looked at Selena and examined her, before he nodded confidently. You're that beautiful female cop. Luke shrugged. So, we have the authority to take these 2 suspects away, right? Various expressions flitted across Wade's face as he hesitated. He didn't do anything when Luke and Selena dragged the 2 unconscious guys out. While he wasn't a wholly law-abiding man, he wouldn't assault police officers, at least, not the ones who weren't dirty. After walking more than 10 meters away, Luke looked at Wade, who was so angry he was pulling his ears and scratching his cheeks. Smiling, he fished out something and casually threw it to Wade. Wade raised his hand and caught the 2 wads that were thrown to him. He asked suspiciously, "What's the meaning of this?" Luke was already walking out. He replied without looking back, "Your payment. 10,000 for each of them." Stunned for a moment, Wade put the money in his pocket and then chased after Luke. Wait. Luke didn't stop, and continued dragging his captives forward. Running up to Luke, Wade turned around and started walking backward as he kept pace with Luke. Hey, buddy, I was so busy the last few days trying to catch them. You think you can increase the fee? Luke didn't even bother to look at him. George Huck killed a bank robber who stole $250,000 from a bank, and so did Crystal Vince, except that the robber he killed looted $320,000. You sure you want me to increase your fee? Wade's smile stiffened, but he immediately continued, Right, forget it. Look, LA seems pretty messy lately, and I happen to be free. If you have more work like this, how about you look for me? I'm very quick, as long as you pay me. Pondering for a moment, Luke nodded. I like straightforward people like you. Give me your number. Hearing that, Wade instantly took out a gaudy-looking card from his pocket and gave it to Luke. Luke glanced at it and firmly refused to accept it. He read the card out loud. Big button sidebar. Eastern European, African, Asian and Latino dancers. Affordable prices. As the best hitman, you're actually a part-time dancer at a strip club. You have my admiration. Wade choked. He hurriedly took back the card and looked at it, before shoving it back into his pocket. He fumbled around in his pocket for a moment and finally took out another card that was equally gaudy-looking. This time, Luke accepted the card, then read it with a strange expression. Best Wade. Long-term help for middle school students with doing homework, beating up classmates, or attending PTA meetings as their parents. Regular homework $20, summer essays $50, beating up people under 5 feet and 5 inches $50. Anyone taller than 6 feet and 6 inches requires more skill to deal with, price to be negotiated, Wade sweated. Haha. Just remember my number. I've remembered your number, but your job scope is pretty wide. Luke clicked his tongue and nodded. You know a man named Jameson, right? He runs a newspaper in New York. Wade rolled his eyes. I don't think I've ever heard of him. Luke hummed in response. Someone beat him up but didn't rob him of his $20,000, which is great. It just so happens that I handle robbery cases. If I find any leads, I can only issue a warrant or something, if you know what I mean. Wade, I do. Then that's good. May you earn money daily without becoming a wanted criminal. By then, Luke had already walked out of the factory to his car. Wade disappeared into the dark. As he ran, he was still muttering to himself, that Jameson had it coming when he hit on my Vanessa. Throwing his money around and wanting Vanessa to dance for him for the whole night. Humph. Nobody can take Vanessa from me. On the other side, Luke threw the men into the back seat and got into the driver's seat. He put the gaudy card on the central console and drove off. Selina curiously picked up the card and read it, only to burst out laughing. Listen to this: will help pretty ladies do their nails, put on lipstick, carry their bags when out shopping, do their laundry, etc. Price negotiable, but not for ugly girls. P.S. Washing underwear, eligible for a discount. Also, attend PDA meetings, 50/hour or part thereof. Clients who spend $200 will get a free VIP card. The customer is king. Service with sincerity. Contact, XXXXXXXX. Luke curled his lip. This guy said it was the bartender who was handing out flyers randomly, but it was him all this time, right? Selina was laughing so hard that she couldn't say a word. They drove the two unconscious, unfortunate fellows back to the police department. Elizabeth and Billy were working overtime. When Luke asked, they were more than happy to help. Luke was relieved. Recording the statements one after another was really tiring. However, he had Elizabeth and Billy go to the observation room next door first, since he wanted to talk to the two guys before that. After they left, Luke went into the interrogation room and turned off the camera. He turned around and poured half a bottle of water over each of them. The two woke up very quickly. Their expressions couldn't look any more awful when they saw the familiar environment, and they couldn't help wondering, Wade, that guy, he had actually hooked up with the police. Looking at the two men whose minds were whirling with ill intent, Luke threw 2 keys at them. I'll give you a chance to make a bet with me. Knowing that the keys were for their handcuffs, the two men couldn't help but look at Luke. Luke unhurriedly took off his loose outer t-shirt to reveal the shirt that he was wearing underneath. Undo your handcuffs. If you can beat me, you can leave the police department, and I guarantee that I won't come after you. If you can't, just answer my questions and confess what you did. The two of them subconsciously looked at each other. George Huck nodded, and so did Crystal Vince. They grabbed the keys and quickly undid their handcuffs. Officer, I need to ask you something first. You won't use your gun, will you? George asked. Amused, Luke drew an M686 revolver from under his armpit and placed it on the interrogation table. The expressions of the two men changed as they stared at the gun. After a brief silence, George coughed and said, Officer, do you mean it? Crystal suddenly lunged forward to grab Luke around the waist. George followed closely behind Crystal and swung his fist. It seemed he had been waiting for Crystal to hold Luke in place so that he could punch Luke. Smiling slightly, Luke lifted his foot and instantly sent Crystal flying with a kick. George turned to the side and reached for the revolver on the table. Boom! Crystal's brawny body hit the wall. He rolled and fell to the floor. Luke calmly walked over to George, who was standing by the table. George quickly cocked the gun and aimed at Luke. Don't move, officer. Luke, however, didn't stop, and continued toward him. Gritting his teeth, George lowered the gun so that it was pointing at Luke's thigh, and pulled the trigger. Click. There was a light click, and George's face darkened. He pulled the trigger again. Click. Luke grabbed George's left hand, which was holding the revolver, with his own left hand and punched George in the stomach with his right hand. George's feet left the floor at the punch before he came crashing back down. Luke carefully took the revolver from him and put it back on the table. Finally, he picked up the handcuffs and cuffed both of them to the table. Looks like I won this bet. He waved at the observation room next door. Selina and Billy quickly showed up to take Crystal to another interrogation room next door. Billy would interrogate Crystal, and Elizabeth would take care of George. Elizabeth and Billy had only just read the case files in the observation room and were very excited. These two actually tried to kidnap Tony Stark. There was a lot more merit to be gained from this case than from bank robbery cases or whatever. Their interest in this case increased, and they were also very diligent in interrogating the criminals. However, neither Crystal nor George was cooperative. They completely dismissed the bet which they made with Luke earlier and refused to open their mouths. On the side, Luke smiled and turned off the camera once more. He then signaled to Elizabeth to pause the interrogation. Then, he carefully took the training bullets out of the M686 and reloaded with new bullets. Looking at George's and Elizabeth's bewildered expressions, he said to Elizabeth with a smile, "Don't worry. If he dares go back on his word, I'll shatter his knees and cripple him for life." Both Elizabeth's and George's eyes popped out. Luke shrugged and waved the revolver he was holding. In any case, the fingerprints on this gun is ample proof that he tried to seize it. It's not like I'll kill him. Crippling him will at most mean just a few months of investigation by the Internal Affairs Division. Elizabeth turned pale. Are you serious? There was indeed nothing wrong with this move. George's fingerprints were on the revolver, and as long as he didn't die, the police department would only be going through the motions with any investigation they carried out. George was a habitual offender who had just tried to kidnap Tony Stark. Nobody would be on his side. Okay, take your time and think about it, Luke said as he opened the door. If you still won't confess after I come back, we'll see if Crystal is willing to be killed by you. George was stunned. Why would I kill Crystal? Wait. Both he and Elizabeth looked at the M686 on the table. If Crystal was killed by a gun that had George's fingerprints on it, it could be argued that George had killed Crystal in order to keep his mouth shut. Elizabeth was less surprised this time. While Luke talked a lot, he hadn't done anything yet. His way of speaking nonsense without any change in his expression, she had already experienced it for herself. Putting pressure on suspects was a frequently used method in the Major Crimes Division. Using certain tricks to get sly criminals to open their mouths followed the same principle. A moment later, Luke pulled Crystal into the room. Selena and Billy didn't follow him. After he came in, Luke waved at Elizabeth. Go have a cup of coffee in the lounge. You know nothing about what happens next, okay? Elizabeth asked gravely, Luke, is this really appropriate? You've killed a lot of suspects recently. The Internal Affairs Division will investigate you if another one dies. Luke didn't consider it a big deal. It doesn't matter. They can only investigate me. Do you think they can fire me? Thanks for the reminder. You can leave now. Hesitating for a moment, Elizabeth finally heaved a sigh. Try not to kill them, okay? She subconsciously glanced at Crystal. The pity in her eyes chilled Crystal. Luke said, I know. He pushed her out of the room as he spoke. Shutting the door of the interrogation room, Luke picked up the M686, his action almost ludicrously careful. But neither Crystal nor George laughed, since the strange way he picked up the gun was to preserve the fingerprints on it, which was a dangerous hint. Luke said calmly, I hate people who don't keep their promises. The untrustworthy should all be killed. Are you ready? Crystal, on the count of 3. Saying that, he took out a Glock and aimed it at George's knee. 3, 2, wait, I'll talk. Crystal suddenly shouted. One gun was only aimed at George's leg, while the other gun was aimed at Crystal's head. George would be crippled at worst, but Crystal would die for sure. How could he tolerate this difference in treatment? Why did George get to live while he died, when both of them knew the exact same things? George said angrily, You idiot, it's a trick. Luke raised his eyebrow. Is that so? Then hang on a bit. Then, he turned the Glock around and gave it to Crystal. Here, take this gun. I'll blow up George's head, and break your leg later. George and Crystal recalled the gun earlier that had been loaded with training bullets. They both cursed, "Damn cop, you think we're idiots?" But when Crystal subconsciously glanced at George, he noticed the fear in the latter's expression, then realized what was going on. It turned out it was this accomplice of his who was the one duping him. Crystal gritted his teeth. "No need, I'll tell you everything about Stark's kidnapping. I know everything he knows." George's face wasn't dark anymore, but blue. This way, he really did become completely worthless. Luke's scheme was obvious, only one of them could live. It wasn't like he and Crystal were sworn brothers, they would never die for each other. The police were pros at setting up this predicament for prisoners. Putting away the Glock, Luke nodded in satisfaction, opened the door, and said to Elizabeth, "Someone, take Crystal away to record his statement." Elizabeth, who was leaning against the wall near the door, mouthed, "Good job," soundlessly and gave him a thumbs up. Luke gestured back to indicate that she had done well too. Their behavior in the interrogation room naturally had all been a show. Without any prior communication, they had carried out the textbook good cop, bad cop routine. As a student groomed by Luke, Elizabeth was familiar with his personality and methodology. She knew that he had been bluffing when he said that he would kill and cripple the suspects. Luke had never done anything like that in his career. He had killed lots of criminals and suspects, but only armed ones at crime scenes. He was very clean in his usual work. In the major crimes division, he and Selina received the least complaints, and even then the complaints were the most minor ones. Otherwise, Dustin and Elsa wouldn't be so unyielding in the face of pressure from the Internal Affairs division. Selina and Billy came out of the observation room. Billy gave a silent thumbs up as well. Selina wasn't impressed at all. She was too familiar with the routine. When Luke had split them up just now, she already knew that he was going to kill two birds with one stone by recording the statements and teaching his students at the same time. When they escorted Crystal over just now, Selina explained how Luke and Elizabeth cooperated with each other to Billy in the observation room. For example, when Luke picked up the gun, he had given Elizabeth a subtle hint. Pretending to be surprised, Elizabeth blinked her eyes, which was a signal for "okay." There were a lot of little details, and Selina roughly explained all of them. Luke wasn't the only teacher. Selina was also half a teacher to Elizabeth and Billy, who also respected her very much. A moment later, Billy finally opened the door and took Crystal away as if nothing had happened. Then, Elizabeth returned to the interrogation room and looked at George, who was fuming over his silly teammate. With Crystal around, his confession wouldn't really matter. A confession couldn't be used as direct evidence to convict a criminal, but it might influence the judge's sentencing. The smartest thing he should have done was to confess sooner and blame the crime on Crystal, or he would have to take the blame for the attempted kidnapping. In less than an hour, both their statements were taken. Luke said something to Billy, who nodded quickly and left. Luke also played a few rounds of blackjack with the two kidnappers in passing. It took him less than 2 minutes to win a game against each of them. Billy returned with shackles that were used for felons. Those shackles bound the hands and feet together, which prevented a prisoner from moving fast. At Luke's deliberate reminder, Billy brought the heaviest shackles for the two kidnappers. After Billy shackled them, Luke checked the shackles one more time before they brought both suspects to the holding cells. George and Crystal were put in separate cells. Luke specifically warned the guards to pay special attention to these two guys. When everything was done, it was almost 11. Looking at Elizabeth and Billy, Luke said with a smile, "As usual, you can follow up on this case, unless you don't want to." Naturally, the two of them had no objections. This way, they could share the credit for this case, but that meant that they would be taking care of the tedious paperwork and formalities after this. Ever since he got these two students, Luke slacked off on his own work this way. Conversely, Elizabeth and Billy could no longer be called rookie detectives. The number of cases they worked on and their achievements were enough for the senior detectives in their division to acknowledge them. Helping Luke close cases meant that they saw a lot more and gained experience with cases that involved tricky criminals, which made them more capable. Looking at their faces, Luke reminded them, "Don't stay up tonight. Go home and get some rest. You can finish the work tomorrow." Since he had said that, Elizabeth and Billy acquiesced. They packed up, and everybody went to the parking lot. In the parking lot, Billy said goodbye to everybody else and drove off first. Elizabeth, who had stayed behind, said to Luke, "Luke, can we talk?" Looking at Selena, she added, "It's about Boom Town." Luke nodded. "Let's go. We'll drive you home. Let's talk on the way." In fact, it wasn't anything too complicated. Sheriff Samantha, Elizabeth's mother, was a shareholder and a supervisor for the new mining company. She didn't forget to tell her daughter the good news. Elizabeth had planned to go to Luke's tonight, but felt that she might be too anxious to convey what she wanted to say, so had stayed back to calm down by working overtime with Billy. In the end, Luke actually showed up at the police department that night and asked for help on a case. Working at Luke's familiar pace, her heart gradually calmed down. Her mother Samantha only had a 5% share in the new mining company, but Luke had 5 times as much. Luke had definitely learned the news earlier than she did, but had gone out to catch 2 suspects in the middle of the night. He didn't seem impacted by news of the gold mine at all. If that was the case, why was she letting her imagination run wild? She even recalled the question Luke asked her a long time ago: "If you suddenly got rich, would you still continue doing this job?" Her answer was the same now as it had been back then. As long as she stayed true to her heart, she might be excited about getting rich, but there was no need to go overboard. After they drove Elizabeth home, Selena watched her wave at them in the rearview mirror, and she sighed. "I thought you were joking back then, but she's really rich now." Luke was amused. "Are you talking yourself up now?" Selena thought for a moment, and admitted that could be the case. Millions of dollars would be enough for most people to live the rest of their lives in luxury, as long as they didn't lose control of themselves. However, most people weren't capable of that. It was very common for them to lose their heads once they suddenly became rich. Luke was about to become a multimillionaire at 18, but he still maintained more or less the same lifestyle as before, which subtly influenced Selena. Selena now didn't care too much about money. At most, it could give her parents an easier life and allow her siblings to receive a good education. As for herself, she looked at Dollar, who was sitting obediently in the back seat. Instead, her dog was a doorway to a whole new world. She fell silent, while Luke glanced at the system notifications. He hadn't gotten much experience and credit for catching the 2 kidnappers. The bank robberies and the kidnapping together were only worth 500 points, which meant that those 2 men hadn't really been up to anything big. What mattered more was the other 2 notifications. System: you have defeated Crystal Vince and received a list of his abilities. Crystal Vince's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Firearms. Elementary Roping, Prerequisites: 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity, 20 Mental Strength and 1000 credit points. Elementary Special Rope Making, 1000 credit points. System: you have defeated George Huck and received a list of his abilities. George Huck's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Firearm. Elementary Boomerang Throw, Prerequisites: 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity, 20 Mental Strength and 1000 credit points. Elementary Boomerang Making, 1000 credit points. These 2 guys had interesting abilities, Luke thought to himself. The next morning, Luke and Selena ran into an old acquaintance in the parking lot at the police department. Luke raised an eyebrow and called out a greeting first. "Agent Flegg, those 2 men, come under your area." Flegg and 4 of his men were escorting George and Crystal into a special prisoner van. When he heard Luke's voice, he turned his head with a smile. "Thank you for catching them, Detective Luke." Luke shrugged. "It's my job." "All right, I'll leave you to it." Flegg, however, stopped him. "Detective Luke, just a minute." Luke paused and turned around to look at him. waiting to hear what he had to say. Pondering for a moment, Flegg then said, "When you run into people like George and Crystal again in the future, you can contact me directly, okay?" Luke chuckled. "Okay." Seeing his smile, Flegg couldn't help but ask, "They claimed they were caught by a man named Wade. Do you know him very well?" Luke shook his head in denial. "I don't know him very well, but money does." Flegg was stumped. "Money?" Luke said, "Bills, cash, and money, the only things he knows are these." Flegg was speechless for a moment, before he couldn't help laughing and nodded. "Fine, that's indeed the case. Thank you for your time. Goodbye." After he watched Luke and Selina leave, Flegg got into another SUV, and his man who was driving the car couldn't help but ask, "Captain, this young man is really quite good. Why don't we poach him?" Flegg heaved a sigh. "You think I don't want to? But it's too troublesome." As they followed the prisoner van, his subordinate asked strangely, "No way. Is it that hard for us to poach someone from the police department, as long as he doesn't refuse?" Flegg said, "He's the most capable detective in Westside, if not all of LA. Nobody in Westside wants to let him go. Also, he's very rich. I investigated him before, and he has millions of dollars in legitimate assets. Lastly, it was Stark Industries' Pepper Potts who transferred him and his partner to LAPD. You know who she is, right?" His subordinate was shocked. "Tony Stark's personal secretary? Luke is Stark's man." Flegg nodded with a bitter smile. "Now you know why I didn't get him transferred. In fact, it isn't just us, other organizations want to draw him in, including the FBI and the CIA, and even Wales's division, but it isn't that easy to poach someone from Stark." His subordinate fell silent. Stark Industries may not be the richest in America, but it had very close ties with the government, the military, and the Department of Defense. Nobody was willing to piss off Stark over a minor detective. When he got angry, he wouldn't show anybody respect. It was a true feat if a person could make Stark point at them and call them stupid. Most of the time, he would just give people disdainful and condescending looks, as if they were mentally deficient, and it was very easy for him to make someone feel deeply helpless because of a lack of IQ. After all, Stark was a super genius who was also super rich. Elsewhere, Luke went to look for Elsa after he arrived at the Major Crimes Division. "Boss, do you know about the two suspects who attempted to kidnap Stark being taken away?" Elsa nodded. "I do. They already told me." Luke chuckled. "Should we be prepared for Tony Stark's fury?" Elsa laughed and said, "The FBI communicated with Stark Industries first before they took the suspects away, all right?" Luke shrugged. "That's fine, then. I'll be on my way." Elsa said, "Wait a moment." After Luke stopped, she said, "Boss said that you did a good job on this case, so you've been assigned a new task." Luke waited silently. Elsa didn't beat around the bush. "You know that the Stark Expo is going to start soon, right?" Luke nodded. "Yes. The opening ceremony is in 2 days." Elsa said, "So, you and Selina will be on plainclothes security duty at the expo for the time being." Luke pulled a long face. "Is this a punishment?" He had been on a similar assignment in Houston. It was because that petty Brock intentionally gave him a hard time, and Stark was involved back then too. Such assignments were demanding but unrewarding. He would be held responsible if anything went wrong, but wouldn't be rewarded for doing a good job. More importantly, this mission required him to spend most of his time at the expo. He couldn't goof off, and he wouldn't earn a lot of experience and credit. Elsa said, "You think I want this?" "The boss doesn't want it either, but what can we do when it's Director Brad's order?" Luke covered his forehead. "Why would our big boss care about such a petty matter?" Elsa said, "He wouldn't have cared, except that the FBI had some paperwork with them when they took George and Crystal away." Luke thought for a moment and realized what was going on. Brad made such an arrangement because every time the expo was held, the police and Stark Industries' own security always clashed with each other. The truth was that while few mishaps happened during the Stark Expo, there was too much bickering and cooperation issues between both parties. Director Brad probably remembered that two particular detectives were pretty close with Stark, and had right away dispatched them to handle this problem. There was nothing Luke could say about this assignment. It wasn't like he could go to Director Brad's office and tell him, "I'm not really that close with Stark." He and Selena could only accept this new assignment. They went straight to the expo to check the environment. The expo was usually held between March and June every 3 to 5 years for the purpose of showcasing new merchandise for clients to buy and kill even more people. Stark Industries dealt primarily in military weapons, and their main products were weapons of mass destruction like missiles. While there weren't as many guns or common heavy weapons, there was the occasional innovative single weapon that could attract many weapon enthusiasts. This was also the reason why law and order in LA had been deteriorating recently. Every time the expo was held, LAPD would transfer police officers from other districts to help the East District maintain safety. The people who really bought missiles didn't have time or the opportunity to go out on the streets and wreak havoc. It was the weapon zealots, on the other hand, from all trades and backgrounds, who were the main reason for deteriorating public safety in LA. George and Crystal, for example, had been here to attend the expo, but because of an anonymous client, George had contacted and persuaded Crystal to work with him to kidnap Stark. What was even more bizarre was that they weren't going to kidnap Stark for ransom or to kill him. They were just going to lock him up for 10 days and then release him after the expo was over. Luke wasn't surprised by this strange would-be kidnapping at all. In many cases, when the backbone of a major corporation disappeared or missed some important event, its rivals might benefit. In any case, they just needed to find two mudda-headed idiots to give it a try. It was cheap and risk-free. Many people wouldn't mind giving it a shot.